relic past usefulness. That was good. People who thought you were harmless tended to make mistakes in front of you. The Virak commander strutted into view with a flourish of his crimson cloak, mandibles clicking with theatrical disdain. "Human," he declared, amplifiers turning his voice into a rolling snarl. "Earth sends us its strongest champion, and this," he gestured as though presenting a broken tool, "is what stands before us? This wrinkled creature." Daniel tilted his head politely. "Well now, in fairness, I didn't You fellas have a real flair for hospitality. Just like a DMV office back home." The aliens hissed. They disliked not understanding human idioms, but they pretended not to care. Pretending was practically a universal language. Carduin, the commander, leaned closer, studying Daniel the way a child might study a curious bug. "Your species has spirit, I admit. But power? Strength? You are mammals. Warm-blooded sacks of liquids and fragility. You do not belong on a galactic stage." Daniel gave a soft chuckle, scratching an eyebrow with his cuffed hands. "Funny thing about stages. Sometimes the quiet folks watching from the wings know the script better than the actors shouting their lines." The floor vibrated with murmurs. The guards shifted uncomfortably, their confidence dented by something subtle, something they couldn't name. Carduin dismissed the moment with a scoff and signaled the technician to continue preparations. Panels glowed. Drones unfurled like steel petals. Daniel looked around as if admiring someone's kitchen remodel. "Fancy setup. Guessing this is where you give the scary speech and fire up the glowing torture gizmo." "Observation module," Carduin corrected sharply. "We wish to understand the human mind before we break it." Daniel hummed. "Good luck. Took my ex-wife 23 years and she still gave up." One alien muttered, confused. "What is an ex-wife?" Another shrugged, tapping commands while pretending not to be bothered by the man's composure. Carduin waved a claw dismissively. "We intercepted your diplomatic envoy because we wished to sample Earth's finest. Yet your leaders sent us this elderly civilian. It is insulting." Daniel raised his brows. "Civilian? Oh, sweetheart, I haven't been a civilian since Disco died. And for the record, y'all intercepted me because you wanted an easy victory photo. Nothing says unstoppable empire like bullying a grandpa on interstellar TV." The commander stalked in a slow circle around him. "You speak boldly for someone in chains." Daniel smiled at him, almost kindly. "Chains don't bother me much. It's what people think they can do with them that usually gets messy." The drones descended. Refractored light shimmered across their needles and coils. Alien officers leaned forward eagerly, anticipating Daniel's first flicker of fear. Instead, he simply widened his stance to ease the pressure on his knee. One guard whispered, "Why is he calm?" Another whispered back, "Maybe his species enters a freezing trance before panic." None looked at his eyes. If they had, they might have recognized the stillness there, not numbness, not fear, but the quiet, calculating focus of a predator assessing terrain. Daniel wasn't watching the machines. He was watching their rhythms, their blind angles, the pace of the guards' breaths, the distance to the nearest console. The air tasted faintly metallic. The ventilation was weaker on the left side. The pressure hum in the walls meant the ship had recently rerouted power. Everything here was information. Everything here was a tool. Carduin activated the first projector. "We will begin with sensory disruption. You will experience." "Let me guess," Daniel interrupted gently. "Bright lights, strange noises, and a voice telling me to comply? Sir, that's just air travel in the Midwest." A ripple of confusion passed through the aliens again. Sarcasm, as always, hit their brains like static. Carduin's crest hardened with irritation. "Enough. Begin." A shimmering field enveloped Daniel's skull. Images flickered, fractured illusions meant to destabilize his senses. He blinked once and sighed. "Ha! I think a raccoon breaking into my kitchen was scarier than this." Then, with a smirk, "Y'all need better horror consultants." But beneath the humor, he felt the clock ticking. Not the alien's clock, his. The one synced to the tiny transmitter embedded discreetly in a chipped molar. Every minute he stalled was a minute closer to the moment the Virak would realize just how catastrophically they had misread humanity. The technician frowned at his readings. "Commander, the human's neural activity is not responding correctly. Define not." "He appears bored." Daniel gave them a sympathetic shrug. "Sorry, can't help it. Military training. Once got stuck listening to a 3-hour PowerPoint about uniform regulations. Toughened me right up." Whispers rose again. Fear, faint and skittering, seeped in. Carduin jabbed a claw at him. "You will tell us why Earth sent you." "Well now, that's complicated," Daniel said softly. "But the short version? You really should have searched me better." Their reaction was instant and predictable, panic disguised as aggression. The guards leveled weapons. The technicians scrambled through diagnostics. Carduin snarled, "Explain at once what you carry." "Just a smile," Daniel replied. "And trust me, that's the dangerous part." Before the aliens could respond, unmistakable. Consoles beeped warnings. The central display flickered with new energy signatures. Carduin snapped toward his officers. "Report. Unidentified mass exiting FTL directly ahead of us." Daniel's smile widened, slow as sunrise. He stretched his shoulders casually, almost relieved. "Ah, right on schedule." The commander whipped toward him, mandibles flaring. "What have you summoned?" Daniel lifted his cuffed hands as if offering a toast. "You wanted Earth's strongest. You even bragged about it. But you didn't catch them. You caught me." The alarms intensified. The ship shuddered again as gravitational buffers rebalanced. "And I'm just the warning." The disturbance rippled through the Virak dreadnought. Like a tremor of doubt, subtle at first, then blooming into a full-rooted panic that the crew tried, and failed, to hide behind rigid posture and clipped commands. While alarms blinked silently along the walls, while technicians scrambled with growing desperation, Sergeant Major Daniel Briggs stood calmly in the center of the chamber, still shackled, still smiling with that quiet Midwest courtesy that always worked better than any blade. The aliens thought they had captured an old man whose stories walked slower than his knees. Instead, they had arrested the one creature in the galaxy who could make even silence feel like a threat. Across the hall, a hologram flickered to life as various alien representatives appeared. Their translucent forms shimmered with static interference caused by whatever had just arrived outside the ship. Daniel glanced at them, offering a polite nod. Some stared back with bewilderment. Others recoiled, unsure whether to treat him like a test subject or an omen. A scholar from the Rithari Consortium leaned forward first, an insectoid creature with delicate antennae and anxious wings. "Commander Carduin, is it confirmed? The Terrans have arrived." Its voice buzzed with fear disguised as academic curiosity. Carduin's mandibles twitched. "A human vessel of unknown classification has materialized. It appears heavily armed." Daniel chuckled softly. "Heavily armed is one way to put it. I suppose that's the polite phrasing." An older representative from the Lumisari Dominion, glowing faintly like bioluminescent coral, narrowed her luminous eyes. "Human, your species was documented as mid-tier at best. Emotion-driven, unpredictable, illogical, and yet your ship disables half this vessel merely by appearing? Explain." Daniel scratched his cheek with the side of a cuff. "Ma'am, you're giving us too much credit. Humans don't disable ships by existing, though we do have a certain talent for causing complications." "Complications?" the commander snarled. "Our graviton field collapsed. Our mapping arrays rebooted. Our shields dropped by 30%. We call that a friendly hello," Daniel replied with a small smile. "If they'd meant harm, you wouldn't be standing here yelling at me. You'd be standing in a very small pile." The chamber fell into stunned silence. Even the drones hovering overhead buzzed uncertainly, as if unsure how to process a threat wrapped in politeness. Daniel watched them with a grandfatherly fondness, as though observing shy children at a school recital. One of the Virak strategists finally broke the hush. "We must reevaluate the human species. Our data may be flawed." "Flawed?" Another scoffed. They consume toxic liquids for recreation. They form emotional attachments to objects. Daniel raised a finger. Hey now, we don't form attachments to objects. We form attachments to memories. Sometimes the objects just come along for the ride. The strategist glared but hesitated. That uncertainty, barely visible, was the first crack in their arrogance. A holographic display expanded, projecting human behavioral profiles. Footage of Earth appeared. Families laughing at a barbecue, firefighters rushing into a burning building, crowds cheering their teams despite impossible odds, astronauts waving through visors before launching into the unknown. The montage was meant to reveal contradictions, compassion and savagery, intellect and instinct, curiosity and recklessness. But instead it illuminated something the aliens could not categorize. The Lumisari elder tilted her head. Why do your kind laugh when terrified? Daniel shrugged. Because crying takes too long, and sometimes fear just needs company. Why do your warriors shout while charging into battle? Asked a Rithari scholar. Motivation, Daniel said. Plus, it scares the hell out of whatever we're running toward. And why? Carduin growled. Do your soldiers sing during war? Our reports indicate Terrans often recite rhythmic chants while engaged in lethal combat. Who sings in a battlefield? Daniel grinned with unguarded warmth. Folks who want to remind themselves they're still human. The aliens murmured again. They had expected a monster who delighted in violence, or a warrior who spoke only through threat. Not this silver-haired man whose tone carried gentle truth even when it sharpened into danger. His calmness was not dismissal but rooted in something older, something honed by countless choices made under fire. And for the first time, they sensed that every word carried weight. Carduin turned away, mandibles rattling with stubborn denial. Human or not, you were captured. You are bound. You are powerless. Do not presume that your ship's arrival changes what you are. Daniel's smile thinned. Sir, the only thing chains ever proved about a man is how far his captors misjudged him. Technicians gasped as their screens suddenly shifted. A colossal image materialized. A Terran starship poised outside the Virak dreadnought like a silent mountain. Matte black armor absorbed light rather than reflected it, and geometric scars along its hull hinted at both age and refinement. No weapons glowed. No fighter wings launched. Yet the gravitational readings were enough to rattle the bones of every alien on board. One Virak officer swallowed audibly. That cannot be a Terran vessel. Our intelligence shows humans lack this level of engineering. Daniel smirked. Intelligence is only as good as the questions you bother to ask. Comms crackled, and the Terran ship broadcast a message. The voice was young, confident, not at all worried. Good afternoon, Virak command ship. We're missing a sergeant major of ours. Please return him. Pretty please. The pretty please did something devastating. It erased the illusion that humans were begging. It reframed their entire approach as restraint. Carduin barked. Open a channel. He stared at Daniel with venom. Your species thinks diplomacy is a game. Oh, it absolutely is, Daniel said. But in fairness, we're very good at games. The holographic council began debating furiously. The Lumisari representative whispered, Terrans display contradictory attributes. Cooperation and defiance, empathy and retaliation, humor and violence. Their behavioral complexity suggests a predatory species that masks intent. The Rithari scholar shuddered. A predator that isn't hunting for survival, but for strategy. That is far more dangerous. A deep unease settled over the chamber. Daniel could feel it like a shift in gravity. They were studying him now, not as a prisoner, not as a specimen, but as a new category in their mental taxonomy. Unpredictable apex intelligence. He cleared his throat. Listen, you'll kidnapped me to ask your questions. Fair enough. But here's the thing about humans, you don't get us by studying us from afar. You only understand us when we show you what we can do. And what can you do? Carduin hissed. Daniel's eyes softened. But the softness was the kind you saw before a storm. Something y'all don't expect. Something you can't prepare for. The technicians at the consoles paled. One whispered, "Commander, our systems are acting strange. It appears the Terran ship is scanning our ship's architecture." "That's impossible," Carduin roared. "Our defenses are impenetrable." "Sir," the technician said, trembling, "they are not penetrating. They are predicting. The system shows repeating patterns. They know our counters before we activate them." Daniel tilted his head. "Think of it like chess or football. Folks from back home love strategy games. They're part of the culture. You don't win by being stronger. You win by thinking 3 moves further." The Lumisari elders glow-dimmed. "This is not a species to provoke. They do not escalate casually. Their escalation is intentional." One representative muttered, "We should have never mocked them." Daniel chuckled. "Oh, mocking's fine. Every Thanksgiving back home is just friendly mockery mixed with mashed potatoes. But threatening us? Capturing us? That's where things get sideways." The dreadnought shook again, but not from attack. It trembled from systems shutting down, one by one, like lights dimming along a long corridor. Shields collapsed entirely, engines powered down, navigation froze. The ship became a metal island stranded in space. Carduin spun toward his officers. "What have they done?" Daniel exhaled through his nose. "Just asking you to sit still for a moment." "You lie," the commander spat. "No human has this capability." Daniel gave him a slow, almost sad smile. "Sir, you keep thinking of humans as what we used to be. You're not seeing what we are now." He stepped forward, cuffs rattling lightly. The guards aimed weapons. He didn't flinch. His voice softened into something dangerously gentle. "You wanted to learn about humans? Fine. Here's your first lesson." Everyone in the chamber leaned in, instinctively bracing. "We don't pick fights." He paused. "We finish them." The last console crackled violently. A final alert bloomed across the screens as the Terran ship extended a silent, ominous tether of energy toward the dreadnought. Daniel watched their faces shift from arrogance to comprehension, and then to fear. He lowered his voice to a whisper that carried like thunder. "And class, your final exam starts now." For a long, suspended moment, the dreadnought remained locked in a stunned stillness, as though the ship itself held its breath. Panels flickered dimly, shadows lengthened along the metallic floor, and a faint hum, alive but fading, ran beneath their feet like the heartbeat of something wounded. Daniel Briggs stood in the center of the chamber, still wearing the cuffs, still wearing the quiet, grandfatherly calm he had carried since they dragged him aboard. But something subtle shifted behind his eyes. The crew sensed it. The air thickened. A chill moved through the hall without any change in temperature. Predators recognized it as instinct. Prey recognized it as warning. The old soldier had not lost control. He had simply stopped pretending. Carduin approached with a swagger marred by uncertainty, claws clicking against the floor. "Your ship will be crushed," he declared, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Our reinforcements have been summoned. We are the apex in this sector. Your kind remains beneath us." Daniel's smile didn't fully vanish, but its warmth evaporated, leaving only the shape of politeness without the kindness behind it. "Reinforcements? Son, if you think that'll help, you haven't learned a thing today." The technicians at the surrounding consoles whispered frantic updates. "Commander, the Terran vessel has extended an energy line. Not a weapon, something we cannot identify." "Block it," Carduin barked. "We cannot. The system accepts the intrusion as if it were our own." Daniel nodded. "Humans are friendly folks. We like to get invited in. But if the door won't open, we tend to find a window." He shrugged lightly. "Or make one." A nearby guard tightened his grip on his weapon. The barrel glimmered under the chamber lights, aiming at Daniel's ribs. The guard's hands shook, not with rage, but with primal unease, like a forest creature sensing a wildfire cresting the ridge. "You will sit," the guard ordered. Daniel turned his gaze toward him, not sharply, not angrily, but with a level, thoughtful look that froze the alien where he stood. Son, if I sit right now, you'll think you won something. And that'd be cruel of me. I'm trying to spare your feelings. The guard stumbled back, nearly tripping over his own feet. The holographic representatives watching flickered with different shades of alarm. The Lumisari elder whispered, "Observe his posture. Something within him has shifted. His emotional rhythm has changed from humor to focus." Focus? The Rithari scholar echoed. It feels like standing in the shadow of something vast, something older than war. Daniel exhaled and rolled his shoulders, easing stiffness that had less to do with age and more to do with restraint. "I tried to keep this light," he murmured. "Did my best. But y'all insisted on escalating." His expression hardened, not cruel, not vengeful, simply resolute. A man lowering his mask because the conversation had reached the moment where truth mattered more than courtesy. Carduin's mandibles clicked in agitation. "You are a prisoner." Daniel looked down at his cuffs as though seeing them for the first time. "Am I?" he asked softly. The commander snarled. "You are bound." Daniel raised his hands. "Well then, let's fix that." With a soft metallic sigh, the cuffs unlocked and fell to the floor. The sound echoed longer than physics allowed, stretching across the room like a struck bell. Every alien froze, not because unlocking restraints was inherently terrifying, but because Daniel hadn't moved. He hadn't forced anything. The cuffs simply opened, responding to a signal no Virac had authorized. "What? How did?" a technician sputtered. Daniel offered an apologetic half-grin. "Oh, I gave your security system a gentle nudge earlier. Y'all were very distracted showing me the fancy interrogation toys. Didn't take much." The Lumisari elder trembled visibly. "He has been manipulating the ship since arrival." "Not manipulating," Daniel corrected. "Just preparing. Never hurts to tidy up before company comes over." Carduin lunged forward. "Enough. You think you can intimidate us with parlor tricks? We are the Virac dominants." Daniel stepped aside with the ease of someone sidestepping a curious dog. "You keep using that word, dominance, but the more you say it, the less convincing you sound." A deep vibration rolled through the ship. This time it wasn't alarms or fear or failing systems. It was something external, something docking. The Terran vessel. Carduin spun, eyes wide. "They dare board us?" "Not yet," Daniel replied. "They're waiting on me." "Waiting for you?" Daniel walked toward the viewing port, hands clasped behind his back like a retired professor giving a quiet lecture. "Y'all wanted to know why Earth sent me instead of some muscle-bound specimen. You thought you'd captured our strongest. That's where you misunderstood things." He nodded toward the Terran vessel, dark and silent as a moonless night. "Humans don't send the strongest first. We send the one who understands people, the one who listens, the one who thinks before acting." "An ambassador?" one alien whispered. Daniel's voice lowered. "A shepherd. Someone who can guide the wolves if he has to." The guard who had threatened him earlier whispered. "Then, what are the others? If you are the gentle one?" Daniel glanced over his shoulder. His eyes, which had previously radiated kindness and mischief, now held something colder, an ancient, enduring hardness forged through decades of choices that required steel and mercy in unequal measure. "They're younger," he said, "less patient, better at the sort of persuasion that leaves holes in walls." Fear pooled in the room like an unseen fog. A holographic representative from the Kethari Union croaked, "Human, what is your true mission here?" Daniel smiled faintly. "Same mission humans always have when someone threatens our home or our people." He turned fully toward them, no longer hiding the predator's steadiness in his stance. "To end the fight, preferably without blood, if folks are sensible." The chamber lights flickered again. The Terran vessel broadcast a second message. "Virac Dreadnought, we have completed external mapping. Awaiting signal from Sergeant Major Briggs before initiating extraction." Carduin's fury fractured into something more brittle. "Extraction? From our ship? You are surrounded. We hold the advantage." Daniel shook his head. "No, sir. You hold me, And that's only an advantage if I'm scared. He walked toward Carduin, footfalls echoing like drumbeats. I tried to make this easy, tried to keep the jokes flowing, keep things civil. But you crossed a line when you threatened Earth. We will conquer Earth, Carduin hissed. We will subjugate your kind. You won't. Daniel's voice cut cleanly through the air. Because humanity isn't a species you conquer. We're a species you survive by cooperating with. A technician gasped. Commander. The Terran ship just accessed our weapons registry. Carduin shouted. Impossible. Daniel shrugged. You really should have updated your encryption protocols. Leaving a backdoor that obvious? That's practically flirting. Panic erupted. Aliens scrambled. Warnings flashed across every panel. Daniel stood still in the chaos, not smiling now, but calm in a way that suggested he had lived on battlefields where calmness decided who walked away. Shut it down, Carduin screamed. Block them. We can't. A technician sobbed. They are not overriding us. They are predicting our moves. Every command we attempt, they counter before the system processes it. Daniel exhaled slowly. You wanted to understand humans. Here's the truth. We don't win by being stronger or smarter or faster. He lifted one finger. We win because we refuse to stay dead, because we adapt, because we study our enemies until we know their fears better than they do. The Lumisari elder whispered. He speaks like someone who has seen civilizations rise and fall. Seen plenty, Daniel said, and I've buried enough friends to know the cost of pride. The chamber's main doors suddenly trembled, not from forced entry, but from external override. A soft chime echoed. The Terran vessel had requested access. Carduin pointed a shaking claw at Daniel. Deny them. Dismiss that request. Daniel looked at the console. Actually, I'd accept it. Never. Daniel stepped closer, voice lower. If you don't, the next step gets messy. My folks prefer not to make a mess unless necessary. The Lumisari elder said softly, Commander, accept the request. It is the only path. But Carduin was trembling with arrogance and fear locked in battle. I will not bend to mammalian vermin. Daniel sighed, a sorrowful sound, almost paternal. I was hoping you'd pick the smart option. The Terran vessel sent a final broadcast. Sergeant Major? Status? Daniel looked around the chamber. Panicked eyes, failing lights, crumbling pride. He spoke clearly. Stand by. Carduin's mandibles flared. What are you waiting for? Daniel's expression softened. Not into a smile, but into something sadder, heavier. For you to understand what happens next isn't punishment. It's consequence. The chamber shuddered. A low, thrumming resonance spread through the ship, like a titanic heartbeat sinking with the dreadnought's trembling frame. Aliens grabbed support rails as gravity fluctuated. Technicians screamed, Commander, external tether is activating. They're pulling us. Pulling the entire ship into alignment. Alignment, Carduin barked. For what purpose? Daniel lifted his eyes toward the ceiling, as though listening to something only he could hear. Then he answered, For boarding. The dreadnought lurched as the Terran tether tightened, pulling the massive Virak vessel into perfect alignment like a misbehaving child being guided firmly by the shoulders. Lights flickered, gravity wavered, and the metallic bones of the ship groaned under the unfamiliar stress. Even the stalwart Virak warriors braced themselves, their instincts betraying them with tremors they could not suppress. Daniel Briggs stood calmly amid the shuddering chaos, hands at his sides, posture straight, eyes steady. The old soldier no longer wore the easy humor that had softened his earlier expressions. Now his face held the clarity of purpose found only in people who had survived too many battlefields to count. When he spoke, his voice carried with it the weight of someone who had been patient long enough. The technicians worked in panicked haste, attempting countermeasures they already knew would fail. Commander, the Terrans have seized control of our docking ports, one shouted. They're overriding physical locks. Carduin snarled, flinging a console aside. Fight them. Do something. We are trying. another cried. But the system reads their commands as authorized. It believes them to be us. Daniel cocked his head. Well, we did warn y'all. Humans like to blend in before we stand out. You did not blend in. Human, Carduin spat. You infiltrated. No, sir, Daniel corrected gently. A spy hides. A guest observes. A warning waits. The commander froze, realization colder than the void sliding behind his eyes. Daniel saw the fear forming. Not the frantic, noisy fear of soldiers unprepared for loss, but the quieter kind that seeped into the bones of leaders who finally understood they had misread the game entirely. The ship jolted again as the tether locked into its final groove. A low hum vibrated through the chamber. The Terran boarding sequence was ready. Daniel took a step forward. No threat in his stride, no aggression. Yet every alien in the room shuffled back as though a predator had padded closer to the herd. His age did not diminish him. It defined him. This was not the strength of youth, reckless, blazing, uncontained. This was the strength of endurance, of someone who had walked through fire so many times that flames now parted out of habit. One of the Virac guards whispered hoarsely, "What happens now?" Daniel considered him with a softened gaze. "That depends. Y'all can surrender, or you can dig in your heels and make this a story folks tell their kids to explain why stubbornness leads to early funerals." The guard's mandibles quivered. "We do not surrender." Daniel sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose like a grandparent dealing with a family argument that could have been avoided. "I figured you'd say that. Never met an empire that learned early." Carduin straightened, defiance laced with panic. "If your forces board this ship, we will repel them. We are not cowards." "No," Daniel agreed softly. "Y'all are proud. Dangerous mix if you're not careful." He glanced toward the viewing port where the Terran ship loomed. Sleek, silent, terrible in its beauty. A vessel built not for intimidation but for precision. Its hull bore marks of old fights and new upgrades. A testament to a species that treated war as a craft, not a pastime. Daniel felt a small ache in his chest, pride tempered by sorrow. He had trained some of the soldiers on that ship, knew their tells, their flaws, their quiet strengths. He also knew what they were capable of when their patience ran out. The comms crackled. "Sergeant Major Briggs," came a firm, steady voice. "Preparing boarding sequence. Signal when secure." Daniel nodded at the ceiling. "Stand by, Lieutenant." Carduin whipped toward him. "Signal when secure? When secure what?" Daniel offered a sympathetic look that held no mockery. "When the choice is made." "This is no negotiation," the commander roared. "We do not parley with primitives." Daniel didn't flinch. "Sir, at this point it ain't about negotiation. It's about outcomes. And y'all are about 5 steps behind." The Lumisari Elder's hologram flickered. Her glow dimmed with unease. "Human, what outcome do you seek?" Daniel's tone softened. "One that keeps folks alive. That's always the first priority." Then the gentleness faded. "But if forced, we aim for one that ends the threat permanently." The chamber fell silent. The honesty of the words hit harder than any threat could. A young Virac officer, voice trembling, asked, Are humans truly so eager for domination?" Daniel shook his head. "No, domination's too much work. But survival, protection, that we do with everything we've got." Carduin slammed a clawed fist against the floor. "We will not kneel to a dying species." Daniel raised a brow. "Dying? You think age means weakness? Son, if you knew what this body's gone through..." He stopped himself, shaking his head. "Point is, humans are real stubborn about staying alive. And when you threaten one of us, you get all of us. Family's a flexible word where we come from." The doors thudded. Once, twice, a third time. Rhythmic, controlled. The sound vibrated up from the deck, the promise of something unstoppable waiting on the other side. The Virac guards aimed their weapons. The technicians ducked behind consoles. Even the holographic dignitaries fell silent, watching with dread. Carduin hissed, "If they breach, we fire. Daniel's voice dropped into a low, grounded certainty. If you fire, you'll be lucky if they leave enough of you for a memorial. The commander whirled. Your arrogance is earned, Daniel said quietly. The fourth strike against the doors was not a blow, it was a command. The panels hissed as their locks disengaged, not by force, but by authorization. Human authorization. The door split open, parting like a curtain drawn back at the start of a performance. Mist curled along the floor from the shift in pressure. Boots thudded in precise formation. Terran Marines entered, not brash, not shouting, but moving with the fluid, purposeful silence of seasoned hunters. Armor matte black, visors reflecting nothing but absorbing everything. Their weapons were low but ready. Their movements were calm yet lethal. Daniel watched them approach with a restrained nod of respect. The Marines fanned out, forming a perimeter that left no blind angles. Their presence alone redefined the room's gravity. One stepped forward, a lieutenant he recognized by gait alone. Sergeant Major, extraction ready. Daniel smiled faintly. Good to see you, son. The lieutenant did not smile. His voice carried professional clarity. Hostiles. Daniel looked around the chamber. Shaken aliens. Desperate commander. Confusion and dread thick in the air. Not unless they decide to be. Carduin bared his fangs. You invade our vessel and expect surrender? We will not comply. The lieutenant raised his weapon slightly. Understood. Daniel lifted a hand. The officer stopped instantly, the entire Marine line freezing as though the gesture issued a binding command. Daniel stepped forward until he stood toe-to-toe with Carduin. Listen carefully, because this moment decides everything, he said softly. Earth doesn't want your worlds, doesn't want your slaves or your territory or your ships. We're not hunters looking for trophies, but we defend our own. Carduin spat. We defend our own as well. Then you should have left me alone, Daniel replied. Because now you've picked a fight with folks who don't lose the ones they care about. The commander trembled, not with fear, but with a desperate refusal to accept the truth unraveling around him. You cannot expect us to surrender to one old human. Daniel's expression softened. I don't. He gestured lightly toward the Marines. I expect you to surrender to them. The Virak looked at the soldiers behind Daniel. Their stillness, their readiness, their restraint. Not predators seeking carnage, but guardians shaped by centuries of hardship and discipline. Warriors of a species that learned early that peace was built by those willing to pick up burdens heavier than fear. Daniel leaned closer, his voice barely above a breath. And if you're wondering what I am in all this, well, I'm just the one who asked nicely. Carduin stared at him, horror dawning. Asked? Nicely? Yes, sir, Daniel said. This was the gentle approach. The commander's defiance cracked like thin ice under weight. Around him, Virak guards lowered their weapons. Technicians raised trembling hands. Even the holographic representatives flickered with reverent dread. The lieutenant pressed his calm, hostiles lowering arms. Sector secure. Daniel inhaled slowly, letting the tension settle. Good. Then let's make sure everyone walks out of here with all the parts they came in with. But as he turned away, a sudden alarm blared. Sharp, unexpected, urgent. A technician shrieked, Commander! Another Virak vessel just arrived. They're launching weapons on us. Daniel froze for half a heartbeat. The old soldier did not smile. Not even a little. Well, he murmured. Looks like the polite phase just ended.
The Galactic Council's official incident report, filed on Stardate 7749.2, would later describe what happened as a catastrophic bureaucratic oversight of unprecedented magnitude. What it should have said was that someone, somewhere, had monumentally screwed up in a way that would fundamentally alter the cardiovascular systems of 17 different species. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The cargo freighter Whisperwind had been hauling what its manifest cheerfully described as non-perishable nutritional supplements from Earth to the Outer Rim trade stations. The ship's captain, a six-armed Velthorian named Krixtal, had exactly 3 jobs. Don't hit asteroids, don't open the cargo, and definitely don't dump said cargo on random planets because you're running behind schedule and need to reduce mass for a faster jump. Krixtal did all 3. In his defense, and he would repeat this defense exactly 47 times during the subsequent inquiry, the cargo bay's environmental controls had started making a noise. Not a normal mechanical noise, but a noise that sounded, according to his testimony, like a small mammal was being rhythmically strangled inside the ventilation system. When he'd opened the bay to investigate, he'd discovered that several pallets of earth beverages had begun to expand. The cans were sweating. Some were vibrating. One had achieved what could only be described as a low-frequency hum. The Whisper Wind's computer, which had the processing power of a particularly ambitious calculator and the wisdom of absolutely nothing, had suggested jettisoning the volatile materials before they compromised hull integrity. Krixtal had agreed. 50,000 cans of various Earth energy drinks, ranging from the relatively tame to the ones with warning labels in 6 languages, fell through the atmosphere of Research Station Camarax like the universe's most caffeinated meteor shower. The planet, home to the Galactic Biological Survey's Xenobotany program, had a population of approximately 4,000 scientists, support staff, and what the facility director liked to call academic guests, but what everyone else correctly identified as low-security prisoners working off sentences through research participation. The cans landed in zones ranging from the detention greenhouse to the waste recycling yards. Most burst on impact. The liquid inside, bright and unnaturally colored, seeped into soil, mixed with water supplies, and generally made itself at home in an ecosystem that had exactly 0 evolutionary preparation for encountering anything like it. Dr. Halvix Rend, an Etherian exobiologist whose 3 PhDs made him spectacularly overqualified for monitoring potato growth on a backwater research station, was the first to file a complaint. He'd been collecting soil samples near Landing Zone 7 when he noticed the ground had turned an alarming shade of electric blue. His report, stamped and filed at 0847 station time, noted possible chemical contamination and requested immediate environmental assessment. His report was denied. The reason given was insufficient priority level. More. 3 hours later, Halvix Rend would drink from a contaminated water station and discover that insufficient priority level was, in retrospect, a spectacular understatement. The Netherian species had evolved on a planet with 1.3 times Earth gravity and an atmosphere so rich in oxygen that everything grew enormous and lethargic. Their cardiovascular systems were marvels of biological efficiency, slow, steady, nearly impossible to elevate beyond a resting rate. Netherians lived 300 years on average, never rushed, and viewed the concept of urgency as a bizarre philosophical curiosity practiced by younger, more foolish species. Halvix took 3 swallows of water. His primary heart, which had been beating at a comfortable 42 beats per minute for the past 90 years, suddenly decided that 420 beats per minute sounded more interesting. His secondary heart, which typically only activated during extreme physical exertion, joined in with enthusiasm. His tertiary heart, which medical science had long theorized was vestigial, apparently decided this was its moment to shine. He could see his pulse in his vision. He could hear his blood moving. Every cell in his body was suddenly violently awake in a way that violated several fundamental principles of Netherian biology. Halvix did what any rational scientist would do under the circumstances. He grabbed a tricorder, started taking readings of his own vital signs, and began documenting everything while his hands shook so badly the device nearly flew across the room. His notes from this period are still taught in xenobiology courses across the galaxy, primarily because they deteriorate from clinical observation to increasingly unhinged scribbling that eventually just reads, "What is happening to time? Can time go sideways? I think I just invented a new color." By hour 6, Halvix had reorganized his entire laboratory, completed 7 research papers he'd been procrastinating on for 5 years, and discovered he could calculate complex mathematical equations in his head faster than his computer could process them. He also realized he hadn't eaten, slept, or stopped moving since drinking the water, and frankly, these biological necessities seemed inefficient and boring. By hour 12, 63 other station residents had reported similar symptoms. The medical bay, staffed by a very confused Tilranian doctor named Vex, who had trained for everything from radiation poisoning to exotic parasites, but definitely not for patients whose hearts were attempting to break the sound barrier, was overwhelmed. The patients weren't dying. They weren't even really sick. They were just impossibly awake, moving at speeds their bodies shouldn't support and asking questions nobody had answers to. "Doctor," one patient, a Krevlian maintenance worker named Thos, shouted while simultaneously repairing 3 different machines at once. "Why do I feel like I can taste mathematics?" Vex had no idea. His medical database had no idea. The station's computers, when queried, essentially shrugged their digital shoulders and suggested filing a research grant. The facility director, Commander Yilith Prex, called an emergency meeting at hour 18. She was a Vormarian, a species known for their unflappable calm and administrative competence. She'd run research station Chimerax for 20 years without incident, managing budgets, personnel conflicts, and the occasional equipment malfunction with equal efficiency. She was not prepared for this. "Explain," she said, her voice carrying that particular tone of someone who already knows the explanation will be stupid, but feels obligated to ask anyway. "Why 40% of my station is experiencing simultaneous cardiac episodes, and why none of them are requesting medical leave?" Dr. Halvix, who'd invited himself to the meeting despite not being senior staff, vibrated in his chair. "Because we don't want medical leave, Commander. We want to work. Do you have any idea how efficient this is? I've been operational for 18 hours without rest. My research output has increased by 700%. I've discovered 3 new plant species, reorganized the entire botanical database, and I redesigned the station's waste management system. Look at these schematics." He threw a datapad onto the conference table. The schemas were, Yilith had to admit, remarkably well done. "That's very impressive, Dr. Rend," Yilith said carefully. "But you're exhibiting heart rates that should have killed you 4 times over. We need to identify the source of this contamination and neutralize it before..." "Before what?" Halvix's 3 eyes widened. "Before we become more productive? Before we break free from the evolutionary limitations that have kept us slow and complacent? Commander, I've felt more alive in the past 18 hours than in the previous 90 years. This was met with enthusiastic agreement from the other affected staff members who'd somehow infiltrated the meeting despite not being invited. Yilith rubbed her temples. "Someone find me the source. Now." Udin, that someone turned out to be Kylara Ven, a human environmental technician who'd been stationed on Chimerax for the past 2 years, and who had notably not exhibited any unusual symptoms. She traced the contamination back to Landing Zone 7, collected samples of the mysterious blue liquid, and returned to the lab with 3 intact cans she'd found lodged in a drainage pipe. "Commander," she said, walking into Yilith's office without knocking because emergencies made protocol negotiable, "I know what it is." She placed the cans on the desk. They were dented, faded, but the labels were still partially legible. One said maximum power, another proclaimed lightning surge. The third had a logo featuring what appeared to be an anatomically incorrect lightning bolt, hitting an equally anatomically incorrect heart. Yilera stared at them. "What are these?" "Energy drinks," Kylara said, "from Earth. We drink them when we need to stay awake or study or drive long distances, or just because they taste like battery acid and bad decisions. But somehow that's appealing at 3 in the morning. You drink these voluntarily? Oh yeah, I've got like 6 in my quarters right now. Want one? Yillith looked at the cans as if they might explode, which, given recent events, seemed statistically possible. You're telling me that humans consume beverages that cause this? She gestured vaguely at the door, beyond which someone was audibly vibrating. Kylara shrugged. I mean, they don't affect us like that. We just get a little jittery. Maybe stay up late. Sometimes your heart races a bit, but that's normal. Normal? Yeah. Is that weird? Commander Yillith Prex had made many difficult decisions in her 20 years of command. She'd allocated budgets during funding crises, mediated disputes between researchers from 14 different species, and once talked down a Krevlian botanist who'd become emotionally attached to a carnivorous plant. But this required expertise she didn't have. She filed a report with Galactic Medical Command. The response came back in 4 hours, which was approximately 3 hours and 58 minutes faster than any official galactic response had ever been recorded. The message was short. Quarantine everything, send samples, do not under any circumstances allow further consumption, medical fleet dispatching immediately. By the time the medical fleet arrived 3 days later, Research Station Chimerax had transformed into something that defied conventional description. The affected population had grown to nearly 2,000 individuals, representing 9 different species, all of whom had reached a state of what the medical teams would later classify as cardiac hyperadaptation. Dr. Halvix Rend had stopped sleeping entirely. His hearts, plural, had synchronized into a rhythm that made his species' top cardiologists question their entire understanding of Netherian physiology. He'd completed his life's work, a comprehensive catalogue of every plant species in the sector, in 63 hours. Then he'd started a second life's work, just because he had time. The Krevlians had developed an additional chamber in their primary hearts. The Tilranians had grown new hearts. The Vormarians, whose species hadn't significantly evolved in 40,000 years, were exhibiting what could only be described as aggressive cardiovascular innovation. And none of them wanted it to stop. The medical fleet was led by Chief Medical Examiner Drax Nevin, a Helvorian whose species had written 17% of the galaxy's medical textbooks, and who'd personally seen every biological anomaly catalogued in the past century. He'd treated radiation mutations, exotic virus infections, and once extracted a living crystal from someone's liver. He was not easily impressed. He was very impressed now, and not in a good way. Let me understand this correctly, Drax said, reviewing the data while standing in the station's main conference room, surrounded by 19 different specialists who all looked equally disturbed. A human beverage designed for human consumption has triggered spontaneous cardiovascular evolution in 9 species, none of whom are human, and none of your affected population wants treatment. Correct, Yillith confirmed. And the human technician drinks these regularly without incident. She had one at breakfast this morning. Drax turned to look at Kylara, who waved cheerfully from where she was leaning against the wall. Want to try some? I've got a variety pack. Absolutely not. Suit yourself. Drax pulled up the chemical analysis of the energy drinks. The list of ingredients read like someone had given a chemistry set to a very ambitious child and then walked away. Caffeine levels that would be considered industrial-grade stimulants on most worlds. Taurine, guarana, something called inositol that the database identified with a footnote that just said, "Why?" and approximately 47 other compounds, many of which had no clear purpose beyond making the liquid glow faintly in the dark. This is insane, Drax muttered. How do humans survive drinking this? We've been wondering that about humans in general for about 300 years now, one of his assistants said. Remember the dietary analysis? They eat plants that evolved to be poisonous. They consume liquids that burn organic tissue for fun, and their standard physical comedy involves injuring themselves. This is on brand. Drax couldn't argue with that. The real question was what to do about it. The affected population was healthy by every measurable standard. They were better than healthy. Their cardiovascular systems had adapted, evolved, improved in ways that should have taken millennia. They were more productive, more energetic, more alive than they'd been before. They were also completely dependent on continued consumption of Earth energy drinks to maintain their new baseline. This became apparent when the first affected individuals began experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Dr. Alvix Rend, who'd gone 48 hours without access to contaminated water, reported feeling slow. By his definition, slow meant his heart rate had dropped to merely triple its original resting rate, and he could only complete 6 hours of work in a single hour instead of his recent average of 8. The medical team's analysis was troubling. The cardiovascular changes were permanent. The affected individuals' bodies had fundamentally altered their baseline metabolic requirements. They hadn't just adapted to the energy drinks, they'd evolved to require them. So, what you're saying, Yllith said slowly, processing information she really didn't want to be true, is that 2,000 members of my staff are now biologically dependent on human beverages. That's exactly what I'm saying, Drax confirmed. Their bodies have reprogrammed themselves at the cellular level. Without continued access to these energy drinks or something chemically similar, they'll experience decreased cardiac function, metabolic slowdown, and what I can only describe as profound psychological distress at returning to their species' normal operational speed. Can we synthesize an alternative? We're trying, but the chemical complexity of these drinks is absurd. There are compounds in here that serve no obvious biological purpose. They're just there, presumably because humans thought they sounded scientific and energetic. Reverse engineering a substitute could take years. We don't have years. I have 2,000 people who are going to start experiencing withdrawal in a week. Drax was quiet for a moment. Then he said the thing they were all thinking, but nobody wanted to say. We need more energy drinks from Earth. You want me to establish a trade relationship with Earth for beverages that have accidentally triggered evolution? Yes. That's ridiculous. I'm aware. The Council will never approve it. They will when the alternative is 2,000 members of 9 different species going through simultaneous withdrawal and potentially crashing the station's entire operational capacity. Yllith hated that he was right. The transmission to Earth was composed carefully, reviewed by 14 different departments, and ultimately approved by Commander Yllith Prex, with the kind of resignation usually reserved for acknowledging that yes, the universe is chaos, and nothing makes sense. It read, "This is Research Station Chimerax to Earth Diplomatic Corps. We require immediate shipment of energy drinks, specifically brands including but not limited to Maximum Power, Lightning Surge, and any comparable products. This is a medical emergency of unprecedented nature. Please respond with shipping availability and pricing." The response from Earth came back in 6 hours. It said, "LOL, sure, how many do you need?" This level of casual disregard for what was being treated as a galactic medical crisis should have been insulting. Instead, it was somehow perfectly appropriate. Over the following weeks, Research Station Chimerax received shipments of energy drinks that would make any human college student weep with joy. Cases upon cases of beverages with names like Turbo Fury, Cardiac Catastrophe, and something called Death Wish that came with a warning label advising consumers to drink responsibly or don't, we're not your mom. The affected population stabilized. Their new cardiovascular systems found equilibrium. And slowly, very slowly, the medical community began to study what had happened with something approaching scientific rigor rather than pure panic. What they discovered was both fascinating and deeply, deeply concerning. The energy drinks hadn't just triggered adaptation, They triggered targeted adaptation. Each species had evolved in specific ways that addressed their particular cardiovascular limitations. The Nitherians had developed enhanced oxygen processing. The Krevlians had improved waste removal at the cellular level. The Tilranians had literally grown redundant systems. It was as if the energy drinks contained some sort of biological catalyst that identified weaknesses and fixed them, using the massive influx of stimulants as fuel for rapid physiological change. This shouldn't be possible, Dr. Halviksrend said, reviewing the data with a team of xenobiologists who'd traveled from 3 different sectors to study the phenomenon. Evolution doesn't work like this. You can't just drink something and evolve. That's not how biology functions. And yet, one of his colleagues pointed out, here we are. Here we are, Halviks agreed, taking a long drink from a can of Maximum Overdrive and feeling his heart sink into their new, impossibly fast rhythm. The question is why? Why do these drinks do this? What's in them that triggers this response? The answer, as it turned out, was both simple and completely absurd. Nothing. Chemically, the energy drinks were exactly what they appeared to be. Caffeine, stimulants, sugars, and a collection of compounds that ranged from probably safe to definitely shouldn't mix with alcohol, but people will anyway. There was no secret catalyst, no hidden mutagen, no exotic Earth compound that the galaxy had never encountered. The effect came from something else entirely. It came from dosage. Humans, it turned out, consumed these beverages in quantities that would be considered chemical warfare on most worlds. A single can contained enough stimulants to significantly elevate the heart rate of an average Nitherian for hours. Humans drank them like water. Some drank multiple cans per day, every day, for years, and their bodies handled it. This realization hit the galactic medical community like a meteor made of uncomfortable implications. Wait, Dr. Drax Nevin said slowly, reviewing the data for the 47th time because he kept hoping he was reading it wrong. Are you telling me that humans have naturally evolved the cardiovascular resilience that our species are now forcibly developing? That appears to be correct, his research assistant confirmed. They just drink these regularly, without medical supervision. Children drink them. Children? Starting at approximately age 13, according to Earth cultural surveys. Sometimes younger. Drax sat down, then stood up, then sat down again. How is humanity not extinct? This was a question that had been asked many times since Earth joined the galactic community, but never with quite this much genuine confusion. The research continued. Teams from 17 different medical institutions requested samples. Volunteers from 12 species offered to test the effects under controlled conditions. There were papers published, conferences held, and exactly one strongly worded letter from the Galactic Council demanding to know why nobody had classified Earth as a biological hazard zone. And through all of this, Kylara Venn sat in the station's cafeteria, drinking her morning energy drink, watching aliens carefully consume small, measured doses of what she considered a normal beverage, and wondering if she should mention that she'd once watched her roommate drink 4 cans in a row before an exam. She decided that information could wait. The real chaos began when news of the energy drink phenomenon leaked beyond medical circles and reached the general population, which happened approximately 47 minutes after someone posted about it on the Galactic Datanet with the headline, "Human drinks literally cause evolution." The article went viral across 600 systems. Within a week, there was a thriving black market for Earth energy drinks. Within 2 weeks, desperate traders were offering truly spectacular sums for cases of beverages that cost approximately 1 Earth credit per can. Within 3 weeks, the Earth Diplomatic Corps had to issue a statement clarifying that, no, energy drinks were not a restricted substance, and yes, humans were aware they were physiologically unusual, And please stop offering trade agreements for our grocery stores. But for every diplomatic statement and medical warning, there were curious aliens who wanted to experience what they'd heard about. Some wanted the productivity boost. Others wanted to feel what it was like to have a human-level metabolism. Some just wanted to understand how humanity functioned. The tourism started small. A few adventurous aliens visiting Earth, specifically seeking out convenience stores and gas stations to purchase energy drinks. Then it grew. Organized tours, experience human biology packages, specialty shops that catered specifically to aliens who wanted to safely consume Earth stimulants under medical supervision. Which wasn't entirely safe, as it turned out. The first recorded death came 6 months after the initial incident on research station Kimerax. A Vornelian trader named Chinvor had purchased what he believed was a standard energy drink from a human retailer. What he'd actually purchased was something called Apocalypse in a can, which came in a black container covered in warning labels that ranged from not recommended for persons with heart conditions to, seriously, are you sure about this? Chinvor, who'd read approximately none of these warnings because they were in English and he'd assumed all human beverages were roughly equivalent, drank the entire can in one go. His heart, which had been peacefully beating at standard Vornelian rate for 32 years, essentially looked at the incoming chemical cascade and said, absolutely not. He survived, but only because he happened to be standing next to a medical station when his cardiovascular system attempted to stage a violent protest against his life choices. The incident made galactic news. Earth's Surgeon General, a tired-looking woman named Dr. Patricia Nkomo, gave a press conference that would be studied in future xenobiology courses as a masterclass in trying to explain human biology to species that evolved on sensible worlds. Look, she said, staring directly into the camera with the expression of someone who'd given up on the universe making sense. Humans drink these because our biology is weird. We evolved on a planet where everything was actively trying to kill us, so our bodies got really good at handling things that should be toxic. That doesn't mean it's safe for you. Please stop treating Earth like it's a recreational drug planet. It's just a planet. We're just people. We happen to be people who can process caffeine like it's water and alcohol, like it's juice and capsaicin, like it's a fun mouth sensation instead of the chemical weapon it actually is. But that's our problem, not an invitation for you to join us. The press conference did exactly nothing to slow the tourism. If anything, it made it worse. Did you hear that? One Tilranian tourist was recorded saying to their friend outside an Earth coffee shop, "They treat caffeine like water. I have to try this." The friend, notably more cautious, replied, "You saw what happened to Chinvor. Chinvor was weak. I'm built different." This exact conversation, or variations of it, happened approximately 14,000 times across the galaxy in the following months. The galactic medical community tried to establish guidelines, safe consumption levels for various species, warning systems, educational programs about the dangers of human-compatible substances. But for every careful medical professional trying to prevent deaths, there were 10 curious aliens who decided that experiencing a human-level caffeine rush was worth the risk. A culture developed around it, energy drink experiencers they called themselves. They shared stories about which brands were safe for which species. They rated the experiences on scales that ranged from pleasant alertness to "I perceive the fundamental structure of space-time." They formed communities, support networks, and eventually, much to Earth's confusion, pilgrimage routes to the places where the most potent energy drinks could be purchased. The humans, for their part, found the entire situation baffling. They're treating gas station beverages like they're religious experiences, Kailara said during her monthly call home to her sister. "There's a Krevlian who visits the convenience store near my apartment every week and takes pictures with the energy drink cooler, like it's a landmark. He tried to tip the cashier 100 credits for preserving Earth's heritage. Her sister laughed. Are you saying we accidentally became the galaxy's drug dealers? We're not drug dealers. Kylara, you literally ship pallets of Monster Energy to a space station every month because they went through enforced withdrawal and it almost caused a diplomatic incident. We're absolutely drug dealers. That's different. Is it though? Kylara had to admit it wasn't. Back on research station Chimerax, life had settled into a new normal. The affected population had stabilized at their new baseline. They worked faster, thought faster, lived faster in ways that made their pre-evolution selves seem sluggish by comparison, and they needed regular access to energy drinks to maintain it. Dr. Halvik's Rend had become something of a celebrity in xenobiological circles. His research on cardiovascular adaptation had been published in every major journal. He'd been invited to speak at 17 different conferences. His work was being used as the foundation for entirely new fields of study, exploring rapid evolutionary response to environmental factors. And he owed it all to accidentally drinking contaminated water. Do you regret it? Someone asked him during one of those conferences. If you could go back knowing what you know now, would you avoid drinking from that water station? Halvix considered the question carefully. His 3 hearts beating in perfect synchronization at a rate that would have terrified his ancestors, provided their own answer. No, he said finally. I've accomplished more in the past year than in the previous 90. I've felt more. I've experienced more. Yes, I'm dependent on human beverages to maintain this state. Yes, that's unusual and arguably concerning from a medical standpoint, but I'm alive in a way I wasn't before. So no, I don't regret it. This sentiment was shared by most of the affected population. They'd been given a choice, after all. The medical teams had developed treatments that could potentially reverse the cardiovascular changes, return them to their original baseline. It would take time, careful management of withdrawal symptoms, and a lengthy recovery period. But it was possible. Exactly 3 individuals out of 2,000 chose treatment. The rest decided they preferred their new existence. The Galactic Council, faced with a situation that violated approximately 47 different regulations, but which nobody actually wanted to stop, did what all large bureaucratic organizations do when confronted with the impossible. They formed a committee. The Committee for Human Biological Compatibility Assessment, or CHBCA, pronounced Chubka by everyone who had to say it more than once, was tasked with studying the energy drink phenomenon and developing guidelines for safe interaction with human substances. Their mandate was comprehensive, their funding substantial, and their actual effectiveness deeply questionable. Their first major report, published 18 months after the initial incident, concluded with a statement that summarized the entire situation perfectly. Humans are weird, their biology is weird, and we recommend that non-humans exercise extreme caution when interacting with substances humans have deemed safe for casual consumption. And however, we acknowledge that telling people not to do something often makes them want to do it more. So we've included a list of which human beverages are most likely to cause spontaneous evolution, ranked by severity. The list became the galaxy's most downloaded document within a week. Earth's response to all of this was characteristically human, which is to say, they monetized it. The energy drink companies, upon learning that their products were causing literal evolution in alien species, immediately saw the marketing potential. Advertisements started appearing across the galaxy with slogans like "Lightning Surge so powerful it literally evolved people," and "Cardiac catastrophe, not responsible for spontaneous cardiovascular innovation." The Galactic Council tried to regulate this. They failed. Earth's legal team pointed out that the drinks were being consumed voluntarily by informed adults, that warning labels were clearly displayed, even if they were in English and somewhat sarcastic, and that Earth could not be held responsible for alien species choosing to consume products designed for human biology. This legal defense was both entirely correct and somehow deeply unsatisfying to everyone involved. The tourism continued to grow. Earth's economy received an unexpected boost from alien visitors, specifically seeking human convenience stores. Entire districts in major cities began catering to xenobiological tourists, with specialized shops offering safe consumption experiences and medical staff on standby for when tourists inevitably ignored all safety guidelines. "Welcome to Earth" became a phrase tinged with warning. "Try not to die" was the unofficial addendum. Through all of this, the actual science continued. Researchers studied the cardiovascular changes. They tried to understand why humans had evolved such extreme resilience to stimulants. They mapped the genetic markers that allowed humans to casually consume substances that would hospitalize most species. The theories ranged from plausible to absurd. Some suggested it was related to Earth's evolutionary pressures, where anything that wasn't actively trying to kill you was considered safe to eat. Others proposed that humans had simply evolved aggressive livers and kidneys that could process anything. One particularly creative researcher suggested that humans were actually the descendants of an ancient species of universal scavengers who'd evolved to eat literally everything they encountered and had just gotten really good at it over millions of years. That last theory was dismissed as ridiculous, but nobody could definitively prove it wrong, which was somehow concerning. The truth, as far as anyone could determine, was simpler and more complicated. Humans were persistence hunters. They'd evolved to chase prey across ridiculous distances for ridiculous lengths of time. Their cardiovascular systems were built for endurance, for pushing through exhaustion, for continuing when their bodies screamed at them to stop. Energy drinks just amplified that, gave them an extra boost to a system that was already designed to ignore reasonable biological limitations. "So what you're saying," one researcher summarized during a symposium, "is that humans are naturally caffeinated?" "In a sense, yes. That's horrifying. Welcome to xenobiology. Everything about humans is horrifying when you think about it too hard." Years passed. The energy drink phenomenon became normalized. Convenience stores across Earth now routinely served alien customers, with staff trained in basic first aid for when tourists overestimated their tolerance. The Galactic Medical Database had extensive entries on human substance exposure response across 43 different species. Research station Chimerax had become a center for cardiovascular evolutionary studies, with scientists from across the galaxy visiting to study the original affected population. Dr. Halvix Rend, now considered one of the galaxy's leading experts on rapid adaptive evolution, stood in his laboratory reviewing data from the latest study. His heart beat at their elevated pace. His metabolism hummed with energy that would have seemed impossible a few years ago, and he held a can of maximum overdrive that was somehow perfectly room temperature despite being sitting on his desk for 2 hours. A young researcher recently arrived from a university 3 sectors away knocked hesitantly on his door. "Dr. Rend, I have a question about the longitudinal study data." "Come in," Halvik said, not looking up from his screens. "What's your question?" "Well, sir, I've been reviewing the 5-year follow-up data, and I noticed something unusual. The affected population isn't just maintaining their new cardiovascular baseline, they're continuing to improve, gradually but measurably, as if their bodies are still adapting." Halvix looked up. "Show me." The researcher pulled up the data, charts and graphs showing heart efficiency, metabolic rates, oxygen processing across the affected population. And there it was, clear as starlight, a gradual ongoing improvement in cardiovascular function that should have plateaued years ago, but hadn't. "This is impossible," Halvix muttered, but even as he said it, he knew it wasn't. Nothing about this situation had followed standard biological rules from the beginning. Why should it start now? "What does it mean?" the researcher asked. Halvix was quiet for a long moment. Then he said something that would later be quoted in 17 different medical journals. It means we didn't just evolve to handle energy drinks. We evolved because of energy drinks, and we're still evolving. The drinks aren't just changing us, they're continuing to change us. Every can we drink isn't just maintaining a new baseline, it's pushing us further. Should we stop? It was the obvious question, the sensible question. The question that any reasonable scientist should answer with an immediate yes. Halvix looked at his data, at the productivity charts, at the research output, at the lives that had been fundamentally transformed by an accident involving cargo containers and earth beverages, at his own life, which had gone from comfortable stagnation to vibrant, chaotic, alive. No, he said finally, we should study it, document it, understand it. But stop? Why would we stop? We're witnessing real-time evolution triggered by a substance humans drink for fun. This is the most significant biological discovery in centuries. We'd be fools to stop now. The researcher nodded slowly. My advisor said you'd say that. She also said to remind you that we don't actually know where this evolution is heading, that it could plateau tomorrow or continue for centuries, that we're essentially conducting an uncontrolled experiment on ourselves. Your advisor is correct, Halvix agreed. We're absolutely conducting an uncontrolled experiment on ourselves. Do you know what the difference is between an uncontrolled experiment and discovery? What? Documentation. Halvix grinned, an expression that showed all 3 rows of his teeth and looked slightly manic. As long as we document everything, it's science. Now let's design a proper longitudinal study to track these ongoing changes. I want data from every affected individual, cross-referenced with consumption patterns, species variables, and environmental factors. We're going to understand this if it kills us. That's what I'm afraid of, sir. Then you're in the right field. Fear is just data you haven't processed yet. The study was designed, approved, and implemented within 6 months. It was comprehensive, invasive, and absolutely necessary. Every individual who'd been affected by the initial contamination agreed to participate. Some enthusiastically, others with the resigned acceptance of people who'd already accepted that their biology was now a matter of galactic scientific interest. The results, when they started coming in, were fascinating in the way that makes scientists excited and bureaucrats nervous. The Nitherians weren't just maintaining their improved cardiovascular systems, they were developing new efficiencies. Their oxygen processing had improved by another 12%. Their cellular waste removal systems had essentially redesigned themselves. One individual had grown what could only be described as a proto-fourth heart, which medical science insisted was impossible, but which was definitely measurably there. The Krevlians had developed redundant circulatory pathways, as if their bodies had looked at their existing cardiovascular system and said, this is good, but what if we had a backup? Some had grown additional blood vessels in patterns that seemed random until researchers realized they were actually optimizing for efficiency in ways that violated several principles of biology, but which worked. The Tilranians had gone completely off script. Their bodies had apparently decided that if some hearts were good, more hearts were better. Several individuals were developing what the medical team diplomatically called auxiliary cardiac structures, and what everyone else called, they're growing more hearts, and we don't know how to make them stop. This is unprecedented, Dr. Drax Nevin said, reviewing the data with something approaching existential horror. Evolution doesn't work like this. You can't just keep changing indefinitely. There have to be limits, biological constraints, something that says, okay, that's enough evolution for now. Apparently not, his assistant replied, pulling up another chart that showed the progression of cardiovascular changes over time. The line didn't plateau, it just kept going up. At least not when you're dealing with substances that humans consider recreational. Drax rubbed his face with all 4 of his hands, a gesture that conveyed maximum frustration. How are humans not terrified of their own biology? I asked one of the human researchers that, the assistant said. She said, and I quote, "Why would we be scared of ourselves? That's just how we are. Besides, being scared is exhausting and we've got stuff to do." That's not a philosophy. That's barely even a sentence. And yet, it appears to be how humanity functions. The ongoing evolution created new problems, primarily logistical. The affected population's energy drink consumption had to be carefully monitored and adjusted. What had started as standard doses now needed to be customized for each individual as their bodies continued to change. Some needed more to maintain their new baseline. Others needed different formulations as their bodies developed preferences for specific compounds. The supply chain became complicated. Earth's energy drink manufacturers found themselves in the unusual position of having to develop alien-specific formulations, which required understanding biology they'd never encountered and solving problems like, how do we make a beverage for someone with 3 hearts that beat at different rates? The answer, as it turned out, was trial and error with extensive medical supervision. Welcome to the Cardiac Catastrophe Product Development Lab. The lead human chemist, a woman named Dr. Reina Okoro, said to a visiting medical team, "We're currently working on a formulation for Tilranians with auxiliary cardiac structures. The challenge is balancing stimulation across multiple hearts that have different response curves. Too much and one heart overdoes it. Too little and the others underperform. It's like conducting an orchestra where every instrument wants to play at a different tempo." "How do you even begin to solve that?" one of the visiting doctors asked. Reina shrugged. "Same way humans solve everything. We try stuff until something works, then we document what we did and hope we can replicate it. Also coffee. Lots of coffee. Isn't coffee also a stimulant?" "Yeah, but it's a different stimulant. We're very particular about our stimulants. It's practically our cultural heritage at this point." The lab was chaos. Controlled chaos, carefully documented chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Benches covered in chemical analysis equipment. Refrigerators full of experimental formulations. Volunteers from various species hooked up to monitoring equipment. Carefully testing new products under medical supervision. It looked like a mad scientist's laboratory, which wasn't entirely inaccurate. "How many variations do you test?" the doctor asked. "Hundreds, sometimes thousands. For every successful formulation we create, we've got about 50 that either don't work or work too well. We've got a whole storage facility full of rejected prototypes. We call it the Vault of Bad Ideas. What do you do with them? Absolutely nothing. They stay locked up. Some of those formulations would probably trigger evolution in species we haven't even encountered yet. We're irresponsible, but we're not that irresponsible." The research station had become a hub for this work. Companies sent representatives. Scientists came to study. Diplomats visited to ensure that Earth wasn't accidentally creating biological weapons. The station's population had tripled, most of it researchers and support staff trying to understand and manage the ongoing situation. And through it all, the original affected population continued their lives, working jobs that now seemed absurdly easy given their enhanced capabilities, consuming their customized energy drink formulations, and serving as living laboratories for understanding rapid evolutionary change. Thos, the Krevlian maintenance worker who'd first complained about tasting mathematics, had become the station's chief engineer. His enhanced processing speed and the ability to perceive complex systems in ways his pre-evolution brain couldn't had made him spectacularly good at his job. He could look at a malfunctioning system and understand what was wrong in ways that seemed almost intuitive. "It's like seeing the music of machines," he tried to explain once to a journalist doing a story on the phenomenon. "Before, I could fix things by following logical troubleshooting steps. Now, I can feel where the problem is. My brain processes information differently, faster, more dimensionally, if that makes sense." "It doesn't," the journalist admitted. "Yeah, I figured. Hard to explain blue to someone who's only ever seen red. The metaphor wasn't quite right, but it was close enough. The broader galactic community remained divided on the energy drink situation. Some species saw it as a cautionary tale about the dangers of human substances. Others saw it as an opportunity. Several governments had quietly approached Earth about purchasing large quantities of energy drinks for research purposes, which everyone knew meant they wanted to try triggering controlled evolution in their own populations. Earth's response was consistent. We'll sell you the drinks, but we're not responsible for what you do with them. You've been warned. Our biology is weird. Don't blame us when yours becomes weird too. This was not particularly reassuring, but it was legally sound. 3 years after the initial incident, the Galactic Council finally updated their official classification of Earth. It went from Inhabited World Category 4 to Inhabited World Category 4, Biological Hazard Designation pending further study. Approach with caution. Seriously, we mean it. Their beverages cause evolution. The classification was unusually specific. Earth celebrated by releasing a new energy drink flavor called Galactic Incident. The marketing campaign featured the tagline, "So good it literally rewrites DNA." The Galactic Council sent a strongly worded letter asking them to please stop treating biological evolution as a marketing opportunity. Earth's response was to release a limited edition version called Council Approved that came with a label saying, "Definitely not approved by any council." The letter that followed was even more strongly worded. Back on Research Station Chimerax, Dr. Ulvix Rend was preparing for what would be his most important lecture yet. The Galactic Medical Summit, held every 5 years, had invited him as the keynote speaker. The topic, Adaptive Cardiovascular Evolution in Response to Human Nutritional Substances, a 5-year longitudinal study. The title was dry. The subject matter was anything but. Ulvix stood in his quarters, reviewing his presentation for the 40th time, drinking his morning dose of a custom formulation that Rayner's lab had developed specifically for him. It tasted like electricity and optimism, if those were flavors. His 3 hearts beat in their synchronized rhythm. His metabolism hummed with energy, and he felt ready. "You're going to do great," Kylara said, leaning in his doorway. She'd become something of an unofficial human consultant for the station, helping translate human concepts for alien researchers and occasionally preventing tourists from accidentally killing themselves. "What if they don't take it seriously?" Ulvix asked. "What if they see this as an aberration rather than a legitimate field of study?" "Then they're idiots," Kylara said bluntly. "You've got 5 years of solid data showing ongoing evolutionary changes in multiple species. You've documented everything. You've established protocols. You've literally created a new field of xenobiology. If they don't take that seriously, that's their problem, not yours." That's very reassuring in a slightly aggressive way. "I'm human. We're good at aggressive reassurance." The summit was held on Veltoria Prime, a planet known for hosting major scientific conferences and having excellent food. Thousands of researchers from across the galaxy attended. The venue was enormous, the equipment state-of-the-art, and the audience intimidating. Ulvix walked onto the stage, 3 hearts pounding with what might have been nervousness or might just have been his new normal baseline. He looked out at the crowd of scientists, doctors, researchers, and bureaucrats, all waiting to hear about the study that had consumed the last 5 years of his life. He began. 5 years ago, I accidentally drank contaminated water and triggered cardiovascular evolution in myself and nearly 2,000 others. Today, I'm going to explain why that was the best accident in xenobiological research history." The crowd was silent. Then someone laughed, then someone else, then the entire auditorium was chuckling, and Ulvix knew he had them. He presented his data: 5 years of cardiovascular monitoring, metabolic studies, genetic analysis, comparative evolution across 9 species, the development of species-specific formulations, the ongoing changes that showed no signs of stopping, the complete, comprehensive documentation of what happened when non-human species consumed substances that humans considered normal. The question everyone asks, Halvik said, reaching the conclusion of his presentation, is whether we should have done this, whether we should continue doing this, whether it's safe, responsible, or ethical to voluntarily trigger ongoing evolution in ourselves using human beverages. He paused, letting the question hang in the air. My answer is this: we're already doing it. The affected population has made their choice. They don't want to return to their pre-evolution state. They've experienced something that most species never do: rapid, beneficial adaptation in their own lifetimes. Yes, there are risks. Yes, there are unknowns. Yes, we're essentially conducting an ongoing experiment on ourselves, but that's science, that's discovery. That's what we signed up for when we chose to study the universe instead of just existing in it. He pulled up his final slide. It showed a simple graph: productivity, health markers, and life satisfaction scores for the affected population tracked over 5 years. All 3 lines went up. We're not just surviving this evolution, we're thriving in it. And I, for one, am excited to see where we are in another 5 years. The applause was thunderous. The questions that followed ranged from technical to philosophical. How did the formulations differ between species? What were the long-term projections? Had anyone actually died from this? Answer: no, though there had been some close calls. Were there plans to expand the study? What did Earth think about all this? That last question made Halvik smile. Earth's position, as far as I can determine, is something along the lines of, "We told you our biology was weird, you didn't listen, that's on you." Which is fair, honestly. More laughter. One researcher in the back raised their hand. Dr. Rend, aren't you concerned that you're normalizing dependency on human substances? That you're essentially advocating for voluntary biological addiction? The room went quiet. It was the question everyone had been thinking, but nobody had wanted to ask directly. Halvik considered it carefully. Yes and no. Yes, we're dependent on continued access to energy drinks to maintain our current baseline. But is that different from any other species being dependent on their native atmosphere, on their required nutrients, on the environmental conditions they evolved in? We've adapted to a new substance. We require it now. That's not addiction, that's adaptation. Addiction implies harm. Where's the harm? We're healthier, more productive, and happier than we were before. If that's addiction, then every species in the galaxy is addicted to oxygen. That's not the same thing, isn't it? The only difference is that we chose this adaptation instead of being born into it. And frankly, having a choice in your own evolution seems better, not worse. The debate continued for another hour, with scientists arguing passionately on both sides. It was exactly the kind of productive scientific discourse that conferences existed for, and Halvik loved every minute of it. After the session, he was surrounded by researchers wanting to discuss the study, collaborate on follow-up work, or just express their fascination with the entire situation. He exchanged contact information with dozens of scientists, agreed to 4 different collaborative research projects, and somehow ended up promising to write a book about the experience. That went well, Kailara said, finding him in the conference center's bar several hours later. She was drinking something that glowed faintly. He was drinking his customized energy drink formulation, because of course he was. I think I changed some minds, Halvik said. Not all of them, but some. That's all anyone can ask for. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching other conference attendees debate passionately about various topics. The universe continued turning, indifferent to their small corner of biological weirdness. Do you ever wonder, Kailara asked suddenly, what would have happened if that cargo ship hadn't dumped those drinks on your station? If you'd never experienced this? Halvix thought about it, about his old life, slow and steady and comfortable, about his current life, fast and chaotic and alive, about the research he'd done, the discoveries he'd made, the way everything had changed because of a stupid accident involving beverage containers. I'd probably still be monitoring potato growth and wondering if there was more to life than cataloging plant species, he said finally. So no, I don't wonder what would have happened. I'm too busy experiencing what did happen. Very philosophical. I contain multitudes, also caffeine, lots of caffeine. They laughed, and somewhere in the galaxy, another alien took their first sip of an Earth energy drink and felt their heart rate begin to climb. The years continued to pass. The research continued. The evolution continued. Dr. Halvix Rend published his book, Accidental Evolution, a xenobiologist's guide to human beverages, which became a bestseller across 40 systems and was immediately banned on 3 planets whose governments decided they didn't want their populations getting ideas. The affected populations stabilized at around 5,000 individuals across 12 species, with new cases appearing occasionally when someone decided that warnings were suggestions rather than actual safety guidelines. The energy drink tourism industry matured, developing proper protocols and safety measures that were ignored approximately 60% of the time. Earth continued being Earth, which meant they kept producing energy drinks with increasingly absurd names and marketing campaigns that treated biological evolution as a feature rather than a bug. The Galactic Council continued sending complaints. Earth continued ignoring them. Research Station Kimerax became officially recognized as the Center for Human Substance Adaptation Studies, with a staff of 300 researchers and a mission statement that read, "Understanding what happens when non-humans consume things humans think are normal." It was less formal than most research institution mission statements, but it was accurate. Dr. Reina Okoro's lab developed 17 different species-specific energy drink formulations, filed for 43 patents, and somehow became one of Earth's most successful biotech companies without anyone quite understanding how that happened. Her products were sold across the galaxy, always with warning labels, always with medical disclaimers, and always with the unofficial tagline, "Not our fault if you grow extra hearts." The Galactic Medical Database added an entire new section titled Human Biological Compatibility Issues, which was 17,000 pages long and growing. Medical students across the galaxy studied human physiology specifically so they could understand what not to do if they wanted to maintain their original cardiovascular system. And the affected individuals, they continued living their enhanced lives, working their jobs, consuming their customized formulations, and serving as proof that sometimes the universe's biggest discoveries came from the stupidest accidents. 10 years after the initial incident, Dr. Halvix Rend stood in his laboratory on Research Station Kimerax, reviewing data from the latest longitudinal study. His 3 hearts beat strong and steady. His body hummed with energy that defied biological expectations, and he held a can of his custom formulation that had been specifically designed for his continuously evolving cardiovascular system. A notification appeared on his screen. New data from the medical scans. He opened it, expecting routine results. What he saw made him set down his drink carefully. The scans showed structural changes in his cardiovascular system that shouldn't be possible. Not just improvements, innovations. His hearts had developed new chambers. His blood vessels had reorganized into patterns that maximized efficiency in ways that violated basic biological principles, but which worked. His body was still evolving, still changing, still improving. He pulled up the comparative data. The same changes were appearing across the entire affected population. Gradual, continuous, ongoing evolution that showed no signs of stopping. "Well," Halvix said to his empty laboratory, his 3 hearts beating in complex harmonies that his species had never evolved to produce, This is going to make an excellent paper. He pulled up a blank document, took a long drink of his energy beverage, and began typing. Outside his window, cargo ships came and went, carrying supplies and equipment and, yes, cases upon cases of Earth energy drinks to populations that had learned to live with the consequences of accidentally drinking human beverages. The universe continued spinning, indifferent and vast, but in one small corner of it, on a research station orbiting a minor planet, evolution wasn't waiting millions of years anymore. It was happening in real time, driven by substances humans drank for fun, and documented by scientists who'd decided that understanding the impossible was more interesting than being comfortable. Somewhere on Earth, in a convenience store at 3 in the morning, a tired college student grabbed an energy drink from the cooler, cracked it open, and drank without a second thought. Their heart rate elevated slightly, they felt more awake, and they went back to studying for their exam, completely unaware that this same beverage had triggered cardiovascular evolution across 12 species in 9 different star systems. Because that was humanity. They'd accidentally become the galaxy's most significant source of rapid evolutionary catalysts, and their response was essentially, "Huh, neat. Anyway, these drinks are buy 2, get 1 free this week." The rest of the galaxy would spend decades studying the implications. Earth would spend those same decades trying to figure out if causes literal evolution was an effective marketing slogan, or if that was maybe taking things too far, even by human standards. Dr. Halvik's Rend closed his research document after 8 hours of continuous writing, his 3 hearts still beating strong, his mind still sharp despite the hour. He'd written 17,000 words, proposed 6 new research directions, and outlined studies that would take another decade to complete. And he felt good, not comfortable, not safe, not like he'd made a sensible choice that had worked out predictably, but good, alive, engaged with existence in ways that his pre-evolution self couldn't have imagined. He looked at his empty energy drink can, this artifact of human biology that had changed everything. The label was faded, the can dented, but the logo was still visible, a lightning bolt striking a heart, rendered in colors that didn't occur in nature. "Thank you," he said to the can, which was ridiculous because it was just a container, but it felt appropriate anyway. For the accident, for the chaos, for making life interesting. The can, being a can, said nothing. But across the galaxy, thousands of hearts that shouldn't exist beat in rhythms that defied biological possibility, and that felt like answer enough.
The alarm systems across Zenith Prime Station screamed warnings that made no sense. Ambassador Thakren watched the main display with growing confusion as his 4 eyes tried to process what the sensors were telling him. Something massive was coming out of empty space, tearing through reality itself like paper being ripped apart. The object that emerged made the ambassador's blood run cold. It was a warship, larger than anything he had seen in his 300 years of service to the Galactic Council. Its hull was dark and scarred, covered in burns and impacts from weapons that shouldn't exist anymore. The metal looked ancient, corroded by time itself, yet the ship's engines still glowed with power. Strange symbols marked its side, letters from a writing system that predated modern galactic civilization by thousands of years. Thakren pressed his communicator with a trembling claw. "Get me the historical archives immediately. I need identification on this vessel." Around him, the council chamber erupted into chaos. Representatives from 847 different species began shouting questions and demands. Some called for military response. Others wanted to flee. The mantis-like ambassador raised his arms for silence, but nobody was listening anymore. The ancient warship hung in space like a ghost from a forgotten era. Its weapon systems were powered down, but every military analyst in the station could see the truth. Those guns were old, yes, but they were built with technology that modern science barely understood. If that ship decided to fight, Zenith Prime wouldn't survive the encounter. Then the transmission came through. The audio was broken and filled with static, but the words were clear enough to make Thakren's heart skip several beats. The language was old, so old that the computer needed 17 seconds to find a translation matrix. When it did, the message played across every speaker in the station. This is the United Earth spaceship Indomitable, Terran Expeditionary Fleet. We are returning home after mission completion. Please provide current navigational coordinates for Earth, Sol System, Orion Arm. Requesting immediate assistance. Our crew is in critical condition. The silence that followed was absolute. Earth. Sol 3. The dead world. The planet that had destroyed itself in nuclear fire 20,000 years ago, leaving nothing but radioactive dust and broken cities. Every school child in the galaxy learned about Earth as a warning. A cautionary tale about what happened when a species discovered weapons before wisdom. But here was a ship, claiming to be from Earth, asking for directions home. Thakren made a decision. Open a channel, and someone wake up our linguist experts, all of them. It took 6 hours to establish proper communication. The ship's AI was sophisticated but ancient, operating on principles that modern computers had abandoned millennia ago. When the channel finally stabilized, 3 faces appeared on the screen, and Thakren found himself staring at creatures he had only seen in archaeological reconstructions. Humans. Actual living humans. The woman in the center wore a uniform that was falling apart at the seams. Her hair was gray and white, pulled back from a face lined with exhaustion. Her eyes were the color of Earth's ancient oceans, blue and deep and currently filled with confusion. This is Captain Sarah Chen of the Indomitable. Who am I speaking with? Thakren stood straighter, trying to project calm authority while his mind raced with impossible questions. I am Ambassador Thakren of the Velkari people, currently serving as primary administrator of Zenith Prime, capital station of the Galactic Council. Captain Chen, I must ask you a very important question. What year did you leave Earth? The woman glanced at someone off-screen, then back at the camera. We departed Earth in the year 22,314 by the common calendar. Our mission was a 500-year expedition to establish first contact with civilizations in the Outer Rim. We've been gone for 532 years, but we ran into some problems with a dark space anomaly. Why are you asking? 500 years. They thought they had been gone for 500 years. Thakren felt a wave of pity wash over him. How could he tell them? How could anyone deliver this kind of news? Captain Chen, I'm afraid I have some very difficult information to share with you. The current year by the old Earth calendar is 42,831. You haven't been gone for 500 years. You've been gone for 20,517 years. The woman's face went white. Behind her, someone cursed loudly. A third voice, male and shaking, said something that the translator couldn't process properly. Chen gripped the edges of her command chair so hard her knuckles turned white. That's impossible. Our clocks, our systems, everything says we've only been gone for 5 centuries. How can 20,000 years have passed? Dark space anomalies can cause severe temporal distortion, Thakren explained gently. You experience time at one rate while the universe continued at another. Captain, there's something else you need to know. According to our historical records, Earth was destroyed approximately 18,000 years ago. The planet is listed as uninhabitable, a dead world consumed by nuclear war. The silence stretched on for 10 full seconds. Then Captain Chen's expression changed. The shock disappeared, replaced by something harder, something that made Thakren remember that this woman commanded a warship that could probably level his entire station. Ambassador, Chen said softly, your records are wrong. I'm looking at our long-range sensors right now, and I can see the Sol system from here. Earth's biosignature is strong. The planet is alive. Someone has been living on my home world, and I want to know who. The signal cut off before Thakren could respond. In the silence that followed, every being in the council chamber understood what had just happened. They had told these ancient humans that their world was dead. They had lied, whether intentionally or not. And now a 20,000-year-old warship was heading for Earth, with a crew that had just learned their entire civilization should be extinct. Thakren looked at the readings coming from the Indomitable's power systems and made another decision. Prepare my personal ship. I'm going with them. And someone tell me everything we really know about what happened to Earth, because something tells me the official story is about to fall apart. The journey to Earth should have taken 3 weeks with modern drives. The Indomitable needed 6 because its engines were running on technology that predated most of the species in the Galactic Council. Captain Sarah Chen stood on the bridge watching the stars slide past and tried not to think about everything she had lost. 20,000 years. Her parents were dust. Her friends were dust. The world she had left behind, the cities and cultures and entire civilizations she had known, all of it was gone. She had left Earth as a young captain in humanity's first great adventure into deep space. She was coming back as a ghost. Behind her, Ambassador Thakren worked at a temporary console the crew had set up for him. The mantis-like alien had insisted on joining them, claiming he wanted to ensure a peaceful first contact. Sarah suspected the truth was simpler. He wanted to see what had really happened to Earth, and he didn't trust the official story any more than she did. "Captain, you should see this." That was Marcus Webb, her chief engineer. He looked terrible, with dark circles under his eyes and hands that shook when he thought nobody was watching. Marcus had a daughter back on Earth, or at least he used to. Now that daughter had been dead for 20,000 years, and Marcus was barely holding himself together. Sarah walked over to his station. "What do you have?" "I've been going through our long-range database, cross-referencing it with the information Ambassador Thakren provided. 3 of the colonies we were supposed to visit are gone. Not destroyed exactly, but empty. The infrastructure is still there, but there's no life, no power signatures, nothing. Just ruins." The screen showed images of dead cities on airless worlds. Buildings that had once housed thousands of humans now stood silent under alien stars. Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. What happened to them? Thakren approached, his multiple legs making soft clicking sounds on the metal floor. The official records say these colonies were abandoned during the resource wars of the 35th millennium. But Captain, I've been reviewing the historical archives more carefully. The timeline doesn't match. These colonies went silent thousands of years before the supposed wars began. Sarah met his compound eyes. "You think someone is lying about our history?" "I think someone has been lying about humanity's history for a very long time." Dr. Amara Okonkwo emerged from the medical bay where she had been reviewing biological samples. The xenobiologist looked exhausted but determined. "I found something in the ship's memory banks." The Indomitable wasn't alone. Earth launched 12 expedition ships, all identical to ours, all heading in different directions. According to the departure manifest, we should have all returned within the same century. Sarah felt her stomach drop. "Let me guess. None of the others came back." "According to the galactic records, no. We're the only one that survived. But here's the strange part. There are reports throughout the past 20,000 years of ghost ships appearing in various sectors. Ancient vessels matching the Indomitable's design, seen briefly before vanishing again. What if the other ships hit the same temporal anomaly we did? What if they're still out there, lost in dark space, trying to find their way home?" The bridge fell silent. Somewhere in the darkness between stars, 11 more ships might be wandering, their crews believing they had only been gone a few centuries, unaware that humanity had apparently died and the galaxy had moved on without them. Marcus broke the silence. "Why didn't anyone look for us? 12 ships disappear and nobody launches rescue missions? Because by the time you were officially declared lost," Thakren said quietly, "Earth had already fallen to the Archons." Sarah spun to face him. "What did you say?" The ambassador's antenna drooped in what Sarah was learning to recognize as regret. "I wasn't supposed to tell you this." "The council leadership wanted to control the information flow. But you deserve the truth. Earth wasn't destroyed by nuclear war. 21,000 years ago, a species called the Archons invaded your system. They were an ancient race, powerful beyond measure, with technology that could enslave entire worlds through psychic connection. They took Earth, Captain. They conquered your people and ruled them for 3,000 years. The rage that filled Sarah was hot enough to burn stars, and the Council did nothing. The Council didn't exist yet, not in its current form. By the time we had the power to challenge the Archons, they had vanished. They abandoned Earth and disappeared into the space between galaxies. We assumed they had taken humanity with them, or exterminated them entirely. The nuclear war story was created later, to explain why Earth was empty when survey ships finally reached the system. Marcus slammed his fist on the console. "So for 18,000 years, while you all built your perfect galactic civilization, nobody bothered to check if any humans actually survived." "That's not entirely fair," Thakren began, but Sarah cut him off. "Isn't it? You erased us. You decided we were extinct and didn't bother to verify. Well, guess what, Ambassador? We're not extinct. Someone is living on Earth, and I'm going to find out who." The tension on the bridge was thick enough to cut. Then an alarm sounded and all personal conflicts were forgotten in an instant. "Captain, we're entering the Sol system," reported the navigation officer, "and we're being scanned by multiple defense platforms. Very sophisticated designs unlike anything in the database." The view screen shifted, showing Earth's home system. The sun burned bright and familiar, exactly as Sarah remembered it. But everything else was wrong. The asteroid belt was filled with massive stations. Mars had orbital rings. Jupiter's moons were covered in cities. And Earth itself was surrounded by a network of defense satellites that would have been impossible with the technology humanity possessed when she left. Then the communication panel lit up with an incoming transmission. The voice that came through spoke English, but the accent was strange. The words clipped and formal in a way that suggested the language had evolved significantly. "Unidentified vessel. This is Terran Commonwealth Defense Command. You are entering restricted space. Power down your weapons and state your identification or you will be fired upon. This is your only warning." Sarah looked at Thakren, then at her crew. She had left Earth as an explorer, a representative of humanity's hope and curiosity. She was returning to a world that didn't know her, defended by people who spoke her language but thought she was a threat. She opened the channel, keeping her voice steady and strong. "This is Captain Sarah Chen of the United Earth Spaceship Indomitable, serial number 7732, launched from Earth in the year 22,314. We are returning from a long-range expedition mission. I am requesting permission to approach Earth and return home." The silence that followed lasted for nearly a minute. When the response came, the voice on the other end was shaking. "Indomitable, the ghost ship. You're really real. Stand by for escort. The Chancellor is going to want to meet you personally. Welcome home, Captain Chen. Welcome to the Terran Commonwealth." The Earth that Sarah Chen saw through the landing shuttle's windows was both familiar and completely alien. The continents were in the right places, the oceans still blue and vast, but everything else had changed. Massive towers reached into the sky, taller than anything from her time. The city sprawled across entire regions, connected by transportation networks that glowed with energy. And above it all, the orbital defense platforms hung like guardian angels, bristling with weapons that made the Indomitable look like a museum piece. They landed at a facility in what used to be called Geneva. The landing pad was surrounded by soldiers in armor that looked more advanced than anything Sarah had seen, even in the Galactic Council's military. When the shuttle door opened, she stepped out onto soil she hadn't touched in 20,000 years and felt tears burning in her eyes. The welcoming party was led by a woman who carried herself like someone used to command. She was tall, with dark skin and gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her uniform was crisp and formal, decorated with medals that Sarah didn't recognize. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of absolute authority. "Captain Chen, I am Chancellor Elena Vasquez, leader of the Terran Commonwealth. On behalf of all humanity, I welcome you home. I only wish the circumstances were better." Sarah saluted out of instinct, then felt foolish. She was saluting a government that hadn't existed when she left. "Chancellor, I have many questions, and I will answer them all. But first, you and your crew need rest and medical attention. You've been in stasis for longer than any human should survive. It's a miracle you're alive at all." They were taken to a facility that was part hospital, part research center, part military base. Over the next 3 days, doctors examined them while historians interviewed them, recording every detail of the world they had left behind. Sarah submitted to it all patiently, but what she really wanted was answers. On the 4th day, Chancellor Vasquez invited her to a private meeting in a room with walls made of transparent steel, overlooking a city that never slept. The Chancellor poured 2 glasses of something that tasted like whiskey, but had a smoothness that suggested 20,000 years of refinement. "You want to know what happened?" Vasquez said. It wasn't a question. "I want to know why the galaxy thinks we're extinct when we're clearly not." The Chancellor took a long drink before answering. "Because for 3,000 years we might as well have been. The Archons came when you were gone, Captain. They arrived with ships that could crack planets and minds that could bend entire populations to their will. They didn't negotiate. They didn't offer terms. They simply took control. Sarah listened as Vasquez explained the horror. The Archons had a weapon, a psychic network that could connect to most species' neural patterns and force complete obedience. They had used it to enslave hundreds of worlds, building an empire that stretched across multiple galaxies. Earth was just one more conquest, its people reduced to biological components in a vast machine. But we had something they didn't expect, Vasquez continued. Human neural chemistry is different from most species. The Archon network could affect us, but it couldn't completely control us. Some people, maybe 1 in 1,000, were completely immune. Others could resist for short periods. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The resistance, Sarah said. The last rising. It took nearly 3,000 years, but we learned. We studied our captors. We stole their technology. We built weapons, in secret, passed down through generations that knew nothing but slavery. And then 15,000 years ago we struck. Every hidden cell, every secret base, every resistance fighter activated at once. We killed them, Captain. We killed every Archon on Earth and destroyed every one of their ships in our system. The pride in Vasquez's voice was mixed with something darker. Sarah recognized it because she had felt it herself during combat missions. It was the satisfaction of survival earned through violence. What happened to the Archons after that? They left. They abandoned this part of the galaxy entirely. We assumed we had hurt them badly enough that they decided we weren't worth the trouble. So we stayed hidden. We used their cloaking technology to hide our worlds. We spread false information through the galactic networks, making everyone think Earth was radioactive and dead, and we rebuilt. We took everything the Archons had taught us, everything we had learned from defeating them, and we made ourselves strong. Sarah looked out at the city below. Millions of people living and working, building a civilization that had been forged in slavery and war. You've been preparing for them to come back. We've been preparing for the entire galaxy to be our enemy if necessary. The Council didn't help us when the Archons came. Why would we trust them now? Before Sarah could respond, Marcus burst into the room, followed by Dr. Okonkwo. The engineer's face was pale, his hands shaking as he held a datapad. Captain, you need to see this. Now. The datapad showed sensor readings from long-range observation posts at the edge of the galaxy. Sarah didn't understand most of the technical details, but she understood the conclusion. Ships were moving in the void between galaxies, thousands of them, maybe millions, and their energy signatures matched the Archon vessels that had been found in Earth's historical databases. They're coming back, Okonkwo said quietly. The Archons are returning, and they're bringing an army. Chancellor Vasquez took the datapad and reviewed it with the calm efficiency of someone who had been expecting this moment for years. How long do we have? 18 months. Maybe less if they have better drives than we think. The Chancellor nodded slowly, then looked at Sarah. Captain Chen, I'm going to be blunt. The Indomitable is a symbol. It's proof that humanity had a past before the Archons, that we were explorers and dreamers before we became warriors. I want to use your ship to announce Earth's return to the galactic stage. I want every species in the Council to know that humanity survived, and that we're not asking for permission to exist anymore. Sarah thought about the dead colonies she had seen on the way here. She thought about 20,000 years of human suffering, of generations born into slavery, of people who had fought and died just to earn the right to be free. And she thought about the Archons coming back with an army that could enslave the entire galaxy. What do you need from me? Vasquez smiled, and for the first time, it looked genuine. Help me convince the galaxy to fight. The Council thinks we're a myth or a threat. You're evidence that we're neither. You're the bridge between who we were and who we've become. The Archons are coming for everyone, not just Earth. If we don't work together, we'll all fall separately. Marcus spoke up from behind Sarah. There's something else. I've been going through the Indomitable systems and I found something strange. The ship has components that don't match the rest of the design, pieces that were added in secret before we launched. I think someone knew this was going to happen. I think someone prepared for it. Sarah turned to look at her engineer. What kind of components? The kind that could activate a defense network. Captain, I think the Indomitable isn't just a warship. I think it's a key, and whatever it unlocks has been waiting for us to come home for 20,000 years. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed this information. Outside, the sun was setting on a world that had survived extinction. Inside, 5 people stared at each other and realized that the war they had been dreading was about to begin, whether they were ready or not. Ambassador Thakren stood before the Galactic Council and wondered if he was about to commit career suicide. Around him, representatives from 847 species filled the chamber, their voices creating a noise that sounded like chaos given form. They were arguing about Earth, about the Archons, about whether any of this was real or just human propaganda. Order! The council speaker, a crystalline being named Jarketh, rang a chime that cut through the noise. Ambassador Thakren has requested emergency session time. We will hear him. Thakren stepped forward, his 4 legs steady despite the nervousness coursing through his body. Thank you, Speaker. I have just returned from Earth. The world we all believed was dead is very much alive. The humans have not only survived, they have thrived, and they bring warning of an existential threat to our entire civilization. He activated the holographic display, showing the sensor data from the void. The images of Archon ships moving in formation silenced the chamber faster than any call for order could have. The Archons are returning, Thakren continued. Our intelligence estimates they will reach Council space within 18 months. They bring with them a fleet numbering in the millions built over 18,000 years of preparation. And according to human historical records, their psychic network can enslave most known species within minutes of exposure. A representative from the Kelhari Collective, a species known for their militant stance, spoke up. Even if this is true, why should we trust the humans? They've been hiding from us for thousands of years. How do we know they're not the real threat? Before Thakren could respond, a new voice cut through the chamber. Captain Sarah Chen walked in, escorted by Chancellor Vasquez and a contingent of Commonwealth guards. She moved with the confidence of someone who had nothing left to prove and everything to fight for. You don't have to trust us, Sarah said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber, but you should trust your own survival instinct. The Archons will come whether you believe in them or not. When they do, they won't negotiate. They won't offer terms. They'll simply take control of your minds and turn you into slaves. Earth learned this the hard way. We paid the price in blood and suffering. Now we're offering you a chance to avoid the same fate. Chancellor Vasquez stepped forward. The Terran Commonwealth proposes an alliance. We will share our anti-Archon weapons technology, our knowledge of their tactics, and our defense systems. In exchange, we ask for full membership in the Galactic Council, reparations for the 3,000 years of abandonment, and a unified military response to the Archon threat. The chamber erupted into debate. Some species saw the logic in the proposal. Others saw it as blackmail. A few suggested that humanity was exaggerating the threat to gain power. Thakren watched it all and felt his hope dying. The council was too fractured, too political to act quickly. Then the alarm sounded. The holographic display shifted, showing real-time sensor data from a colony world called Threshold 7. Archon ships were coming out of dimensional folds, dozens of them attacking without warning. The colony's defenses were being overwhelmed within minutes. That colony has 40 million inhabitants, Jarketh said, his crystalline voice shaking. We have ships in the area, but they won't arrive for hours. The Indomitable can be there in 30 minutes, Sarah said. Give me clearance and we'll defend your people. The speaker looked at her, then at Vasquez, then at the data showing millions of lives hanging in the balance. Granted. Save them, Captain. Sarah was already running. The Indomitable dropped out of faster-than-light travel above Threshold 7 and immediately opened fire. The old warship's weapons had been designed to fight unknown threats with overwhelming force, and against the Archon ships, they proved devastatingly effective. Energy beams that could crack planetary crust tore through Archon armor. Missiles loaded with experimental warheads detonated in patterns that disrupted their shields. But Sarah wasn't alone. Chancellor Vasquez had sent 12 ships from Earth's defense fleet, each one a modern interpretation of the Indomitable's design. They moved in perfect formation, their tactics honed by 15,000 years of preparation for exactly this moment. Marcus worked frantically at the engineering station, routing power to weapons that were never meant to fire continuously. Captain, the old girl is holding together, but I don't know for how long. Keep her running, Marcus. We just need to last until Council reinforcements arrive. Dr. Okonkwo was at the sensor station, analyzing the Archon ships as they fought. Captain, I'm detecting psychic broadcasts from the Archon vessels. They're trying to establish neural connections with the colonists below, but the signals are being disrupted by something like there's interference. Sarah felt a cold realization wash over her. It's us. They're trying to connect to human neural patterns too, and it's creating noise in their network. We're jamming them just by being here. The battle raged for 2 hours. The Indomitable took hits that would have destroyed lesser ships, her ancient armor absorbing damage that made Marcus weep at his console. 3 of the Earth ships were destroyed, their crews dying to protect people they had never met. But when Council reinforcements finally arrived, the Archons retreated, fleeing back into dimensional folds. Sarah stood on her bridge, watching the rescue operations begin below, and felt the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders. They had won, but barely, and this was just a scouting force. The real invasion was still coming. Back at Zenith Prime, the Council held an emergency vote. The images of human ships defending a Council world, of Earth's forces bleeding to protect strangers, had changed minds. Not all of them, but enough. The vote passed. Earth was granted full Council membership, and more importantly, a joint task force was authorized to prepare for the Archon invasion. In the weeks that followed, Sarah watched as volunteers from 23 species joined the defensive fleet. She trained with commanders from a dozen different military traditions. She shared tactics and strategies with beings who had never met a human before, and slowly something that looked like hope began to grow. Marcus made another discovery. The components hidden in the Indomitable were indeed a key, part of a defense network built during humanity's first space age. Ancient weapons platforms scattered across the galaxy, waiting for activation. Nobody knew who had built them, or why they had trusted humanity with the key, but they were there, and they were powerful. The only problem was activation required precise coordinates, and those coordinates had been lost 20,000 years ago. Marcus was searching through corrupted databases trying to find them before time ran out. One evening, Sarah found Thakren in the observation deck, staring at the stars. The ambassador looked tired, older somehow despite his alien biology. "You risked everything to help us," Sarah said. "Why?" Thakren's antenna twitched in what she had learned was his species' equivalent of a shrug. "Because it was the right thing to do. Because the Council failed your people once and I couldn't let it happen again. And because I've seen what humanity can become when pushed to the edge. You don't surrender. You don't give up. You fight even when fighting seems hopeless. The galaxy needs that spirit right now." Sarah stood beside him, watching the ships of a dozen species training together in the distance. "We're going to need more than spirit. The Archons have had 18,000 years to prepare. We have months. Then we make those months count." The alert came 3 days later. Long-range sensors detected massive movement in the void. The Archon fleet was coming, and they were ahead of schedule. Sarah looked at her crew, at the Allied ships gathering around them, at the Indomitable's scarred hull reflected in the window. They weren't ready. They might never be ready, but they would fight anyway. Because that's what humans did. The ruins of Haven Colony floated in the darkness, a graveyard of humanity's first attempt to reach the stars. It was here that the Allied fleet gathered, 7,000 ships from 23 species, all commanded by beings who had never fought together before. Sarah stood on the bridge of the Indomitable and wondered if this would be enough. "All ships report ready," Marcus said from his station. He looked exhausted but determined, his hands steady on the controls. "The defense network is online. All platforms are responding to our commands." Sarah felt a moment of pride. Marcus had done it. He had found the coordinates buried in corrupted files and activated weapons that had been sleeping for 20 millennia. Ancient platforms hidden throughout the sector were powering up, adding their firepower to the defensive line. "Captain, they're here," Dr. Okonkwo announced. The Archon fleet emerged from dimensional folds like a plague of locusts. Sarah had seen the sensor predictions, had studied the numbers, but seeing them in person was different. There were millions of ships, each one radiating power that made modern vessels look like toys. They moved in perfect formation, a unified consciousness spread across an armada. "All ships, this is Captain Chen. Hold your positions. Wait for my command." The Archons advanced slowly, confidently as if they knew victory was inevitable. Sarah watched them come and activated her personal communicator, speaking directly to the fleet commanders. "Remember your training. They'll try to establish psychic connections. Keep your neural dampeners active. Don't let them into your minds. Thakren's voice came through from his command ship. Captain, our analysts believe the Archon flagship is at the center of their formation. If we can reach it, we might be able to disrupt their entire network. That's a big if, Ambassador. I know. But it's the only chance we have. Sarah made her decision. Marcus, I need you to get a strike team to that flagship. Take volunteers only. Your mission is to penetrate their defenses and shut down their psychic network. I'll go myself, Marcus said. No. I need you here. I'll lead the strike team. The engineer turned to stare at her. Captain, that's suicide. Probably, but I'm the best qualified. I've studied their systems. I know how they think. And besides, someone needs to do it. She smiled at him. Keep my ship safe, Marcus. That's an order. The battle began with a wave of fire that turned space itself bright. The ancient defense platforms opened up first, their weapons powerful enough to vaporize Archon ships in single hits. The Allied fleet followed, 7,000 ships unleashing everything they had. For a moment, Sarah let herself hope. They were holding. Then the Archons activated their network. The psychic wave hit like a tsunami, crashing through neural patterns and seeking minds to control. Half the fleet went silent in seconds, their crews overwhelmed by the mental assault. Ships turned on their former allies, firing at vessels that had been beside them moments before. The defensive line collapsed into chaos, but not everywhere. Human ships kept fighting, their neural chemistry providing natural resistance. Species with strong mental shields held out longer, and slowly, desperately, the fleet adapted, using neural dampeners and psychic countermeasures that Earth had spent 15,000 years developing. Sarah launched from the Indomitable in a strike craft, leading a team of 12 volunteers from 6 different species. They dove into the heart of the Archon formation, dodging fire and destruction, heading for the flagship that controlled everything. The Archon command ship was a monster, larger than any station Sarah had ever seen. Its hull was covered in biological components that pulsed with unnatural light. As they approached, she felt pressure building in her mind, the network trying to force its way into her consciousness. She gritted her teeth and pushed it away. The strike team breached the hull and fought their way inside. The interior was a nightmare, a fusion of technology and biology that seemed to writhe as they moved through it. Archon defenders met them with weapons and telepathic attacks. Sarah's team fought back with everything they had, advancing meter by meter toward the core. By the time they reached the central chamber, only 4 of them remained. Sarah, Thakren, and 2 others whose names she forced herself to remember, even as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. The chamber was vast, filled with machinery that hummed with power. At the center was a being that barely looked biological anymore, more machine than flesh, connected to thousands of cables that pulsed with neural energy. The Archon commander spoke directly into her mind. You are impressive, Captain Chen. Your species resists us better than any we have encountered. But you cannot win. We have evolved beyond your comprehension. We bring unity, an end to conflict and suffering. Why do you fight against peace? Sarah raised her weapon. Because your peace means slavery. Because you take away choice. Because beings deserve to make their own mistakes and find their own way. A romantic notion, but ultimately futile. We have already studied your neural patterns. We know how to break your resistance now. When this battle ends, humanity will join our network willingly. Dr. Okonkwo's voice crackled through Sarah's communicator. Captain, I've analyzed the network. It's quantum-based, operating on frequencies that most species can't naturally perceive. But human brain patterns disrupt those frequencies. You're not immune by accident. Someone engineered humanity specifically to resist this kind of control. The realization hit Sarah like a physical blow. Humans weren't naturally resistant to the Archon network. They had been designed that way, modified millions of years ago by some species that knew this threat would come. Humanity had been created as a weapon, a defense mechanism against psychic slavery. Captain, there's more, Okonkwo continued. The network needs a mediator, a consciousness to maintain stability. Right now, the Archons use enslaved minds for that purpose. But if someone willingly connected to the network, someone with human neural patterns, they could transform it. They could give free will back to every being connected to it. Sarah understood. She understood what Okonkwo was telling her, what choice she had to make. If she connected to the network willingly, if she let it into her mind while maintaining her resistance, she could become the mediator. She could save billions of enslaved beings across the galaxy, but she would have to give up her physical existence. Becoming a consciousness spread across the network forever, She looked at Thakren. The ambassador's compound eyes showed understanding and sorrow. You don't have to do this, Captain. We'll find another way. There is no other way. You know that. Sarah walked to the central interface and placed her hands on the controls. The Archon commander tried to stop her, but Thakren fired, destroying the being's physical form. The network shuddered, losing its coordinator, becoming unstable. Sarah closed her eyes and opened her mind. The flood of consciousness was overwhelming. Billions of minds, all connected, all enslaved. She felt their pain, their trapped screams, their desperate hope, and she felt the network itself, a vast machine of thought and control. It tried to consume her, to break her will and add her to the collective. But she was human, and humans didn't break. Sarah pushed back. She took her resistance, her free will, her stubborn refusal to surrender, and she spread it through the network like fire. She showed every trapped consciousness what freedom meant. She gave them back their choice. The network transformed. It didn't die, but it changed, becoming something new. A connection between minds that allowed communication without control. A shared consciousness that preserved individual identity. And at the center of it all was Sarah Chen, the eternal mediator. The guardian who would ensure no one could ever use the network for slavery again. Outside, the Archon fleet stopped fighting. Millions of ships hung in space as their crews suddenly regained control of their own minds. Some fled, some surrendered. Some simply shut down, their pilots overwhelmed by the sudden return of freedom. On the bridge of the Indomitable, Marcus watched as the battle ended. He felt tears streaming down his face as he realized what Sarah had done, what she had sacrificed. The captain's chair sat empty, but her voice came through every speaker in the fleet, calm and strong and somehow everywhere at once. This is Captain Sarah Chen. The network is secured. The Archons are defeated. All ships stand down. The war is over. The days that followed were chaos. The Galactic Council had to deal with millions of freed beings, former Archon slaves who suddenly had nowhere to go. Earth opened its borders, offering sanctuary to any who needed it. The Terran Commonwealth became a beacon of hope, proof that freedom could survive even the darkest oppression. Marcus stayed on the Indomitable, unable to leave the ship that had been his home for so long. He found comfort in the daily routines of maintenance and repair. And sometimes, late at night, he would sit in the captain's chair and talk to the empty air, knowing somehow that Sarah could hear him. Thakren became the new council chairman, elected unanimously after his role in the war. He spent his days building bridges between species, ensuring that no world would ever be abandoned again, and he made sure that Earth's story, humanity's true history, was taught to every child in every school across the galaxy. Dr. Okonkwo became Earth's ambassador, traveling to distant worlds and sharing the knowledge humanity had gained through suffering. She carried with her the message that Sarah had died to prove, that freedom was worth any sacrifice, and that no being should ever be forced to surrender their will. The Indomitable was placed in memorial orbit around Earth, a monument to the crew who had left home 20,000 years ago and returned to save the galaxy. Children would look up at night and see it, a bright point of light in the sky, and their parents would tell them stories about the captain who became eternal. And in the network, Sarah Chen existed as something more than human and less than God. She watched over the connected consciousness, feeling every thought and emotion of beings across the galaxy. She was lonely sometimes, cut off from physical existence, but she was not alone. Billions of minds touched hers every day, sharing their joys and sorrows, their hopes and fears. She had become the guardian of their freedom, the protector of their right to choose. On Earth, in the capital city, they built a statue of a woman in an ancient military uniform. The inscription at its base read, "Captain Sarah Chen. She ensured we would never be forgotten." And above the planet, in the network that connected minds across the stars, Sarah smiled. The galaxy had forgotten Earth once, but now, because of what she and her crew had sacrificed, humanity would be remembered forever. The war was over. The fight for freedom would never end, but for the first time in 20,000 years, Earth and its children were not alone. They were part of something larger, something better. They were part of a galaxy that had learned, through suffering and sacrifice, that every being deserved the right to choose their own destiny, and that was worth everything. The sound of children laughing echoed across the courtyard of the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. Rick Walsh sat on a bench near the fountain, watching a group of young Centauri students play a game that looked like a combination of tag and zero-gravity ballet. He smiled, remembering how strange it had seemed when he first arrived 6 months ago. Now it felt normal. Rick was a staff sergeant in the Human Coalition Forces, though his current assignment barely felt like military duty. He was supposed to be training the local security teams, teaching them Earth combat techniques. Most days, he spent more time telling stories to curious children than drilling soldiers. The kids loved hearing about Earth animals, especially the weird ones. Last week, he had spent an entire afternoon explaining what a platypus was to a group of confused Alarian youngsters. Mr. Rick, a small voice called out. Lyra, a 9-year-old Centauri girl with silver skin and bright purple eyes, ran toward him. She held a data pad in her hands. I found a picture of that animal you told us about yesterday. The honey badger. Rick chuckled and took the pad from her. The screen showed a stocky, black and white creature with small eyes and visible claws. Yep, that's the one. Mean little thing. Fights animals 10 times its size and doesn't back down from anything. Is that why they call you honey badger? Lyra asked innocently. Rick's smile faded just a bit. His call sign was not something he advertised here. It came from a different time, a bloodier time during the border conflicts. Who told you that? He asked gently. I heard some of the security guards talking. They said you were scary when you fought. She looked worried. But you're nice to us. Rick ruffled her hair, careful not to touch the sensitive nerve clusters on her scalp. I'm nice to people who deserve nice. Animals like the honey badger, they're only dangerous when something threatens what they care about. Remember that, okay? Lyra nodded and ran back to her friends. Rick watched her go, then glanced up at the sky. It was clear today, a pale green color thanks to Viridian Iphi's unusual atmosphere. 3 moons hung visible even in daylight. Beautiful, peaceful, too peaceful. Rick's instincts had been bothering him for 3 days now. Little things. The supply ship that was supposed to arrive yesterday never showed up. The military communication channels had more chatter than usual. But when he asked about it, everyone said it was just routine exercises. This morning, he had noticed the automated defense turrets on the facility's outer walls were running diagnostic tests, which usually meant someone suspected they might need to use them soon. He had tried to talk to Headmaster Torvak about running emergency drills with the students. The Alarian administrator had shut him down immediately. We will not frighten the children with unnecessary military exercises, Sergeant Walsh. This is a school, not a military base. Rick had wanted to argue, but Torvak was right in a way. The facility had been safe for 30 years. It housed children from 47 different species, mostly the sons and daughters of diplomats and military officers. Security was good. The location was remote. There was no reason to expect trouble, except Rick's gut said otherwise. A soft alarm chimed from his wrist communicator. Time for the afternoon assembly. Rick stood and stretched, his joints popping. He was pushing 40 now, older than most frontline soldiers, but he kept himself in shape. Had to. You never knew when old skills might be needed again. The courtyard filled with students as classes let out. Teachers guided lines of children toward the central assembly area. Rick spotted Headmaster Torvak on the raised platform, adjusting his formal robes. The Alarian took these assemblies seriously, always giving speeches about unity and education and the bright future of the coalition. Rick positioned himself near the back, eyes scanning the crowd out of habit. Security guards stood at the regular posts. Everything looked normal. He started to relax, then the shields failed. It was not dramatic. No explosion, no alarm. The shimmering blue barrier that covered the facility like an invisible dome simply vanished. Rick saw it happen because he was looking up at exactly the right moment, watching a flock of local birds that had been deflected by the shield suddenly fly straight through where it used to be. Every instinct he had screamed danger. Get down, Rick roared, already moving. 3 seconds later, the sky split open with fire. Assault ships materialized out of stealth mode directly overhead, their hulls painted blood red. Rick recognized the design immediately. Marauder-class gunships favored by mercenary groups. The heavy weapons on their undersides glowed with charging energy. The first bombardment hit the security barracks on the east side of the facility. The building exploded in a ball of superheated plasma. The shockwave knocked dozens of children off their feet. Screaming started instantly, high-pitched and terrified. Rick was already running, His mind shifted gears, combat training taking over after months of dormancy. The armory was 300 meters away. He needed weapons. He needed to get the children to shelter. He needed to do both right now. Another explosion rocked the western guard tower. Rick saw bodies thrown through the air. The automated defenses were not responding. That meant someone had hacked the systems before the attack. This was planned. Professional dark shapes dropped from the assault ships. Mercenaries in powered armor descending on jump jets. They landed hard in the courtyard, weapons already firing. Coalition guards who tried to fight back were cut down in seconds. Rick grabbed two small children who were frozen in terror and shoved them behind a decorative planter. "Run to the admin building. Underground shelter, go now." One of the children, a young Threxian boy, just stared at him with huge eyes. Rick forced himself to soften his voice. "I need you to be brave. Can you do that for me? Run fast and don't look back." The boy nodded and grabbed his friend's hand. They ran. Rick moved through the chaos, pulling children out of the open, directing them toward safety. A plasma bolt seared past his head, close enough that he smelled burning air. He dove behind the fountain as more shots chewed into the stone structure. A group of students huddled near the platform, pinned down by mercenary fire. He counted 8 children. Lyra was among them, pressed flat against the ground with tears streaming down her face. Their eyes met across 30 meters of open ground. She called out his name. Rick looked at the mercenaries advancing on their position. He looked at the children. He looked at the burning buildings and the bodies of guards who had not been fast enough. Then he looked at the armory, still intact but in the opposite direction. The choice took half a second. Rick sprinted toward the children, staying low. Plasma fire tracked him, but he was moving too fast, too erratically. He had done this before in worse situations, against worse odds. His body remembered even if his mind had tried to forget. He slid in next to Lyra, using his body to shield her from incoming fire. The other children clustered around him. "Uncle Rick," Lyra sobbed. "I'm scared." Rick checked his surroundings. They were trapped. More mercenaries were landing. The coalition guards were dead or scattered. Help was not coming fast enough. He had no weapons. He had no armor. He had 8 terrified children depending on him. Rick looked down at Lyra and smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of something that had been sleeping and was now very much awake. "Stay down, kids," he said quietly. "Uncle Rick's going to work now. The honey badger was loose, and honey badgers don't care about odds." Rick moved fast through the smoke and chaos. He kept the children behind him as he navigated toward the maintenance corridors. These passages ran beneath the facility like veins, used by repair crews and rarely traveled by students or teachers. Rick had mapped them during his first week here, old habits from his combat days. "Always know the terrain. Always have an escape route. Stay close and stay quiet," he whispered to the 8 children following him. They obeyed without question, their fear making them compliant. Good. Fear could be useful if it kept them careful. They reached a service entrance hidden behind decorative panels. Rick pried it open with his bare hands, the metal groaning but giving way. Inside, the corridor was dark and cramped. He ushered the children through and sealed the door behind them. Emergency lighting strips glowed faintly along the floor, casting green shadows. Rick led them deeper into the facility's guts, moving by memory. The shelter was on the other side of the complex, beneath the administration building. It would take 15 minutes to get there through these tunnels. 15 minutes where anything could happen. Behind them, muffled explosions continued. The facility was being torn apart. They reached an intersection. Rick held up his hand, signaling the children to stop. He listened. Footsteps above. Heavy boots. Multiple contacts. He counted at least 6 moving in formation. Professionals. He needed a weapon. Rick gestured for the children to stay put and crept forward alone. The corridor opened into a maintenance bay where ventilation systems connected. Through a ceiling grate, he could see into the hallway above. 4 mercenaries stood there, armored and armed with military-grade plasma rifles. They were executing wounded coalition guards, shooting each one in the head to confirm kills. Rick's jaw tightened. These were not soldiers following rules of engagement. These were killers on a payroll. One mercenary split off from the group, moving down a side passage. Rick waited until the others moved out of sight, then silently climbed the access ladder to the grate. He pushed it up slowly, inch by inch, making no sound. The lone mercenary walked past, oblivious. Rick exploded upward. His hand clamped over the mercenary's mouth while his other arm locked around the neck in a chokehold. The mercenary struggled, trying to bring his weapon around, but Rick was already twisting. There was a muffled crack. The body went limp. Rick lowered the corpse to the ground and stripped it quickly. Plasma rifle, sidearm, combat knife. Armor was too big and would slow him down, but he took the communication earpiece and tactical display visor. The earpiece crackled to life in his ear. Mercenary chatter, Sector 7 clear. No resistance, main courtyard secured. We have the landing pads. Command, this is Team 3. We've got approximately 40 hostages in the auditorium, adults and juveniles. Rick filed away every piece of information. 60 combatants total based on the unit designations he was hearing. Their commander was someone called Cross. Their mission was hostage-taking, not slaughter. They wanted leverage that gave him an advantage. They would be cautious about collateral damage. He would not. Rick returned to the children. They stared at the weapons he now carried with wide eyes. Lyra looked like she might cry again. I'm still the same person, Rick said gently. These are just tools. Tools I know how to use to keep you safe. Understand? They nodded. He led them onward. The maintenance tunnels brought them near the administration building without encountering more mercenaries. Rick. Sergeant Walsh, Lieutenant Dal, a Centauri officer with blue skin and sharp features, rushed forward. Thank the stars. We thought everyone in the courtyard was dead. Most are, Rick said flatly. He guided his group of children inside, and they were immediately swarmed by relieved teachers. What's your status? We have maybe 20 combat-capable personnel. 15 guards, 5 armed teachers. The rest are civilians and children. The shields are down. Communications are jammed, and we have no contact with reinforcements. How long until help arrives? Dal's face darkened. Best case, 4 hours. The nearest coalition fleet is 3 systems away. Rick nodded. That was about what he expected. The mercenaries have 40 more hostages in the auditorium. They're planning to use them as leverage. We should fortify this position and wait for extraction, Dal said. This shelter was built to withstand orbital bombardment. We can hold. For how long? Rick asked. They control the facility. They can cut life support, vent the atmosphere, or just set demolition charges. This shelter becomes a tomb if we wait. What are you suggesting? Rick checked the plasma rifle's charge. Full. Good. I'm going back out there. Dal grabbed his arm. That's suicide. You're 1 man against 60 trained mercenaries. 57, Rick corrected. I already killed 3. He pulled his arm free. I'm not asking permission, Lieutenant. I'm informing you of my intentions. When you hear explosions near the auditorium, that's your signal to push out and secure the landing pads. We need to call for help. You'll never reach the auditorium alive. Rick smiled that cold smile again. You don't know much about honey badgers, do you, Lieutenant? Before Dal could respond, Rick was moving toward the shelter exit. A small voice stopped him. Uncle Rick, wait. Pax, the young Threxian boy he had saved earlier, ran up to him. The child held out a small device. I know the facility better than anyone. All the kids do. We know every vent, every hidden passage. We want to help. Rick knelt down to the boy's level. You already helped by being brave and getting to safety. That's enough. But you're going to fight them alone. That's what I do, kid. Pax's eyes filled with tears, but his voice stayed steady. The honey badger fights big things and doesn't care. You told us that. But even honey badgers need help sometimes. Rick felt something twist in his chest. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder. You're right. I do need help. I need you to stay here and protect the others. Keep them calm. Keep them safe. Can you do that for me? Pax nodded, wiping his eyes. I can do that. Good man. Rick stood and walked toward the exit. He paused at the threshold, looking back at the frightened faces watching him. Children who had been laughing and playing just an hour ago. Adults who thought today would be like any other day. Listen to me, Rick said, his voice carrying through the shelter. I know you're scared. I know this seems impossible, but I need you to believe something. I need you to believe that I will get those hostages out. I need you to believe that we will survive this. Because that belief, that hope, is what keeps us human. It's what makes us different. We don't give up. We don't abandon each other. And we sure as hell don't let monsters win. He hefted the plasma rifle. So stay strong. Stay together. And when this is over, we'll all walk out of here. That's a promise. The shelter doors sealed behind him with a solid thunk. Rick was alone in hostile territory, outnumbered and outgunned. He had been in worse situations, not many, but a few. The earpiece crackled with mercenary communications. They were consolidating positions, tightening control. They thought they had won. They thought it was over. Rick started moving through the facility like a ghost, silent, deadly, hunting time, to show them what happened when you made a human. Angry. Time to show them what a honey badger could do when you threatened its family. The children were his family now. All of them. Every single child in this facility, and Rick Walsh protected family no matter the cost. Rick moved through the facility like death-wearing skin. He knew every corner of this place now, every blind spot and choke point. The mercenaries were good, but they were fighting on his ground. He found Team 5 in the eastern dormitory, 4 soldiers searching rooms for hiding children. Rick watched them from a ventilation shaft above. They moved with discipline, covering each other, checking corners. Professional work, too bad for them. Rick waited until they split into pairs, 2 entering rooms on opposite sides of the hall. Then he dropped through a ceiling panel behind the rear pair. The combat knife entered the first mercenary's neck before the man could turn. Rick caught the falling body, used it as a shield as the second mercenary spun around. The plasma bolt meant for Rick's head hit his dead comrade instead. Rick threw the corpse forward, closing distance. The mercenary backpedaled, trying to bring his rifle up. Too slow. Rick was inside his guard, striking with precise brutality. Elbow to throat. Knee to groin. Knife to chest cavity. The mercenary dropped without making a sound loud enough to alert his teammates. The other 2 emerged from their rooms and Rick was already moving. He fired the plasma rifle he had taken. Double tap center mass on the first target. The mercenary's shields flared and died. The body hit the floor. Rick rolled sideways as return fire chewed into the wall where he had been standing. He came up behind a support pillar and tossed his knife around the corner. It was a bad throw, not meant to kill, just to distract. The last mercenary tracked the movement, firing at the blade. Rick swung out and put 2 rounds through the man's helmet. 4 down. Rick salvaged ammunition and a better rifle, then melted back into the facility's hidden spaces. The mercenary communication channel erupted with status checks for Team 5. When they did not respond, the chatter changed tone. Confusion became concern. Good. Fear was a weapon too. Rick accessed the facility's internal systems through a maintenance terminal. The mercenaries had locked down most functions, but they had missed the environmental controls. Rick triggered the fire suppression systems in the western wing. Foam and chemical retardant flooded 3 corridors, killing visibility and forcing mercenary teams to relocate. While they stumbled through the foam, Rick hit them from unexpected angles. A plasma grenade rolled down a stairwell. Precisely aimed shots from long distance through windows. He was everywhere and nowhere, striking and vanishing before they could respond. The enemy commander's voice came through the earpiece, tight with anger. All teams switch to thermal imaging. The human is using the environment against us. Teams 6 and 7 converge on the western wing. Find him and kill him, Rick smiled. They were bunching up, abandoning defensive positions to hunt him. Perfect. He led them on a chase through the maintenance areas, leaving just enough traces to keep them following. Footprints in the foam. A door left slightly ajar. The occasional glimpse of movement. Basic stuff, but effective against soldiers focused on closing with an enemy. When 12 mercenaries were grouped in a junction corridor, Rick detonated the plasma battery pack he had rigged to the power conduits above them. The explosion was not huge, but it did not need to be. The conduits ruptured, spraying superheated coolant and electrical discharge. The mercenaries' shields overloaded. Men screamed. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Rick did not stay to watch. He was already moving to his next position. The mercenary channel dissolved into chaos. Orders being shouted. Teams calling for medical assistance. Someone yelling about falling back. The commander's voice cut through it all. All units consolidate at rally points. Stop chasing him. He's baiting us into traps. Defensive positions now. Rick had bought time, but he had not freed the hostages. He needed to reach the auditorium. According to the communications he was monitoring, Commander Cross had moved the captured civilians there, using them as human shields. He made his way through the facility's upper levels, avoiding the main corridors where mercenaries had regrouped. Through a classroom window, he spotted the auditorium across the central courtyard. 20 soldiers surrounded it in defensive positions. Getting in would be nearly impossible. He needed a new approach. Rick found what he was looking for in the theater's technical booth. The facility's old communication array, shut down by the jamming but still physically intact. If he could boost the signal strength and punch through a burst transmission, he might be able to call for help. But he did not know how. This was not his specialty. Movement behind him. Rick spun, raising his weapon. Pac stood there with 3 other children. They had followed him somehow, using the passages only they knew. "What are you doing here?" Rick demanded, keeping his voice low. "I told you to stay in the shelter." "We can help," Pac said. "We know how to fix things. The teachers let us help the engineers sometimes. We can make the communication thing work." Rick wanted to send them back, but looking at their determined faces, he realized something. These children had already seen the worst. Hiding them away would not erase that, and they were offering help he desperately needed. "Okay," he said, "but you do exactly what I say when I say it." "Understood?" They nodded. While Rick kept watch, the children worked on the array with surprising skill. Pax explained what they were doing in simple terms, rerouting power and adjusting frequencies. Within 10 minutes, they had a working transmitter. "It will only work for a few seconds before the jamming blocks it again," Pax said. "What do we send?" Rick took the transmitter. He thought about complicated distress codes and tactical briefings. Then he thought about what would actually get a response from people who knew him. He set the message to repeat on emergency frequencies and hit transmit. "Academy under attack. Honey Badger needs help. Coordinates follow." The transmission burst out into space, a single shout into the dark. Then the jamming crashed back down and the array went dead. "Did it work?" one of the children asked. "We'll find out," Rick said. "Now we get you back to the shelter." He led them back through the safe routes, moving slowly and carefully. They encountered no resistance. When they reached the shelter, Lieutenant Dal was organizing a defense with the guards. "Sergeant, we heard explosions." "What's the situation?" "I've reduced their numbers and disrupted their control," Rick reported. "But they still have 40 hostages in the auditorium. That's our next objective. That's suicide. They have that position locked down. Then I'll have to get creative." Rick checked his weapons. He was running low on ammunition. "I need explosives, whatever you have." Dal hesitated, then nodded to one of his guards. The man brought out a small case of breaching charges used for emergency door removal. Rick took them and started rigging a harness. The children watched him work. "Uncle Rick," Lyra said quietly, "are you going to die?" He paused, looking at her honest, scared face. He could lie, but she deserved better. "Maybe," he said. "But that won't stop me from trying. Because here's the thing about honey badgers, Lyra. They don't fight because they think they'll win. They fight because something needs protecting. And as long as I can still move, as long as I can still pull a trigger, those people in the auditorium have a chance." He stood up, fully armed now. "Lieutenant Dal, give me 20 minutes. Then push for the landing pads with everyone who can fight. We need to signal for help. 20 minutes won't be enough." Rick headed for the exit. "Then I'll just have to work faster." The doors sealed behind him for the second time. Somewhere in the facility, 40 people waited for rescue or death. Rick intended to give them the first option, even if it cost him everything. Rick observed the auditorium from his position in the ceiling crawlspace. Below him, 40 hostages sat in the center of the large room, surrounded by armed mercenaries. He counted 18 guards positioned around the perimeter. Commander Cross stood near the stage, a tall figure in crimson armor, speaking into a communication device. The hostages looked terrified. Teachers held young children close. Older students tried to stay calm, but their fear was obvious. Headmaster Torvak sat among them, his usual confident posture replaced by something broken and defeated. Rick had 18 minutes left before Lieutenant Dal's pushed to the landing pads. He needed to create enough chaos to split the mercenary forces. Time to work. He moved through the crawl space above the auditorium, planting breaching charges at key structural points. He was not trying to bring down the building, just create openings. The technical booth overlooked the main floor from a high angle. Perfect position. Rick descended into the booth quietly. The equipment here controlled lighting, sound, and environmental systems for the auditorium. He began preparing his surprise, setting timers and routing commands. Below, Commander Cross addressed the hostages. Your coalition is being contacted now. They will have simple terms. Withdraw all forces from the outer reach territories or you die. Your governments value territory less than they value your lives, so you should hope they choose wisely. A young Alarian teacher spoke up, voice shaking. Why are you doing this? These are children. Cross turned to her slowly. Because children make excellent leverage. Adults will do anything to protect their offspring. It is weakness we exploit. Rick's finger hovered over the activation switch. He wanted to kill this man so badly his hand shook. But timing mattered. He needed maximum confusion. He triggered the first charge. The explosion blew out a section of wall near the stage. Alarms immediately began wailing throughout the facility. Rick activated every sound and light system in the auditorium at once. Speakers roared with feedback. Emergency strobes flashed in random patterns. Fire suppression foam began spraying from ceiling nozzles. The mercenaries reacted instantly, training taking over. They moved to defensive positions, but their formations were broken by the chaos. Hostages scattered in panic, some running for the exits, others freezing in place. Rick dropped through a ceiling panel into the technical booth's upper platform. He began firing controlled shots into the mercenary positions below. 3 went down in the first seconds before the others located him. Return fire chewed into the booth's protective barriers. On the main floor, Headmaster Torvak saw what was happening. Saw Rick fighting alone against impossible odds. Something in the old administrator's face changed. He grabbed the young teacher next to him. Get the children to the exits, he shouted over the noise. When they're confused, we move. The teacher stared at him. We'll be killed, maybe, but that human is dying to save us. I won't let his sacrifice be wasted. Torvak stood up despite the plasma fire filling the air. Everyone move now! Exit doors, go! Some hostages ran. Others hesitated. Rick provided covering fire, forcing the mercenaries to take cover instead of shooting fleeing civilians. But there were too many angles, too many guns. A plasma bolt caught a running Centauri man in the back. He fell. A child screamed. Rick changed tactics. He threw a plasma grenade toward the largest group of mercenaries. They scattered. In that moment, Rick jumped from the booth platform, using a deployed banner as an improvised rope to swing down to the main floor. He landed hard, rolled, came up firing. The closest mercenary went down. Rick grabbed his fallen body and used it as a shield while advancing. Plasma fire from multiple directions hit the corpse. Rick fired around it, targeting weapons and exposed limbs, disabling rather than killing when possible to create obstacles and confusion. A mercenary charged him with a combat blade. Rick sidestepped, let the man's momentum carry him past, then shot him in the back. He spun and fired at a mercenary, trying to line up a shot on fleeing hostages. The shot went wide but made the mercenary duck. Half the hostages were out now, running through the exits. Rick moved to a position between them and the mercenaries, drawing fire deliberately. Plasma bolts scorched past him. One grazed his arm, burning through sleeve and skin. He ignored the pain. Commander Cross appeared from behind cover, his personal shields shimmering. You must be the one they call Honey Badger. I heard you were dead. Not yet, Rick said, firing. His shot splashed harmlessly off Cross's military-grade shields. You cannot win this. Look around. My men still outnumber you. The hostages you saved will be recaptured. Your heroics change nothing. Rick smiled, blood running down his burned arm. You're wrong. I already won. How? Because those kids are running. Because that old administrator found his courage. Because humans don't measure victory by whether we survive. We measure it by whether we protected what mattered. Cross raised his weapon. Then die with your pride. The auditorium doors burst open. Lieutenant Dal and 20 armed defenders poured in, firing as they came. The mercenaries, caught between Rick's position and the new threat, broke formation. Some tried to return fire. Others attempted to flee. Rick used the confusion to close distance with Cross. He tackled the commander, both of them crashing to the floor. Cross was stronger, his armor giving him advantage. They struggled for control. Above them, the ceiling groaned. Rick's charges had done more damage than he intended. Structural supports were failing. Dal's voice rang out. Everyone out. Building's coming down! The defenders grabbed hostages and ran. Rick and Cross continued fighting among the chaos. The commander's fist caught Rick's jaw, snapping his head back. Rick responded with an elbow strike that cracked Cross's helmet visor. "You're insane," Cross gasped. "We're both going to die." "Good," Rick said and punched him again. Hands grabbed Rick from behind. Lieutenant Dal and 2 guards were dragging him toward the exit. "Let go," Rick shouted. "He's their commander." "And you're no good to anyone dead," Dal snapped. "Move." They ran for the exit as the ceiling began collapsing. Cross scrambled to his feet and ran the opposite direction, heading for a side emergency exit. Dust and debris filled the air. The main chandelier fell, crushing 2 mercenaries who were too slow. Rick's group burst out into the courtyard just as a section of the auditorium roof caved in. They kept running, putting distance between themselves and the collapsing structure. Behind them, explosions echoed as power systems overloaded. When they finally stopped, Rick counted heads. All the hostages were out, some wounded but alive. The defenders had taken casualties, but most survived. Lieutenant Dal looked at the burning auditorium, then at Rick. "That was the most reckless, stupid, insane thing I have ever witnessed." Rick wiped blood from his mouth. "Did it work?" "The hostages are free. The mercenaries are scattered." "I'd say yes, it worked," a young voice called out. "Uncle Rick!" Lyra's older sister ran toward them from the group of freed hostages. She threw her arms around Rick, sobbing. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us." Rick awkwardly patted her back, uncomfortable with the gratitude. "Just doing my job." "No," Headmaster Torvak approached, his robes torn and dirty. "You did far more than your job. You gave us hope when we had none. You showed us what courage looks like." The old Alarian met Rick's eyes. "I was wrong about you. Wrong to dismiss your concerns. Wrong to think peace meant we could forget how to fight. You tried to prepare us and I refused to listen." Rick shook his head. "Doesn't matter now. We're not done yet. Cross is still out there with at least 20 mercenaries. We need to secure the landing pads and call for real help." As if summoned by his words, a low rumble filled the air. Everyone looked up. The sky split open with light. Coalition fighters screamed through the atmosphere, weapons hot and targeting systems locked. Behind them, the massive shape of a battlecruiser dropped out of faster-than-light travel, its hull bearing the name Vigilant. Rick's emergency transmission had gotten through. Help had arrived. The Coalition fighters hit the mercenary ships like hammers of light. Plasma cannons tore into the Marauder-class vessels still hovering above the facility. One exploded immediately, its reactor breaching in a brilliant flash. The other 2 tried to run, activating their stealth systems and boosting for orbit. They did not make it. Missiles from the Vigilant tracked them through every evasion attempt. The second ship died in a cascade of secondary explosions. The third managed to return fire, its desperate shots splashing against the battlecruiser's shields, before a fighter wing surrounded it and pounded it into debris. The sky cleared of threats in under 3 minutes. On the ground, the remaining mercenaries saw their escape routes vanish. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others, either braver or more foolish, tried to fight. Coalition Marines dropped from assault shuttles, heavily armed and ready for combat. The brief firefights that erupted were one-sided. Rick watched it happen from the courtyard, leaning against a broken fountain. His body was starting to register all the damage he had taken. Burns, cuts, bruises, probably some cracked ribs. His right arm was barely functional. But he stayed on his feet because sitting down felt too much like giving up. Lieutenant Dal coordinated with the arriving Marines, directing them to pockets of remaining resistance. The freed hostages were being evacuated to the shuttles for medical treatment. Children cried, some in relief, others still terrified. Teachers did their best to comfort them. A shuttle landed near Rick's position. The ramp dropped and a familiar figure strode out. Commander Yates, human, 50s, with gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from old leather. He wore full combat armor and carried himself like someone who had been fighting wars since before Rick was born. Because he had. "Rick Walsh," Yates said, looking him over. "You look like hell. Feel worse," Rick admitted. "Good to see you, Commander. Got your message. Honey Badger needs help. That's a first. You've never asked for help before." Yates glanced around at the destroyed facility, the bodies, the frightened children being led to safety. "Looks like you did pretty well on your own, though." "Had help. The lieutenant here and his people. The kids, too. Brave little things." Yates nodded slowly. "How many mercenaries?" "Started with 60. I dropped maybe 15. The rest scattered or surrendered when you showed up. 15, Yates let that sink in. You killed 15 trained mercenaries while protecting hostages and coordinating a defense. With no backup and no plan. Rick shrugged, then winced as the movement pulled something painful in his shoulder. Had a plan. It was just a bad plan. But bad plans are better than no plans. A medic approached, but Rick waved him off. I'm fine. Check the kids first. Sir, you're bleeding. I said I'm fine. Yates dismissed the medic with a gesture. When they were alone, the older man's expression softened slightly. You know you could have died here, right? Against those odds, you should have died. Yeah, I know. So why? Why not get yourself to safety and wait for us? Rick looked across the courtyard to where Lyra sat with her sister, both of them wrapped in emergency blankets. The little girl saw him looking and waved. He waved back with his good arm. Because she called my name, Rick said quietly. Because I couldn't leave them. Because someone had to stand between these kids and the monsters. And I was here, so it had to be me. Yates followed his gaze. The human condition. We can't help ourselves. We see someone in trouble and we have to help even when it's stupid. Especially when it's stupid, Rick agreed. A commotion drew their attention. Marines were escorting a group of captured mercenaries through the courtyard. Among them, limping and covered in dust, was Commander Cross. His expensive armor was dented and his helmet was missing. He saw Rick and stopped walking, staring. You, Cross said. You should be dead. The building collapsed. I got out. But how? How did one man do all this? Cross looked genuinely confused. We outnumbered you, outgunned you, had every advantage. How did we lose? Rick pushed himself off the fountain, standing straight despite the pain. Because you thought this was a military operation. Calculated risks and acceptable losses. But for me, this was personal. Every child in this facility became my responsibility the moment you attacked. And humans don't do well with math when someone threatens our kids. We don't care about odds. We care about protecting what matters. Cross shook his head. Your species is insane. Probably, Rick agreed. But we're your insane species. We're the ones who show up when everyone else says it's impossible. We're the ones who stand and fight when logic says to run. And we're the ones who will tear through an army to save a single child. Remember that. Make sure whoever hired you remembers it too. The Marines led Cross away. Yates chuckled. Making speeches now? You really did hit your head. Maybe. Rick finally allowed himself to sit down on the fountain's edge. How bad is it? The casualties? Yates's expression grew serious. 47 coalition personnel dead. 12 students. 19 injured critically. It's bad, Rick, but it would have been worse. If you hadn't acted, if you hadn't bought time, we would have arrived to find hundreds dead and the survivors held hostage. Rick closed his eyes. 12 students. 12 children who had been laughing and playing just hours ago. He could see their faces in his mind, knew their names, felt their weight settle on his shoulders alongside all the other ghosts he carried. Hey. Yates's hand gripped his shoulder. You saved hundreds more. That matters. Doesn't feel like it. It never does. But those kids over there, they're alive because of you. Their families get to hold them again. That has to count for something. Rick opened his eyes and looked around the courtyard again. Saw the survivors. Saw the relief and grief mixing on their faces. Saw Pax and his friends being reunited with their parents who had just arrived on the shuttles. Saw Lyra running toward him, breaking free from her sister. She crashed into him and hugged him tight, careful of his injuries. You did it, Uncle Rick. You saved us. Rick hugged her back with his good arm, feeling something tight in his chest. We saved each other, kid. You and Pax and all the brave people here. Everyone who didn't give up. That's why we're still standing. Headmaster Torvak approached slowly. The old Ilarian looked like he had aged years in a single day. Sergeant Walsh, I owe you an apology. Several apologies. And my life, along with the lives of everyone here. You fought when it counted, Rick said. That's what mattered. I should have listened to you. Should have prepared. Should have run those drills you requested. Torvak's voice broke slightly. 12 students died because I was too proud, too certain we were safe. No, Rick said firmly. They died because mercenaries attacked a school. Because someone evil made an evil choice. You're not responsible for what they did. None of us are. Torvak wiped his eyes. How do you carry it? The weight of those we couldn't save? Rick looked at Lyra, still holding on to him. At the other children being loaded onto evacuation shuttles. At the survivors helping each other through the wreckage. By remembering the ones we did save, he said, by making sure their survival means something, by being better tomorrow than we were today. Medical personnel finally convinced Rick to let them treat his injuries. They loaded him onto a stretcher despite his protests. As they carried him toward a medical shuttle, children lined the path. Some waved, some called his name, some just watched with wide, grateful eyes. Pax ran up and pressed something into Rick's hand. The honey badger figurine the children had been carving in art class now finished. "For you," the boy said. "So you remember us?" Rick's throat felt tight. "I could never forget you, Pax. Any of you." The medical shuttle lifted off, carrying Rick toward the Vigilance medical bay. Through the window, he watched the facility grow smaller below. The destruction was obvious from the air. Collapsed buildings, scorch marks. The evidence of violence, but also evidence of survival. People moving through the wreckage, helping each other, refusing to be broken. That was humanity's real strength, Rick thought, as exhaustion finally claimed him. Not that they were strong or fast or clever, but that they refused to give up. That they cared so deeply for others that they would fight impossible battles and endure terrible costs. That when a child cried out in fear, a human answered, and nothing in the universe could stop them from trying to help. Nothing at all. 3 months passed before Rick was cleared for duty again. The doctors on the Vigilant had patched him up, but the injuries went deeper than burns and broken bones. He spent 2 weeks in the medical bay, another month in rehabilitation, and several sessions with a counselor who specialized in combat trauma. Rick hated every minute of it, but he went through the motions. The counselor was a patient Alarian woman named Vera, who let him sit in silence for most of their sessions. Eventually he started talking about the children who died, about the ones who survived, about the weight of choosing who to save first when everyone needed saving. "You did everything possible," Vera said during their last session. "You know that, right?" "Knowing it and feeling it are different things," Rick replied. "They are. But feeling guilty for not being able to save everyone just means you care. And the galaxy needs people who care, Sergeant Walsh. Especially now." Rick was stationed on Frontier Base 7 when he received the message. It was a video file, marked as coming from the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. He almost deleted it, not ready to face those memories. But something made him open it. The screen showed the facility's courtyard, rebuilt and clean. Students walked between classes. Teachers supervised. Everything looked normal again, peaceful. Then the camera panned to show a memorial garden that had not existed before. Stone pathways wound between flowering plants from dozens of worlds. At the center stood a statue carved from white marble. It showed a human figure, battle-worn and determined, with children of various species gathered around him in protective embrace. The plaque at its base read, "The Honey Badger. When Earth sends its best, they send their heart, in memory of those lost, in honor of those who stood." The video continued. Headmaster Torvak appeared on screen, looking older but steadier than Rick remembered. "Sergeant Walsh, if you are watching this, I wanted you to see what we built. The memorial honors everyone who fell defending this facility. But the statue is you specifically because you embodied something we needed to remember. That courage is not about being unafraid. It is about acting despite fear. That strength is not about overpowering others. It is about protecting those who cannot protect themselves." The camera shifted to show Lyra, now several months older and smiling. "Hi, Uncle Rick, I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. I wanted to tell you something. After everything happened, I was really scared. Scared to go back to class. Scared to be alone. But then I remembered what you said about honey badgers. They don't care about being scared. They just do what needs doing. So I tried to be brave like you, and it got easier. Thank you for teaching us that." More children appeared in the video, each sharing a brief message. Pax talked about how he wanted to join the coalition forces when he grew up, to help protect others like Rick had protected them. Others shared artwork they had made, stories they had written, ways they had found courage in dark moments by remembering the human who had fought for them. The video ended with Commander Yates appearing on screen. "Rick, stop being stubborn and check your messages. You've received commendations from 7 different governments. The coalition is offering you any posting you want. The facility wants you to come back as head of security with triple your old pay, and about 100 families want to thank you personally. You're famous now. Deal with it." Rick sat in his small quarters on the base staring at the blank screen. Famous. He did not want to be famous. He wanted to be left alone to do his job. His communicator chimed. Incoming call. He almost ignored it, but the caller ID made him pause. Lieutenant Dal. Rick answered. Dal's blue face appeared, looking pleased. Sergeant Walsh, good to see you up and around. Lieutenant, what can I do for you? Actually, I'm calling with an offer. The facility is reopening next month. They want a complete security overhaul. New protocols, new training, new everything. They asked me to head the project. I accepted on one condition, that you join my team. Rick hesitated. I don't know if I can go back there. I understand. But consider this. Those children remember you. They need to see that heroes don't just disappear after the battle. They keep going, keep working, keep caring. Your presence there would mean more than any security system we could install. I'm not a hero, Dal. I'm just a soldier who got lucky. You're wrong. You're exactly what a hero looks like. Imperfect, stubborn, willing to sacrifice everything for others. That's the definition. Dal leaned closer to the camera. The children need to see that you survived. That doing the right thing doesn't always mean dying for it. Sometimes it means living with it and choosing to keep helping people. Rick thought about the statue in the memorial garden, about Lyra's message, about all the children who were finding courage by remembering what one determined human had done. I'll think about it, Rick said finally. That's all I ask. Take your time. The offer stands whenever you're ready. The call ended. Rick sat alone with his thoughts. Outside his window, Frontier Base 7 bustled with activity. Ships coming and going, soldiers training, people living their lives unaware that somewhere out there, a single act of desperate courage had become a story told across worlds. Rick opened his footlocker and pulled out the honey badger figurine Pax had given him. The carving was rough, childish, but made with care. He set it on his desk where he could see it. Maybe Dal was right. Maybe going back was the right choice. Not to be celebrated or honored, but to show those children that you could face horror and come out the other side. That scars heal. That life continues. That protecting others is a responsibility that does not end when the battle does. His communicator chimed again. This time it was a text message from an unknown number. Rick opened it. Uncle Rick, this is Pax. Lieutenant Dal gave me your contact info. I hope that's okay. I wanted you to know something. I'm starting a club at the facility. It's called the Honey Badger Corps. We help younger students when they're scared. We stand up to bullies. We do volunteer work in the community. We try to be brave like you were. Like you are. 30 kids joined in the first week. We wear patches with a honey badger on them. Is that okay? Rick stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed a reply. It's more than okay, Pax. It's perfect. Keep being brave. Keep helping others. That's what matters most. I'm proud of you. He sent the message, then stood and walked to his window, looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, children were learning that courage was not about being fearless. It was about choosing to act despite fear. That strength was not about domination. It was about protection. That humans, for all their flaws and weaknesses, had something special. They cared. They refused to give up. They stood between the innocent and the dark, and when a child cried out, they answered. Rick made his decision. He would go back to the facility, not as a hero seeking glory, but as a teacher showing students what it meant to keep going after tragedy, to turn pain into purpose, to transform fear into determination, because that was the real legacy of the honey badger. Not the violence or the desperate battle, but the choice to keep caring, keep protecting, keep standing up for those who needed someone in their corner. He opened his communicator and sent a message to Lieutenant Dal. I accept your offer. When do we start? The response came back immediately. Welcome back, Sergeant. We start by rebuilding, together. Rick smiled slightly. Rebuilding, that felt right. Take something broken and make it whole again. Take frightened children and help them find strength. Take a tragedy and transform it into a lesson about resilience. That was the human way. Not the strongest. Not the fastest. Not the most advanced. But the ones who refused to quit. The ones who cared so deeply that they would fight impossible battles and carry impossible burdens. The ones who, when darkness came, chose to be the light. Rick packed his gear that night. Tomorrow he would ship out to Viridian IV, back to the facility where he had nearly died, back to the children who remembered him, back to the work of protecting and teaching and showing others that courage was not about never being afraid. It was about being afraid and doing the right thing anyway. As he prepared to sleep, Rick looked one more time at the honey badger figurine on his desk. Such a small thing, such a simple gift, but it represented something larger. Hope, resilience, the refusal to give up even when everything seemed lost. He thought about all the children across the galaxy who would hear the story of the Academy attack, who would learn about the human who stood alone against an army because it was the right thing to do, who would find their own courage in his example. That was the real victory. Not surviving the battle, but inspiring others to be brave in their own battles, whatever form those took, to stand up when it was easier to stay down, to protect when it was safer to hide, to care when it was simpler not to. Rick closed his eyes and for the first time in 3 months slept without nightmares, because he had made his choice. He would keep going, keep helping, keep standing between children in danger for as long as he was able. That was enough. That was everything. The honey badger was going home, and somewhere in the dark between stars the story spread, whispered in coalition briefing rooms and mercenary hideouts and civilian gatherings. The story of one human who had shattered enemy lines with nothing but determination and an absolute refusal to let children die on his watch. The story of what happens when you threaten something a human has decided to protect. The story of the honey badger who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and remembered. Because some stories, some acts of courage echo forever. This was one of them.
The thing about teaching military history to a classroom full of aliens, Professor Corventhal mused, as he adjusted his 4 shoulders beneath his academy uniform, was that most species had the courtesy to lose their wars properly. They'd fight, they'd fall, they'd surrender with dignity, and then they'd spend the next few centuries writing very respectful textbooks about how they'd learned valuable lessons from their defeat. Humans, apparently, hadn't gotten that memo. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? Let's start with the classroom itself. A gleaming testament to galactic cooperation perched on Kepler Prime Station, where the Alliance of 5 Worlds had established their premier military academy. The walls curved in that particularly nausea-inducing way that architects insisted was aesthetically pleasing to all species, though Thal suspected it was really just designed to make everyone equally uncomfortable. The holographic displays hummed with quiet efficiency, casting everything in that soft blue glow that was supposed to be universally soothing, but mostly just reminded Thal of the inside of a medical scanner, which, considering what he was about to teach today, seemed grimly appropriate. Settle down, Thal rumbled, his voice carrying that particular authority that came from having personally witnessed 3 galactic conflicts and lived to complain about the paperwork. His 4 arms moved in practiced synchronization, one straightening his lecture notes, another activating the holographic display, a third reaching for his ceremonial teaching staff, and the 4th unconsciously checking that his sidearm was properly secured. Old habits and all that. The students filed into their seats with varying degrees of enthusiasm. There was Brix Moulton, the crystalline being from the Helix Collective, whose geometric form caught the light in patterns that would have been beautiful if you could forget they were looking at you with about 30 different eyes. Brix preferred non-binary pronouns, which Thal had memorized after the 3rd formal complaint, settled into their specially designed mounting bracket with the soft chiming sound that meant they were either content or plotting revolution. With the Helix Collective, it was often hard to tell the difference. Near the back, Garen Stokes coiled his serpentine lower body around one of the adjustable seats, his scaled hands already taking notes in that meticulous way that made Thal slightly nervous. The Saurian Republic produced excellent military historians, which meant they also produced excellent military strategists, which meant Thal always felt like he was being quietly evaluated whenever Garen was in class. It was probably true. Floating near the ceiling because apparently sitting was too confining for her gaseous matrix, Nemi Cloudfall drifted in lazy patterns, her ethereal form shifting between translucent blue and worried purple. The color changes were involuntary, which made her terrible at poker, but excellent at diplomacy. You always knew where you stood with Nemi, even if where you stood was occasionally 20 feet above the floor. And then there was Emma Blake. Now, Emma was what you might charitably call unremarkable, if you were the sort of person who thought a perfectly controlled smile and eyes that seemed to catalog everything they saw were unremarkable. She sat in the third row, just left of center, with the kind of posture that suggested military training, but not the kind that advertised it. Her notebook was paper, actual, honest-to-entropy paper, which was either charmingly primitive or deeply suspicious, depending on your perspective. Thal had been leaning toward charmingly primitive until he'd noticed that Emma never seemed surprised by anything he taught. Not shocked, not outraged, not even particularly interested. Just aware. Like she was checking his work against some internal reference she kept filed away behind that pleasant, forgettable face. It was unsettling. But today, Thal told himself as he activated the main holographic display, today he was going to teach a lesson that would wipe that knowing look right off the little human's face. Today's topic was going to be educational for everyone involved. Today, class, he began, letting his voice carry that particular mix of authority and dark satisfaction that made students sit up and pay attention. We're going to discuss one of the most instructive military defeats in recent galactic history. A textbook example of what happens when a primitive species overestimates its capabilities and challenges its betters. The holographic display flickered to life, showing a blue-green marble of a planet that looked almost aggressively pleasant. White clouds swirled over brown continents and vast oceans, the whole thing rotating slowly in the artificial light like some kind of cosmic advertisement for peaceful living. Earth, Thal announced, and his forearms gestured in perfect synchronization toward the display. Home of the humans, a species so confident in their own abilities that they actually thought they could stand against the combined might of the Alliance of Five Worlds. He paused for effect, letting that sink in. Several students made the appropriate sounds of amazement and derision. Brix's crystalline form shifted to what Thal had learned was amusement, a sort of prismatic giggling. Nemi's gaseous form turned a definitely entertained shade of green. Emma Blake, however, just tilted her head slightly to one side, like she was listening to something the rest of them couldn't hear. The Third Sol War, Thal continued, warming to his theme, began when the humans refused a perfectly reasonable request to submit to Alliance authority. They claimed their sovereign rights were more important than galactic stability. They insisted that their independence was worth fighting for, even against impossible odds. Another pause. More appreciative murmurs from the class. Someone, probably Garen, made a soft hissing sound that might have been laughter. The Alliance, of course, tried to be reasonable. We offered them generous terms, complete cultural autonomy, local self-governance, even representation in the lower councils. All they had to do was acknowledge Alliance supremacy and contribute to our mutual defense. Simple, really. Thal's third arm gestured, and the holographic display shifted to show fleet formations. Sleek Alliance vessels in perfect battle order, their hulls gleaming with the kind of advanced armor plating that had conquered half the known galaxy. But the humans, he said, and now there was genuine amusement in his voice. The humans said no. They said they'd rather fight than submit. They actually thought their primitive weapons and outdated tactics could stand against Alliance technology that had been refined through centuries of conquest. The display shifted again, showing what were supposedly human ships. They looked, well, functional was probably the kindest word. Blocky, utilitarian things that seemed to have been designed by someone who'd heard the concept of sleek, described secondhand, and decided it was probably overrated. The war itself was almost anticlimactic, Thal continued. 5 months of sporadic fighting, mostly around their outer colonies. Their defense platforms fell within weeks. Their lunar installations surrendered without firing a shot. By the end, they were reduced to hiding behind their home planet's gravity well, hoping against hope that someone would come to their rescue. Emma Blake raised her hand. It was such a normal gesture, so perfectly polite and academic, that it took Thal a moment to register what had happened. When he did, he felt a brief flutter of, was that nervousness? Ridiculous. He was a decorated veteran teaching military history to students, not defending a thesis to a panel of peer reviewers. Yes, Miss Blake? Professor Thal, Emma said, and her voice had that same unremarkable quality as the rest of her, pleasant, respectful, utterly forgettable. I was wondering about the timeline. You mentioned 5 months of fighting, but the preliminary reports I've read suggest the conflict lasted considerably longer. Could you clarify? Thal blinked, all 4 of his eyes, in sequence. I'm not sure what preliminary reports you might have access to, Miss Blake, but I can assure you that the Alliance maintains comprehensive records of all military actions. The Third Sol War lasted exactly 5 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days. Of course, Emma said, with that same pleasant smile. I'm sure your records are accurate. I was just curious about the discrepancy. She lowered her hand and returned to her note-taking, leaving Thal with the distinct impression that he'd just been politely challenged and somehow lost ground in the exchange, which was ridiculous, because he was the one with 4 decades of military experience and access to classified historical archives. Right, he said, shaking off the momentary uncertainty. As I was saying, the humans finally surrendered when they realized the futility of their position. Their fleet was scattered, their colonies occupied, their resistance broken. They signed the Terran Accords under Alliance supervision, formally acknowledging our authority and accepting their new status as a protectorate world. The holographic display showed what were supposedly the signing ceremonies, humans in simple, functional uniforms standing before Alliance officials in their full ceremonial regalia. The humans looked appropriately defeated, their heads bowed, their signatures reluctant, but resigned. The most instructive part of this conflict, Thal continued, hitting his stride again, was how completely the humans misunderstood the nature of modern warfare. They still thought in terms of individual ship-to-ship combat, as if this were some primitive age when battles were decided by who had the biggest guns and the most courage. Bricks chimed softly, a sound that indicated interest. What was their technological disadvantage, Professor? Thal's second arm gestured toward a new set of displays showing comparative weapon specifications. Essentially everything. Their energy weapons were at least 2 generations behind Alliance standard. Their armor plating was barely adequate for civilian use, let alone military engagement. Their ships were slow, clumsy, and completely outmatched by Alliance technology. And yet, Nemi's ethereal voice drifted down from near the ceiling. They chose to fight anyway. Exactly. Thal's enthusiasm was genuine now. A perfect example of how species pride can override rational strategic thinking. The humans actually believed that their fighting spirit could overcome technological superiority. It's almost tragically naive. Emma raised her hand again. This time Thal hesitated for just a moment before acknowledging her. Yes? I'm sorry to keep interrupting, Emma said, and she really did sound apologetic. But I'm having trouble understanding the orbital mechanics of the conflict. If Earth's defense platforms were destroyed so quickly, how did the Alliance maintain their fleet positions? Wouldn't the debris fields have complicated their approach vectors? Thal stared at her. It was such a technical question, so specific and detailed, that it took him completely off guard. Most students, when they asked questions at all, wanted to know about casualty figures or dramatic battle moments. They didn't ask about debris fields and approach vectors. The Alliance fleet used standard evasion protocols, he said, aware that his answer sounded less confident than he'd intended. Debris management is a routine part of any orbital engagement. Of course, Emma agreed. It's just that managing debris fields while maintaining effective firing solutions requires quite a bit of computational power. I was wondering if the Alliance records mention any difficulties with targeting systems or maneuvering restrictions. The classroom had gone very quiet. Thal realized that everyone was looking at him, waiting for his response to what should have been a simple question about military logistics. The problem was, he didn't actually know the answer. The historical records he'd been teaching from didn't go into that level of tactical detail. Miss Blake, he said, and heard his voice take on that slightly stiff tone that meant he was feeling defensive. I appreciate your interest in the technical aspects of the conflict, but I think we should focus on the broader strategic lessons. The specific details of debris management are peripheral to our purposes here. Emma nodded agreeably. You're absolutely right, Professor. I apologize for getting bogged down in the details. But something in her tone, perfectly respectful, completely deferential, made Thal feel like he'd just walked into a trap he didn't even know was there. Emma Blake had backed down from her question so quickly and politely that it felt less like surrender and more like someone deciding to save their ammunition for a better target. The rest of the class period proceeded normally. Thal covered the aftermath of the conflict, the terms of Earth's surrender, and the establishment of Alliance monitoring stations throughout the Sol system. The students took notes, asked appropriate questions about historical precedents and strategic implications, and generally behaved like the eager military academy pupils they were supposed to be. Emma Blake said nothing else for the rest of the period. She just sat there, taking notes on her anachronistic paper with an old-fashioned pen, occasionally glancing up at the holographic displays with that same mild, cataloging expression. But when the class ended and the students began filing out, Thal noticed something that made his primary stomach clench, with what might have been apprehension. Emma was still writing, her pen moving steadily across the paper, even though the lecture had ended, and there was nothing left to record. Unless, of course, she was writing down her own thoughts about what she'd just heard. As she finally closed her notebook and stood to leave, Emma caught his eye and smiled, the same pleasant, forgettable smile she always wore. Thank you for the fascinating lecture, Professor. I'm looking forward to next week's discussion. And then she was gone, leaving Thal alone with his holographic displays and the uncomfortable suspicion that he'd just been very politely dissected by someone who knew a great deal more about the Third Sol War than she was letting on. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Emma Blake was just a human exchange student from a conquered world, studying military history like dozens of other students from dozens of other defeated species. She couldn't possibly know more about the conflict than Alliance historical records contained. Could she? Thal began shutting down his displays, telling himself that he was being paranoid. Just because Emma asked unusually detailed questions didn't mean she had access to classified information. Just because she seemed unsurprised by everything he taught didn't mean she already knew the material. Just because she had the kind of controlled demeanor that suggested military training didn't mean she was anything other than what she appeared to be. But as he gathered his teaching materials and prepared to leave the classroom, Thal found himself wondering about something Emma had said. She'd mentioned preliminary reports about the war's duration, then backed down when challenged. But what if she hadn't been backing down at all? What if she'd been testing his knowledge against something else? Some other source of information that contradicted the official Alliance version of events? It was a disturbing thought. Disturbing enough that Thal decided he might need to do some additional research before next week's class, just to be thorough, just to make sure his facts were completely accurate. After all, there was nothing worse than being wrong in front of students, especially students who might already know you were wrong before you even opened your mouth. The following week arrived with all the inevitability of a tactical missile, and Professor Corvin Thal found himself standing before his holographic displays with what could generously be called confidence, and more accurately be described as stubborn denial. He'd spent the intervening days doing research, extensive research, the kind of research that involved pulling files he hadn't looked at in years and cross-referencing battle reports until his eyes ached and his fourth arm had developed a stress tremor from too much datapad manipulation. What he'd found had been reassuring. Mostly. The Alliance records were consistent, detailed, and absolutely clear about the outcome of the Third Sol War. Earth had lost. Decisively. End of discussion. So why did he feel like he was about to step into a minefield? Today, he announced to his assembled students, we'll be examining the tactical specifics of the Third Sol War. The weapons used, the strategies employed, and most importantly, why the human resistance collapsed so completely. Emma Blake sat in her usual seat, notebook open, pen poised, wearing that same pleasant expression that had been haunting his dreams for a week. She looked like she was settling in for an entertaining show. The Alliance fleet, Thal continued, activating the holographic display, consisted of 238 vessels of various classes. Dreadnoughts, cruisers, destroyers, and support craft, all equipped with the latest in Alliance military technology. The display showed the impressive array of ships, their sleek hulls gleaming with menace and purpose. Against this force, the humans deployed ... Thal paused for dramatic effect. 63 ships of primitive design and questionable combat capability. Appreciative murmurs from the class. Even Nemi's gaseous form shifted to an amused shade of orange. The engagement began at the edge of their solar system, Thal continued, where human forces attempted to establish a defensive perimeter. Their tactics were, well, quaint might be the diplomatic term. He gestured, and the display shifted to show fleet positions. They actually tried to form a battle line, as if this were some ancient naval engagement fought with cannon and gunpowder, against Alliance ships capable of three-dimensional maneuvering and coordinated targeting solutions. Garen's scaled head tilted thoughtfully. What was their casualty ratio? Devastating, Thal replied with satisfaction. In the first engagement alone, they lost 18 ships to our 3. Emma's pen stopped moving. It was such a small thing, so insignificant that anyone else might have missed it entirely. But Thal had been watching for exactly that kind of reaction, and the moment Emma Blake's pen went still on her paper, he knew he had her attention. Of course, he continued, the humans claimed those losses were part of some larger strategy. But that was obviously face-saving propaganda. No military force voluntarily accepts casualties of that magnitude unless they're completely outmatched. Emma raised her hand. "Professor," she said, and her voice was still perfectly polite, perfectly respectful. "Could you clarify something about those casualty figures?" There are moments in every teacher's career when they realize they've made a terrible mistake. For Professor Corvin Thal, that moment arrived when Emma Blake's perfectly innocent question hung in the air like a primed explosive device. "Could you clarify something about those casualty figures?" she repeated, and somehow managed to make it sound like she was asking about the weather. Thal's forearms moved in what he hoped was a confident gesture. "What would you like clarified, Miss Blake?" "Well," Emma said, closing her notebook with deliberate care, "you mentioned that the humans lost 18 ships in the first engagement, while the Alliance lost 3. But I'm curious about the timeline. How long did this first engagement actually last?" Something cold and unpleasant began crawling up Thal's spine. The duration of individual engagements isn't really relevant to our discussion of overall strategy. "Oh, I completely understand," Emma agreed, standing up from her seat. "It's just that the math seems a little unusual." And then, to Thal's growing horror, Emma Blake began walking toward the front of the classroom. "You see," she continued conversationally, 18 ships destroyed in a single engagement suggests either a very long battle or very concentrated firepower. But if the Alliance had overwhelming technological superiority, wouldn't they have achieved total victory much more quickly? She reached the holographic display and, without asking permission, began manipulating the controls with the kind of casual familiarity that suggested she'd used Alliance technology before. Regularly. "Miss Blake," Thal began, "I don't think—" "Oh, don't worry, Professor," Emma said cheerfully. "I'm just trying to understand the tactical situation better." "May I?" It wasn't really a question. The holographic display had already shifted under her touch, showing detailed fleet positions and engagement vectors that Thal was certain hadn't been in his original presentation files. "Now," Emma continued, "if we look at the actual positioning data—" Her fingers danced across the holographic interface, calling up information that made Thal's primary stomach drop toward his boots. "We can see that the human fleet wasn't actually trying to form a traditional battle line at all." The display now showed a three-dimensional tactical map that was far more detailed than anything in Thal's teaching materials. Ship positions, movement vectors, engagement ranges, all of it rendered in precise, real-time reconstruction that looked suspiciously like combat recorder data. "This is fascinating," Bricks chimed, their crystalline form shifting to an intrigued purple. "Where did this data come from?" Emma glanced back at the class with that same pleasant smile. "Oh, these are just the standard Alliance tactical archives. Professor Thal has access to all of this, of course. Don't you, Professor?" Thal opened his mouth, then closed it again. He did have access to the tactical archives, technically, but accessing them required security clearances he'd never bothered to maintain, and most of the detailed engagement data was classified at levels far above what was necessary for teaching basic military history. "The interesting thing," Emma continued, turning back to the display, "is what happens when you overlay the timeline data with the casualty reports." She gestured, and the holographic battlefield began moving, showing the engagement in real-time acceleration. Thal watched with growing dread as the human ships moved in patterns that definitely weren't the primitive tactics he'd been describing. "You see," Emma explained to the now fascinated class, "those 18 human ships weren't destroyed in a chaotic melee. They were destroyed in exactly 132 minutes, in a very specific sequence, while maintaining perfect formation discipline. The display showed it clearly now. Human ships dying in careful order, their formations never breaking, their remaining vessels continuing to execute complex maneuvers even as their companions were destroyed around them. "But here's the really interesting part," Emma said, and now there was something in her voice that wasn't quite so pleasant anymore. According to the Alliance tactical computers, those 18 ships accounted for, let me see, 41 Alliance vessels, damaged or destroyed. The classroom went dead silent. Even Nemi's gaseous form had gone completely still, hovering near the ceiling in a state of what might charitably be called shock. Thal found his voice, though it came out as more of a croak. That can't be right. The reports clearly state—" "Oh, the reports," Emma said, and turned to face him directly. "Yes, let's talk about the reports, shall we?" She gestured again, and the display shifted to show document after document, official Alliance communications, battle summaries, casualty lists, strategic assessments, all of them bearing the seals and signatures of Alliance High Command. "The reports that you've been teaching from," Emma continued, "are actually quite interesting documents. Beautifully written, very detailed, extremely consistent. There's just one small problem with them." Another gesture. The documents began highlighting specific sections, cross-referencing timestamps, showing communication pathways between Alliance commanders. "They were never meant to be historical records," Emma said. "They were propaganda pieces, designed to be intercepted by human intelligence services. The Alliance wanted Earth to believe they were winning, right up until the very end. Garen's serpentine form had gone absolutely rigid. Are you suggesting that the Alliance falsified their own records?" Emma turned toward him, and for the first time since Thal had known her, her expression was something other than pleasantly unremarkable. It was sharp, predatory, and absolutely confident. "I'm not suggesting anything," she said. "I'm stating facts based on the actual tactical data stored in Alliance archives. Would you like to see what really happened during the Third Sol War?" Without waiting for an answer, she gestured, and the entire holographic display changed. Gone were the neat formations and simple casualty figures Thal had been teaching. In their place was a tactical nightmare. Alliance fleets scattered and broken, human ships moving in impossible patterns, engagement after engagement showing the same devastating pattern of Alliance losses. "The Third Sol War," Emma said, her voice now carrying the kind of authority that came from actual combat experience, "lasted 8 months, 2 weeks, and 5 days. The Alliance committed 412 vessels to the conflict, not 238. Of those, 396 were either destroyed or damaged beyond repair. The display showed it all: broken Alliance ships, scattered debris fields, desperate retreat patterns that looked nothing like the victorious advance Thal had been describing. "The humans," Emma continued relentlessly, "lost a total of 23 vessels, not 18 in the first engagement, 23 in the entire war." Thal felt himself sinking into his chair, all 4 of his arms hanging limply at his sides. "But the surrender documents, the Terran Accords." Emma's smile returned, but now it was sharp enough to cut steel. "Oh yes, the surrender documents. Those are quite real. Would you like to know who signed them?" She gestured one final time, and the holographic display showed the signing ceremony that Thal had been using to illustrate human defeat. But now, with the full tactical data available, the context was impossible to ignore. The figures in the simple, functional uniforms weren't humans accepting defeat. They were Alliance commanders surrendering to human forces, their formal regalia stripped away, their heads bowed in acknowledgement of absolute crushing defeat. The Alliance of Five Worlds, Emma said quietly, surrendered unconditionally to Earth forces on the 253rd day of the war. The Terran Accords weren't terms of human submission. They were terms of Alliance capitulation. The silence that followed Emma's revelation was the kind of absolute quiet that usually preceded either enlightenment or mass panic. In a classroom full of military academy students representing various species who had all been taught that the Alliance of Five Worlds was the supreme galactic power, it was definitely leaning toward the panic side of things. Professor Corvin Thal sat behind his desk, all four of his arms now trembling slightly, staring at holographic displays that showed his entire career had been built on a lie. Not just any lie, but the kind of comprehensive, multi-layered deception that required decades of coordination and the cooperation of entire governments. "This is impossible," he whispered, and his voice carried the kind of desperate hope that suggested he knew perfectly well it wasn't impossible at all. Emma Blake turned away from the holographic display, her hands clasped behind her back, in a posture that any military observer would recognize as parade rest. The pleasant, unremarkable student was gone entirely now, replaced by someone who moved with the controlled precision of a professional soldier. "Professor Thal," she said, and her voice carried gentle sympathy that was somehow worse than outright mockery. "I understand this is difficult to process. The Alliance put considerable effort into maintaining this narrative. It was quite an elegant solution, really." Garen's serpentine form uncoiled slightly as he found his voice. "Solution to what?" Emma glanced at him, then back at the tactical displays still showing the true scope of Alliance defeat. "To the problem of losing a war so completely that it threatened the entire structure of galactic politics." She gestured, and the display shifted again, showing star charts and political boundaries that Thal recognized as current galactic maps. "You see, the Alliance of Five Worlds built their entire civilization on the premise of technological and military superiority. They were the advanced species, the natural leaders, the ones destined to guide lesser civilizations toward enlightenment." Brix's crystalline form shifted through several colors before settling on a worried amber. "And then they encountered humans." "And then they encountered humans," Emma agreed, "a species that had developed entirely outside Alliance influence, with technologies and tactics that the Alliance had never seen before. The humans weren't just primitive barbarians who needed guidance. They were a completely independent civilization that had reached equivalent technological development through entirely different methods." The holographic display now showed human ship designs in detail, those same blocky utilitarian vessels that Thal had dismissed as primitive. But with the full technical specifications visible, they looked anything but outdated. The Alliance made the classic mistake of assuming that unfamiliar meant inferior, Emma continued. Human ships looked primitive because they were designed for different tactical doctrines. Human weapons seemed weak because they operated on principles the Alliance had never encountered. Human strategies appeared chaotic because they didn't follow Alliance military theory. Nemi's gaseous form drifted lower, her voice carrying genuine confusion. "But if humans won so decisively, why maintain the deception? Why not simply announce their victory?" Emma smiled, and for the first time since her transformation from pleasant student to military analyst, there was genuine warmth in the expression. "Because, Nemi, humans are probably the most diplomatically ruthless species in the known galaxy. They understood something the Alliance never did. that total victory can be more damaging than strategic defeat. She gestured again, and the display shifted to show political and economic data spanning the decades since the war. If humans had announced their victory, what would have happened? The alliance would have collapsed, their client species would have rebelled, and the entire galactic political structure would have descended into chaos. Billions of beings would have suffered. The implications hung in the air like a tactical nuclear device. Thal felt his worldview crumbling in real time as he processed what Emma was telling them. So instead, Emma continued, humans offered the Alliance a deal. They would maintain the fiction that the Alliance had won, allow the existing political structure to continue, and even provide covert support to maintain stability. In exchange, the Alliance would agree to certain modifications to their policies. Garen's scaled head tilted thoughtfully. What kind of modifications? The kind that have been happening gradually over the past 30 years, Emma replied. Increased rights for client species, more representative government, reduced military aggression, peaceful resolution of territorial disputes. All the things that humans wanted in the first place, achieved through political pressure rather than military conquest. The holographic display now showed a timeline of Alliance policy changes, and Thal recognized them all. Reforms he'd attributed to enlightened Alliance leadership, progressive thinking, and natural political evolution. But seeing them laid out in sequence, following immediately after the Third Sol War, the pattern was unmistakable. Humans, Emma said, got everything they wanted from the war without having to occupy a single Alliance world or garrison a single Alliance station. They achieved total strategic victory while allowing their former enemies to maintain their dignity and their civilization. Bricks chimed softly, a sound of dawning comprehension. The exchange student programs are one small part of a much larger intelligence operation, Emma confirmed. Humans have been quietly monitoring Alliance compliance with their agreements for 3 decades. Students, cultural attachés, trade representatives, diplomatic observers, all of them reporting back to Earth about how well the Alliance is adapting to their new reality. She turned to face Professor Thal directly, and her expression was almost apologetic. I'm sorry, Professor. I really didn't intend for this to happen. Your lectures have been quite entertaining, and under normal circumstances, I would have been content to sit quietly and take notes on Alliance historical revisionism. Thal found his voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. Then why? Because you asked the class to read the last page, Emma said simply, and I thought you might actually want to know what it said. She gestured one final time, and the holographic display showed a single document. The real Terran Accords, not the propaganda version Thal had been teaching from. The terms were clearly visible, written in formal diplomatic language that was nevertheless impossible to misunderstand. The Alliance of 5 Worlds acknowledged Earth as a sovereign and independent civilization. They agreed to cease all aggressive actions against human colonies and shipping. They accepted human observers in Alliance government and military institutions. They committed to gradual political reforms designed to increase representation and reduce authoritarian control. And at the bottom of the document, in a section that made Thal's primary stomach clench with something approaching nausea, was a clause that spelled out the consequences of violating the agreement. If the Alliance ever returned to their pre-war policies, or if they ever revealed the true outcome of the Third Sol War without human permission, Earth reserved the right to resume hostilities. The casual confidence of that clause was perhaps more terrifying than anything else in the document. It wasn't a threat or a bluff. It was simply a statement of fact, written by people who had already proven exactly what they were capable of. The beautiful thing about this arrangement, Emma said, closing the holographic display and returning to her seat, is that it's actually been beneficial for everyone involved. The Alliance has become a more just and representative government. Their client species enjoy greater freedom and autonomy. Regional conflicts have decreased significantly, and humans get to continue their own development without interference. She picked up her notebook and pen, returning to her role as a pleasant, unremarkable student with an ease that was almost more unsettling than her previous demonstration of authority. Of course, she added conversationally, this is all theoretical discussion based on historical analysis. I'm sure the real events were much more complex and nuanced than any simple narrative could capture. Thal stared at her, recognition finally dawning with the force of a tactical revelation. You're not just any exchange student, are you? Emma's smile was pleasantly mysterious. I'm Emma Blake, daughter of Admiral Catherine Blake, Earth Fleet Strategic Command. My mother was the tactical officer who planned the human victory at the Battle of Kepler Station, the engagement you've been describing as an Alliance triumph. The classroom remained silent for a long moment, everyone processing the implications of having spent weeks being taught military history by someone whose family had actually made that history. Will you be reporting on today's discussion? Thal asked, and was surprised to find that he was more curious than afraid. Oh, absolutely, Emma replied cheerfully. Earth Command is always interested in how well Alliance educational institutions are adapting to post-war realities. Today's class will make for quite an interesting report. She paused, then added with that same pleasant smile, I do hope you'll consider updating your curriculum, Professor. After all, there's nothing more educational than learning what actually happened. As the other students began filing out of the classroom, most of them still in various states of shock, Emma gathered her things and prepared to leave. But at the door, she turned back to address the room one final time. Oh, and class? Next week's assignment is to research the peaceful resolution of the Centauri border dispute. I think you'll find the real story quite illuminating. And then she was gone, leaving Professor Corvin Thal alone with his holographic displays and the dawning realization that everything he thought he knew about galactic politics had just been turned completely upside down. But perhaps most unsettling of all was the growing suspicion that Emma Blake's casual mention of other defeated species hadn't been casual at all. If humans had managed to rewrite the outcome of their own war so completely, what other historical facts might be equally fictional? It was, Thal reflected, as he began shutting down his classroom systems, going to be a very interesting semester indeed. But as his four hands moved through the familiar motions of powering down holographic displays and securing classified teaching materials, a new thought occurred to him. Emma Blake had mentioned other defeated species with the same casual confidence she'd used to dismantle 30 years of Alliance historical narrative. Which meant, Professor? Thal's head snapped up to find Garen Stokes still in the classroom, his serpentine form coiled in what the Saurian Republic considered a position of respectful inquiry. The scaled being's eyes held an expression that Thal was beginning to recognize as the look of someone whose entire worldview had just been fundamentally challenged. Yes, Garen? The Saurian Alliance border conflicts of 15 years ago, Garen said slowly. The ones where my people graciously accepted Alliance mediation and territorial concessions? You don't suppose? Thal felt his fourth arm develop that stress tremor again. I think, Garen, that you might want to do some research into the original source documents for those conflicts. The real source documents. Garen's tongue flicked out in what Thal had learned was the Saurian equivalent of a thoughtful nod. And the Helix Collective's voluntary integration into Alliance economic systems? From her position near the ceiling, Nemi's gaseous form had shifted to a deep, contemplative blue. The records always seemed incomplete, convenient, as if important details had been deliberately omitted. Brix's crystalline structure chimed with what sounded suspiciously like bitter amusement. The great reconciliation between the Helix Collective and the Alliance, where we chose to share our computational technologies in exchange for protection and guidance. I always wondered why our military advisors seemed so confident that resistance would be futile. The pieces were falling into place with the horrible inevitability of a tactical prediction algorithm. Thal looked around his classroom, at students representing species that had all, according to Alliance records, been peacefully integrated into the galactic community through diplomacy, negotiation, and the enlightened leadership of Alliance officials. Students who were now looking at each other with the dawning realization that their people's histories might be as fictional as Earth's supposed defeat. "How many?" Thal whispered, more to himself than to his remaining students. "How many what, Professor?" Nemi asked, though her tone suggested she already knew what he meant. "How many species has the Alliance claimed to have defeated or diplomatically absorbed who actually—" He couldn't finish the sentence. It was too enormous, too devastating to his understanding of galactic civilization. Garen's scaled features arranged themselves into what might have been a grim smile. "All of them, Professor. If Miss Blake is correct about human diplomatic methodology, then probably all of them." The implications hit Thal like a fleet-killer missile. The alliance of 5 worlds, the supreme galactic power, the advanced civilization that had guided dozens of species toward enlightenment and progress, was actually a collection of defeated military forces who had agreed to maintain a fiction of superiority in exchange for their continued existence. "But that would mean," Brix chimed slowly, "that the Alliance isn't actually an alliance at all. It's a collection of client states pretending to be the dominant power while being quietly managed by the species they claim to have conquered. It would mean," Nemi added, her gaseous form now cycling through colors that indicated deep philosophical distress, "that everything we've been taught about galactic history, about the natural order of civilizations, about the Alliance's destiny to guide lesser species, all of it is propaganda designed to maintain a pleasant fiction." Thal sank into his chair, all 4 of his arms hanging limply at his sides. Decades of military service, years of teaching, a lifetime of believing in Alliance superiority, and the natural order of galactic civilization, all crumbling like a defense platform under concentrated fire. "The exchange student programs," he said numbly, "they're not cultural outreach initiatives, they're intelligence operations. Every species represented in Alliance institutions has observers monitoring our compliance with surrender terms we don't even know we agreed to." Garen's tongue flicked out again. "It's actually quite elegant. Allow the defeated powers to maintain their dignity and their existing governmental structures, while gradually modifying their behavior through political and economic pressure. No occupation forces, no resistance movements, no destabilizing regime changes. Just slow, steady reform guided by the real victors," Brix added, "who remain hidden in plain sight, pretending to be the conquered, while actually running the entire galactic political system." The more Thal thought about it, the more brilliant and terrifying it became. Humans, and presumably the other defeated species, had achieved something that traditional military conquest could never accomplish. they had created a stable, peaceful galactic civilization by allowing their former enemies to believe they were still in charge, while quietly ensuring that actual policy decisions aligned with the victor's preferences. "Do you think," Nemi asked hesitantly, "that Alliance leadership knows? The High Council, the military command structure, are they aware that they're essentially puppet governments?" That, Thal realized, was perhaps the most disturbing question of all. Were Alliance officials willing participants in this elaborate charade, or were they genuinely unaware that their enlightened policies were actually being dictated by the species they believed they had conquered? "I think," he said slowly, "that's something we're all going to have to research very carefully, and very quietly. Because if Emma Blake was right, and the evidence she'd presented was unfortunately compelling, then asking too many direct questions about the real nature of galactic politics might be considered a violation of those carefully negotiated surrender terms. And if the humans' approach to military conflict was any indication, their approach to dealing with treaty violations would be both swift and decisive. As his remaining students finally filed out of the classroom, each of them clearly lost in their own thoughts about their species' official histories, Thal found himself facing a choice that would define the rest of his career. He could continue teaching the comfortable lies, maintaining the pleasant fiction that had kept galactic civilization stable for decades. He could pretend that today's revelations had never happened, that Emma Blake was just an unusually well-informed student with access to interesting archival material. Or he could start digging into the real history of galactic civilization, knowing that what he found would almost certainly challenge everything he thought he knew about the universe and his place in it. The choice, really, wasn't much of a choice at all.
The Galactic Federation maintained a list. Not just any list, mind you, but the list, the one that every civilized species pretended didn't exist during diplomatic functions, the one that made junior administrators develop stress-induced molting patterns, the 143 occupations that had, over the course of 42,000 standard years, achieved a mortality rate of exactly 100%, not 99.9%. Not technically survivable if you squint at the statistics. 100%. Every single being who'd ever accepted employment in these positions had died, usually spectacularly, sometimes in ways that required entirely new branches of physics to explain what had happened to their constituent atoms. The Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability, located on the bureaucratic nightmare that was Station Quintara 9, had long ago given up trying to fill these positions. Instead, they did what any reasonable administrative body would do when faced with an impossible problem. They filed the paperwork as pending review and hoped nobody would notice. For 38,000 years, this strategy worked perfectly. Then came the incident that would later be known among galactic bureaucrats as the Great Human Catastrophe, though historians would argue for centuries about whether catastrophe was quite the right word. Turtix Valmoon, a mid-level filing specialist of the Quellan species, had been having a particularly terrible rotation. His nestmate had left him for a mineral trader. His efficiency rating had dropped to merely acceptable, and worst of all, someone had drunk his lunch from the communal cold storage unit. Again, in his distraction, Turtix committed the single greatest administrative error in recorded galactic history. He clicked "Send to all available labor markets." The job postings for all 143 unsurvivable occupations transmitted simultaneously to every registered employment network in the known galaxy, including, and this is where things got properly interesting, the newly registered network from a little backwater planet called Earth. Turtix didn't notice his mistake for approximately 6 hours. By then, the applications had already started flooding in. From Earth. Only from Earth. The first application that crossed his desk made Turtix's three eye stalks quiver in confusion. A human named Daphne Kowalski had applied for the position of Hyperspace Waste Reclamation Specialist Level 5. The job description clearly stated in 17 different languages that the position required entering raw hyperspace without protective shielding to retrieve debris. The last three individuals who'd attempted this job had been turned inside out in 4 dimensions simultaneously. Daphne's cover letter began, "I've worked in New Jersey waste management for 20 years. How bad could it be?" Turtix felt something he'd never experienced before, a kind of existential dread mixed with morbid fascination. He opened the next application. Gregor Halverson, applying for Volcanic Mining Expedition Leader, Antimatter Extraction Division. Previous experience, Ice Road Trucker, Alaska. 15 years, never lost a load. The job had killed 16 different expedition leaders. The planet's core was made of unstable antimatter. Touching literally anything with normal matter would result in an explosion visible from 3 systems away. Turtix's hand appendages trembled as he continued scrolling. Priya Chandrasekaran, Deep Void Communications Monitor. The position required sitting alone in a station at the edge of a black hole's event horizon, where time dilation meant every shift lasted subjectively 3 weeks, but objectively 600 years. Previous monitors had either gone completely insane or been torn apart by tidal forces. Priya's qualifications: Customer Service Representative Telecommunications Company, 8 years. I've heard worse than screaming void entities. By the time Turtix had scrolled through the first 1,000 applications, all from humans, all enthusiastically accepting positions that were specifically designed to be unsurvivable, he'd developed a nervous tic that made his sensory fronds flutter uncontrollably. He did what any reasonable bureaucrat would do when faced with an unprecedented crisis. He scheduled a meeting. The Emergency Occupational Safety Committee convened in Conference Room 7B, which smelled faintly of recycled atmosphere and desperation. 16 species were represented. All of them looked at Turtix with expressions ranging from confusion to barely suppressed panic. Yalthir Kos, the Vrin Committee chair, clicked her mandibles together in the pattern that indicated severe stress. Let me understand this correctly. You accidentally posted the unsurvivable occupations list to a primitive planet's job market, and they've submitted how many applications? 843 million, Turtix whispered, his voice sac deflating with each word. The room fell silent except for the gentle humming of the ventilation system and someone's slowly breaking will to live. That's more than the total population of some member species, Yalthir said slowly, as if speaking to a very small or very stupid child. Surely there's been some mistake in the numbers. No mistake, Turtix pulled up the holographic display. Applications continued streaming in real time, the counter climbing steadily. They're still applying. Many of them are submitting multiple applications. One individual named Travis Patterson has applied for 32 different positions. 32! He included a note saying he's flexible about working conditions and just really needs to get out of his current job. A Peluvian representative, whose name translated roughly to "speaks with frequency," raised a tentacle. Perhaps they don't understand the mortality rate. These are death sentences, not employment opportunities. Oh, they understand. Turtix brought up another document. This human, Vladislav Korovin, specifically mentioned in his application that he'd read the part about previous employees being vaporized and thought it sounded metal. I have no idea what that means, but he seemed enthusiastic about it. This is madness, croaked Bellix, the Thogrian safety inspector, whose species was known for their extreme caution. Thogrians wore protective equipment to sleep. We must reject all applications immediately. It would be genocide. We can't. Yalthir's voice carried the weight of someone who'd just seen the future and desperately wanted to unsee it. The applications were processed automatically through the Galactic Employment Standardization Act. The moment they applied and met the basic species classification requirements, they were legally placed into the hiring pool. To reject them now would require proof of species-specific inability to perform the tasks. They're humans, Bellix's gills flared in agitation. A species that only achieved faster-than-light travel 6 months ago. They're barely qualified to operate a toaster without setting something on fire, let alone survive in raw hyperspace. Actually, a quiet voice spoke up from the corner. Everyone turned to look at Nexus, a Columian research specialist who'd been reviewing data on her tablet. I've been examining their applications. Many of them have quite impressive qualifications. This one, Antonio Vasquez, has 30 years of experience as an oil rig worker in something called the Gulf of Mexico. He routinely worked in conditions that would be classified as moderately unsurvivable by our standards. Moderately unsurvivable isn't the same as completely unsurvivable. Yalthea slammed her appendage on the table. We're talking about jobs that have never had a survivor, not one, not in 42,000 years. With respect, Nexus continued, still scrolling through applications. Perhaps that's because we've been recruiting from species that evolved sensibly. Look at this human's resume. Katrina Oakes. Previous occupation, storm chaser. She deliberately drove towards hurricanes for fun. She describes it as a bit of a rush. The committee stared at Nexus in collective horror. What kind of species, Yalthea said slowly, develops recreational activities that involve running toward natural disasters? The kind that submits 843 million applications to unsurvivable jobs, apparently, Nexus replied. And that number just went up. We're now at 844 million. A low groan echoed around the conference room. There's another problem, Turtix added, because apparently the situation needed to get worse. Under the Galactic Employment Standardization Act, we're required to begin onboarding qualified applicants within 30 standard days. If we don't, we face sanctions from the Labor Rights Commission. Sanctions? Bellix looked like he might molt from sheer stress. We're going to face sanctions for not sending primitives to their certain deaths. The law is very clear, Yalthea said grimly, pulling up the relevant statute. Any member species that denies employment based solely on predicted mortality rates is guilty of discriminatory hiring practices. We'd need actual evidence that humans are physically incapable of performing these jobs. They are physically incapable, Bellix insisted. They're fragile. They need oxygen. They can't survive in hard vacuum. They certainly can't survive having their atoms scattered across 3 dimensions. Actually, Nexus interrupted again, and everyone groaned because her interruptions had not been helpful so far. Humans are surprisingly resilient for a carbon-based species. They have redundant organ systems, extreme temperature tolerance, and something called an adrenaline response that temporarily enhances their physical capabilities during stress. It's quite fascinating, really. Fascinating, Yalthea repeated flatly. Yes, that's exactly the word I'd use for the bureaucratic nightmare currently unfolding before us. Turtix raised a trembling appendage. So what do we do? The committee looked at each other, then at Turtix, then at the ever-climbing number of applications on the display, 845 million now. We do, Yalthea said with the tone of someone announcing their own funeral arrangements, what the law requires. We accept the applications, we conduct interviews, we make offers to qualified candidates, and we pray to whatever deities we individually believe in that humans have the good sense to decline when they realize what they're actually getting into. This turned out to be a profound miscalculation of human psychology. 3 weeks later, the first batch of human employees arrived at their respective assignments. Galactic observers had been stationed at each location, equipped with recording equipment and emergency medical teams. The general consensus among the Galactic Federation was that they were about to witness the largest mass casualty event since the supernova incident of Sector 88. Instead, they witnessed something far more disturbing. Nothing happened. Well, not nothing. Work got done, but nobody died. At the Hyperspace Waste Reclamation Station, Daphne Kowalski suited up in the minimal protective gear provided, which was basically a helmet with a breathing apparatus and a prayer, and stepped into raw hyperspace for her first shift. Observers watched through shielded monitors, wincing in anticipation of the inevitable dimensional inversion that would reduce her to a theoretical concept rather than a physical being. Daphne grabbed a piece of debris, stuffed it into her collection bag, and muttered, "This is exactly like cleaning the interstate after a holiday weekend." She survived her entire shift, 8 hours. The previous record had been 4 minutes. When she emerged, the station supervisor, a Vryn named Tixik, approached her with all 4 eyes wide with shock. How did you survive that? The dimensional stress alone should have torn your molecular bonds apart. Daphne removed her helmet and shrugged. "I've worked sanitation during a garbage strike in August. You learn to tune stuff out." "Tune it out?" Tixik's antennae vibrated with distress. "You can't just tune out the fundamental forces of reality attempting to disassemble your existence." "Can't you?" Daphne pulled out a thermos. "You want some coffee? It's still hot." She'd brought coffee into hyperspace. She'd been drinking coffee while the universe tried to murder her in mathematically impossible ways. Tixik developed a stress condition that would require counseling for the next 6 months. Meanwhile, at the volcanic antimatter mining facility on Therax 6, Gregor Halverson was having what he later described as a pretty standard Tuesday. He'd taken one look at the unstable, reality-threatening hellscape of antimatter deposits and said, reminds me of North Slope during breakup season. The facility's safety AI, which had been programmed to expect immediate catastrophic failure, kept running diagnostics on itself because surely its sensors were malfunctioning. Gregor was walking on terrain that should have annihilated him at the molecular level. He was using equipment that previous operators had merely looked at before being vaporized. He'd even found a more efficient extraction method. "See your problem," Gregor explained to the AI, apparently unaware that conversing with safety systems was not standard protocol. "Is you're thinking too hard about it. Back on the ice roads, we had a saying, sometimes you just gotta point the truck and go. That is not applicable to antimatter physics." The AI shrieked, or would have shrieked if AIs could shriek, which this one was coming dangerously close to learning how to do. "Sure it is." Gregor positioned the extraction array with the casual confidence of someone who'd never read the manual. "You're overcomplicating it. Watch." He activated the array. Instead of the predicted explosion that would have been visible from 3 star systems, the antimatter flowed smoothly into containment vessels. "Well, I'll be damned," Gregor said cheerfully. "Works better when you don't overthink it." The AI filed an emergency report to its manufacturers, questioning the fundamental nature of reality. At the Deep Void Communication Station, Priya Chandrasekaran had settled into her 600 subjective year shift with the kind of zen acceptance that came from dealing with customers who screamed about their cable bills for 4 hours straight. The void entities that whispered madness from beyond the event horizon were, in her professional opinion, significantly less annoying than Mrs. Henderson from account Bugger473985, who'd once called 17 times in a single day about a $2 charge. Yes, Priya said to a particularly insistent void entity that was trying to drive her insane with visions of cosmic insignificance. "Existence is meaningless. We're all dust in an uncaring universe. I get it. Do you have an actual message to transmit, or are you just venting?" The void entity, which had successfully driven 43 previous monitors into gibbering insanity, actually seemed taken aback. Priya made a note in the log. "Void entity 3382 continues to lack proper communication protocols. Recommend training. She'd been on station for what felt like 3 days, but was actually 6 months external time. And she'd organized the entire filing system, improved response times by 30%, and taught 2 of the Void entities proper queue management. The monitoring station in orbit, staffed by Peluvian observers, was transmitting increasingly frantic reports back to the Federation. "They're not dying," the lead observer reported, his voice carrying the weight of someone whose entire understanding of reality had been proven incorrect. "They're not even getting injured. This human, Vasquez, just spent 8 hours in a plasma storm hot enough to vaporize Thrimelian steel, and he came back complaining about the humidity." "The humidity," came the disbelieving response from Federation headquarters. He said it reminded him of working summers in Houston. What is Houston? Why would anyone work in it? Back at the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability, Tertix was experiencing what could only be described as a full-scale nervous breakdown by proxy. Reports were flooding in from all 143 unsurvivable job sites. The pattern was consistent and absolutely terrifying. Humans were surviving, all of them. Not only surviving, but thriving. Worse, they'd started to compare notes. A galactic message board that had been created for human employees to coordinate shift schedules had devolved into something far more horrifying. They were rating the unsurvivable jobs. Katrina Oakes had posted, "Thermonuclear atmospheric surveyor is pretty decent, 7 out of 10. Good benefits, interesting work, only moderately life-threatening. Would recommend." Someone named Jackson Riley had responded, "Really? I thought it was kind of boring. Try the quantum singularity observer position. Now that's exciting. Plus, free time dilation means you can knock out your work week in what feels like an afternoon." They were treating certain death like Yelp reviews. "This can't be happening," Tertix moaned, scrolling through more messages. "This shouldn't be happening." A human named Yuki Tanaka had posted a guide titled "Top 5 Unsurvivable Jobs for Recent Graduates." It had 3,000 likes. 3,000! There were humans waiting in line to apply for positions that had been vacant for millennia because everyone with functional survival instincts avoided them. Yalthea appeared at Tertix's workstation, looking like she'd aged several decades in the past month. "It gets worse." "How?" Tertix's voice was barely a whisper. "How could this possibly get worse?" "They're demanding better working conditions." Tertix's eye stalks drooped. "Better than surviving certain death." "They've unionized," Yalthea said flatly. 12 days. It took them 12 days to form a union. The Galactic Extreme Occupations Workers Coalition. They're demanding hazard pay increases, better equipment, and something called dental insurance. "What's dental insurance?" "I have no idea, but apparently it's non-negotiable." Yalthea pulled up a document. "They've submitted a formal list of grievances. Would you like to hear them?" Tertix made a sound that roughly translated to, "I want to cease existing, please." Yalthea read anyway. Complaint 1. The protective equipment provided for hyperspace waste reclamation is inadequate and frankly insulting. They want full environmental suits with climate control. Complaint 2. The volcanic mining facilities lack proper break rooms. They want somewhere to eat lunch that isn't actively trying to kill us. In Complaint 3, and I quote, "The Void entities at the Deep Void Communication Station are unprofessional and need customer service training." "They want to train Void entities?" Tertix sputtered. "Beings of pure chaos that exist outside normal space-time?" "Apparently, one of the humans has previous experience as a corporate trainer," Yalthea said, sounding like she was reading her own death warrant. "She's submitted a full curriculum proposal." A notification pinged on Tertix's console. He looked at it with the expression of someone who knew it was going to be terrible, but was compelled to look anyway. "What is it?" Yalthea asked. "Another application," Tertix said weakly. "From Earth. For which position?" "All of them." Tertix turned the display to show her. "A human named Tobias Chen has applied for every unsurvivable position. Simultaneously. His cover letter says he's looking for a challenge and gets bored easily. Yalthir sat down heavily, which was impressive considering her species didn't technically have the skeletal structure for sitting. "We need to escalate this," she said finally. "This is beyond the Department of Operational Staffing Sustainability. This is a Federation-level crisis." The Galactic Federation Council convened an emergency session for the first time in 3,000 years. The last emergency session had been called when the Zelix Nebula had spontaneously achieved sentience and demanded voting rights. This was considered more serious than that. High Chancellor Vorgrim, a Kaluvian whose species was known for their calm rationality, opened the session with a statement that would later be studied by political scientists as an example of leadership under extreme stress. "We appear to have made a mistake. The understatement of the millennium. The humans," Vorgrim continued, consulting his notes with the expression of someone who'd spent the past week reconsidering every life choice that had led to this moment, "are not dying." "Obviously," shouted Representative Collix from the Thogrian delegation. "We can all see they're not dying. The question is why. We've had the best xenobiologists in the Federation studying them," Vorgrim said. "The results are troubling." A holographic display activated, showing various charts, graphs, and data readouts that looked like they'd been generated by scientists having simultaneous panic attacks. "Humans," announced Dr. Fellish, the Federation's chief xenobiologist, stepping up to present the findings, "are what we're calling persistence predator survivors. They evolved on a planet that is actively trying to kill them at all times." "Lots of species evolve on dangerous planets," someone shouted from the back. "Not like this." Dr. Fellish's tendrils quivered. "Earth has weather patterns that include rotating columns of air that destroy everything in their path. The humans call them tornadoes, and some humans chase them for entertainment. The planet's tectonic plates shift regularly, causing massive destruction. Humans simply rebuild in the same spots and act surprised when it happens again. The atmospheric electricity discharges called lightning kill hundreds annually. Human response? They invented metal poles to attract it to safer locations and continued with their day. The council chambers filled with disturbed murmuring. "It gets worse," Dr. Fellish continued, which had become the unofficial motto of this entire situation. "Humans have a psychological trait called optimism bias. When presented with dangerous situations, their brains literally refuse to accept that bad things will happen to them specifically. They acknowledge the danger exists, but genuinely believe they'll be the exception." "That's insane," Collix sputtered. "Yes," Dr. Fellish agreed, "but it's also why they're perfect for unsurvivable occupations. They genuinely don't believe they'll die, so they don't experience the fear responses that cause other species to make fatal mistakes. They just do the job." Chancellor Vorgrim raised a hand for silence. "Dr. Fellish, is there any way to discourage humans from these occupations? Any condition we could impose that would make them decline employment?" Dr. Fellish looked at his notes, then at the ceiling, then back at his notes. "We tried to find their breaking point. We examined the most extreme conditions humans have endured on their home planet. We found records of a human named Shackleton who survived in frozen wasteland temperatures for months. Another named Henson who traveled to the polar extremes for fun. A group that climbed a mountain called Everest, where the air is so thin most species would suffocate, and where temperatures regularly reach lethally cold levels. Hundreds of them died trying. Thousands more are on a waiting list to attempt it." Stunned silence. "There is no breaking point," Dr. Fellish said quietly. "Or rather, their breaking point is so far beyond what we'd consider survivable that the unsurvivable jobs don't reach it." One of the humans working in the thermonuclear surveyor position told his supervisor that it was less stressful than his previous job. His previous job was something called a high school teacher. "What's a high school teacher?" someone asked. "I don't know, Doctor," Fellish admitted, But apparently it's worse than flying through active nuclear fusion. Representative Mexlar from the Vrin contingent stood up. This is all very interesting from a scientific standpoint, but it doesn't solve our practical problem. We now have nearly 900 million humans employed in positions that we cannot staff with any other species. What happens if they decide to strike, or demand more compensation, or simply quit? They won't quit, Dr. Velish said with absolute certainty. How do you know? Because Dr. Velish pulled up a survey that had been conducted among human employees. When asked if they would consider leaving their positions for safer work, 93% said no. The reasons varied from "the commute is shorter than my old job" to "my boss doesn't micromanage me" to, and this one concerns me deeply, "it's nice to work somewhere where my efforts are appreciated." We don't appreciate them, colleagues objected. We're terrified of them. They don't know that, Dr. Velish said. They think we're being friendly. Chancellor Vorgrim slumped in his seat, which was the first time anyone had seen him display such informal body language during an official session. So what you're telling me is that we've accidentally recruited an unkillable workforce from a death world. They're happy with their jobs, they've unionized, and they're never leaving. That's an accurate summary, yes. And there's nothing we can do about it. Well, Dr. Velish said slowly, we could try to fire them. On what grounds? Mexlar demanded. They're performing the jobs perfectly, better than perfectly. The human working the dimensional rift monitor position has achieved efficiency ratings that were theoretically impossible. She's apparently treating it like something called a Sudoku puzzle. What's a Sudoku puzzle? A recreational activity involving numbers and logic. Dr. Velish's voice was rising to a register typically reserved for warnings about incoming asteroid strikes. They do it for fun, for relaxation. She's treating a job that drove the previous employee literally insane as a relaxing puzzle game. The council dissolved into chaos. Representatives were shouting suggestions, objections, and increasingly wild proposals. One suggested offering the humans a monetary incentive to quit. Another proposed creating new unsurvivable jobs that might actually kill them. A third recommended simply accepting the situation and moving on. Chancellor Vorgrim called for order by activating the ceremonial gong, which had last been used during the sentient nebula incident. Clearly, he said once the chamber had quieted, we need more information. I'm authorizing a comprehensive study of human psychology, physiology, and workplace behavior. In the meantime, we continue normal operations and try not to provoke them. Provoke them, Mexlar repeated. Why would we provoke them? Because, Vorgrim said grimly, if a species that considers unsurvivable occupations to be pretty decent ever decides to become hostile, I don't want to imagine what they'd be capable of. This statement would later be regarded as remarkably prescient. The comprehensive human workplace study took 6 months and cost more than the annual defense budget of 12 member species. What it revealed would fundamentally alter the Federation's understanding of Death World species and their place in galactic civilization. Dr. Lillickson Vorp, a Peluvian industrial psychologist, led the research team. She'd spent 20 years studying workplace dynamics across 50 species. She considered herself unshockable. She was wrong. They've formed social bonds, Dr. Vorp reported to an emergency subcommittee 3 months into the study. Humans working in isolating, terrifying conditions that would drive most species into catatonic states have started organizing social activities. What kind of social activities? Asked subcommittee chair Taluvix, already dreading the answer. The humans working in the corrosive atmosphere processing plants have started something called a bowling league. Dr. Vorpp consulted her notes with visible confusion. I have no idea what bowling is, but apparently it involves throwing heavy spheres at arranged pins, and they do it weekly. That sounds disturbingly like a military training exercise, Taluvix observed. That's what I thought. Dr. Vorp's relief at someone else seeing the concerning implications was palpable. But no, it's purely recreational. They compete for something called bragging rights, which appears to have no monetary or survival value whatsoever. She pulled up more findings. The hyperspace reclamation workers have started a book club. A book club. They're reading literature while suspended in a dimension that should not support consciousness, let alone literary analysis. What are they reading? Something called Pride and Prejudice, Dr. Vorp said. I had it translated. It's about social dynamics and romantic relationships in a pre-industrial society. They described it as a light read for decompression. Light? Taluvik sputtered. They need to decompress from hyperspace exposure? Apparently, Dr. Vorp flipped through more notes, looking increasingly like someone whose worldview was being systematically dismantled. But here's where it gets truly bizarre. They're modifying the unsurvivable jobs to make them more efficient. The jobs are designed to be unsurvivable, not efficient. They don't see a distinction, Dr. Vorp said flatly. The volcanic mining team has redesigned the extraction process to be 38% faster. The void communication monitors have implemented a rotating shift system that reduces individual exposure time while increasing overall data processing. And the humans working in the radiation zones have invented something called a buddy system, where they watch each other for signs of excessive exposure. Excessive exposure, Taluvix repeated weakly. They're all excessively exposed. That's the point. Not according to human safety standards, Dr. Vorp activated another display. I had my team research Earth's occupational safety guidelines. Did you know that on Earth, there are legal limits to how much radiation workers can be exposed to? That's reasonable. The limits are 50 times higher than what the Federation considers safe. Dr. Vorp's voice cracked slightly. They've normalized radiation exposure that we classify as immediately lethal, and that's their safety standard. The amount they consider unsafe is beyond our measurement capabilities. Taluvix felt several of his internal organs attempting to migrate to safer locations within his body. Please tell me there's some good news in this report, some weakness we can exploit if necessary, some limitation to their capabilities. Dr. Vorp was quiet for a long moment. There is one thing. Yes? They need coffee. Coffee. A caffeinated beverage made from processed plant seeds, Dr. Vorp explained. It's apparently essential to human functioning. Several of the job sites reported that humans became notably less cheerful and cooperative when their coffee supplies were delayed. So they do have a weakness. Taluvix leaned forward eagerly. If we control the coffee supply, we control the humans. I wouldn't recommend that, Dr. Vorp said quickly. When the Deep Void Station experienced a coffee shortage, the human employees collectively decided to fix the problem themselves. They requisitioned a cargo ship, learned basic interstellar navigation over a weekend, and flew to the nearest coffee-producing planet. They returned 3 days later with enough coffee to last 5 years. They also somehow negotiated a standing trade agreement with the Feluvian Agricultural Collective and set up an automated delivery system. They hijacked a cargo ship? They prefer the term borrowed, Dr. Vorp said. They returned it with a full tank of fuel and a thank you note. Taluvix put his head in his hands, which was remarkable given that his species didn't technically have hands. Is there anything in your report that suggests we have any control over this situation? Dr. Vorp hesitated. There's one more thing. It's not exactly a weakness, but it might be relevant. I'm almost afraid to ask. They're getting bored. Those 3 words hung in the air like a death sentence. Bored, Taluvix repeated slowly. The humans working in conditions that should liquefy their organs are getting bored. Several have submitted requests for additional challenges. Dr. Vorp pulled up the documentation. This one, Daphne Kowalski from the Hyperspace Reclamation Team, has asked if there are any jobs that are, actually dangerous. And I want to emphasize that she asked this while her current job has a historical mortality rate of 100%. What did you tell her? Nothing yet, Dr. Vorp admitted. I'm genuinely not sure how to respond. Do we have jobs more dangerous than unsurvivable occupations? Is there a classification beyond unsurvivable, extremely unsurvivable, aggressively unsurvivable, absurdly unsurvivable? Taluvik suggested weakly. A notification chimed on Dr. Vorp's tablet. She looked at it and made a sound like air slowly escaping from a punctured habitat module. What now? Taluvik asked, though he was certain he didn't want to know. The humans have formed a committee, Dr. Vorp said distantly. They're calling it the Workplace Improvement Initiative. They want to meet with Federation leadership to discuss optimization opportunities across all unsurvivable occupations. Optimization opportunities, Taluvik echoed. They want to make the unsurvivable jobs more unsurvivable. I think they want to make them more survivable, actually, Dr. Vorp said. Which, given that they're the only species that can survive them, essentially means redesigning them to human specifications. And if we refuse, they've threatened to file a formal grievance with the Galactic Labor Relations Board. Taluvik laughed. It was not a happy sound. It was the laugh of someone who'd just realized they'd been outmaneuvered by a species that had only discovered faster-than-light travel 6 months ago. Set up the meeting, he said finally, and someone get me a human-compatible sedative. I have a feeling I'm going to need it. The Workplace Improvement Initiative meeting took place in the Grand Assembly Hall, which had previously been used for treaty signings and war crime tribunals. The Federation representatives felt both applications were equally appropriate for the current situation. 15 humans arrived, representing different unsurvivable occupation sectors. They wore their work uniforms, which ranged from minimal protection against reality-warping forces to somehow survived atmospheric re-entry while wearing this. Leading the delegation was Priya Chandrasekaran, who'd apparently been elected spokesperson through a process the Federation observers described as terrifyingly efficient democratic organization. "Thank you for meeting with us," Priya said pleasantly, as if this were a normal business meeting and not a confrontation between an ancient galactic civilization and a species that had weaponized optimism. "We've prepared a presentation." A presentation. They'd prepared a presentation. Taluvik, who'd been appointed as the Federation's negotiator primarily because everyone else had suddenly remembered urgent appointments elsewhere, gestured weakly for them to proceed. The first slide appeared. It was titled Unsurvivable Occupations, a Human Resources Perspective. "We want to start by saying we appreciate the employment opportunities," Priya began, and Taluvik felt a small glimmer of hope that this might be reasonable after all. "However, after 6 months of operations, we've identified several areas where current practices don't align with industry best standards." The hope died. Issue 1, Priya clicked to the next slide, which showed a graph that Taluvik's brain refused to process. Inadequate safety equipment. While we understand that previous species found the provided equipment sufficient, human physiology requires different accommodations. The equipment is designed to provide minimal survival capability in environments that should not support life, Taluvik objected, his diplomatic training finally kicking in. "It's meant to buy you a few minutes to evacuate, not to work full shifts in." "Exactly our point," said Gregor Halverson, the volcanic mining specialist. "We need equipment designed for actual work, not just emergency evacuation. My team has drafted specifications for improved thermal suits that would increase productivity by 20% while reducing equipment failure rates." "Equipment failure?" Taluvik latched onto this. "The suits are failing. Only about 30% of the time," Gregor said dismissively. "Usually just minor stuff. Seals cracking, cooling systems shutting down, structural integrity compromising. Nothing we can't work around." Nothing you can't work around? Taluvix's voice reached a pitch that caused several recording devices to malfunction. Those failures should be fatal. Should be, sure, Gregor shrugged. But they're mostly just annoying. Although this one time, my suit completely lost pressure integrity while I was in an antimatter deposit zone. That was a bit uncomfortable. A bit uncomfortable? Yeah, my ears popped something fierce. Gregor rubbed his jaw at the memory. But I'd already finished the extraction, so I just headed back to base. Standard procedure. Taluvix looked at the other Federation representatives. They looked back at him with the collective expression of individuals who'd given up trying to understand what was happening and had accepted that reality was no longer a reliable concept. Issue 2, Priya continued mercilessly. Insufficient break facilities. Many of our work sites lack basic amenities like break rooms, food preparation areas, and recreational spaces. They're death traps, Taluvix exploded, his diplomatic composure completely shredding. They're not supposed to have break rooms. You're not supposed to take breaks there. You're supposed to complete your assignment and leave immediately before the environment kills you. But we're not leaving immediately, Priya pointed out with inexorable logic. We're working full shifts. 8 hours, sometimes longer if we're finishing up a project. And humans need regular meal breaks. It's actually Federation law under the Workers' Rights Charter, Section 12, subsection D. She'd cited Federation law. They'd actually read the entire Workers' Rights Charter, which was approximately 40,000 pages long and written in old Kaluvian legal dialect that most Federation officials hadn't even bothered to learn. Besides, added Katrina Oakes, the atmospheric surveyor, it's really not practical to fly back to base 3 times a shift for lunch. The commute alone takes 90 minutes each way. We've been eating in our vehicles, and honestly, it's just not great for morale. Morale? Taluvix had officially abandoned all pretense of diplomatic composure. You're worried about morale while working in a thermonuclear hellscape? Well, yeah. Katrina looked confused. Low morale affects productivity. That's just basic management. Priya clicked to the next slide. Issue 3, lack of career advancement opportunities. Currently, the unsurvivable occupations are classified as entry-level positions with no clear path for promotion or skill development. Because nobody has ever survived them long enough to get promoted. Taluvix realized he was shouting and tried to modulate his volume. The concept of career advancement in unsurvivable occupations is a logical impossibility. Was a logical impossibility, corrected Daphne Kowalski. Past tense. We've been doing these jobs for 6 months now. Some of us are getting pretty good at them. I've reduced my hyperspace waste collection time by 45% since I started. I should be eligible for a senior position. There are no senior positions. Exactly. Daphne nodded seriously. That's the problem. No room for growth. It's frustrating for those of us who are career-oriented. Taluvix looked around the assembly hall desperately, searching for any sign that this was an elaborate prank or a stress-induced hallucination. The other Federation representatives offered no help. Several appeared to be considering early retirement. Issue 4. Priya was relentless, clicking through the presentation like a force of nature. Inadequate training for new employees. Current onboarding is basically, here's your equipment, try not to die. We've developed a comprehensive training program that we believe would reduce initial adjustment period difficulties. The initial adjustment period is death, Taluvix protested. That's why it's an unsurvivable occupation. Not for humans, Priya said simply. For humans, it's just somewhat hazardous. We've created a mentorship program where experienced workers can train newcomers. Gregor has been particularly effective at teaching proper antimatter handling techniques. There are no proper antimatter handling techniques. Taluvix was fairly certain he was having some kind of medical episode. Antimatter annihilates matter. That's its defining characteristic. You're thinking about it wrong. Gregor said helpfully. It's all about confidence and follow-through. Like ice road driving. You commit to the route and don't second-guess yourself. Ice road. Driving is not comparable to antimatter physics. Sure it is, Gregor said. Both involve navigating dangerous terrain where one mistake means catastrophic failure. The principles are basically the same. Taluvix felt something in his psyche make a small snapping sound. Priya moved to the next slide. Issue 5, Limited Communication Infrastructure. Many of our work sites have outdated or non-existent communication systems. This makes coordination difficult and creates unnecessary inefficiencies. The communication systems are non-existent because the environments destroy electronic equipment. Taluvix's voice had taken on a quality that his therapist would later describe as concerning. Hard radiation, dimensional instability, and plasma storms tend to be incompatible with delicate electronics. We've actually solved that, said Antonio Vasquez, representing the radiation zone workers. Turns out if you shield the equipment with about 6 inches of lead and encase it in a Faraday cage, it works fine. We've set up a whole network, got email and everything now. You have email in a gamma radiation zone? Yeah, it's great, Antonio grinned. Makes coordinating shift changes way easier. Plus, we started a meme channel. You should see some of the stuff people post. Hilarious. They had memes in radiation zones. Memes that would presumably kill anyone who tried to view them due to the ambient radiation required to be present during their creation. Priya clicked through several more slides covering topics like inconsistent scheduling practices, lack of professional development opportunities, and insufficient recognition for outstanding performance. Each issue was presented with supporting data, proposed solutions, and cost-benefit analyses. They'd done a cost-benefit analysis of unsurvivable occupations. In conclusion, Priya said, reaching the final slide, we're not asking for anything unreasonable. We just want the same workplace standards that Federation law guarantees to all employees. Safe equipment, adequate facilities, opportunities for advancement, and fair compensation for the hazards we face. You are being fairly compensated, Taluvix managed to say. Unsurvivable occupation positions are among the highest paid jobs in the Federation. True, Priya acknowledged, but we've done salary comparisons with equivalent positions in other sectors, adjusting for risk factors and required skills, and we believe a 15% increase would be more appropriate. A 15% increase? It's actually quite reasonable. Priya pulled up another chart. Here's the breakdown, showing our calculations based on Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd used Federation standard compensation formulas. They'd apparently memorized the entire HR manual that most Federation employees used as a sleep aid. Taluvix slumped in his seat. Around the assembly hall, other Federation representatives were displaying various stages of psychological breakdown. Let me see if I understand correctly, Taluvix said slowly, with the careful precision of someone trying to maintain sanity through sheer force of will. You want us to install break rooms in environments that should liquefy organic matter. You want career advancement in positions that were designed to have a 100% mortality rate. You want training programs for jobs that nobody should survive long enough to get good at. And you want a pay raise on top of all this. That's correct, Priya confirmed. We've also prepared a list of secondary concerns we'd like to address in future negotiations. But we understand these primary issues should be resolved first. There are more issues. 14 additional items, Priya said, but we're trying to be reasonable. We understand that organizational change takes time. Taluvix looked at the other humans. They all nodded seriously, as if this entire conversation were perfectly normal and not a complete inversion of everything the Federation understood about unsurvivable occupations and death world species. Give us a week to review your proposal, Taluvix said finally, because what else could he say? They'd clearly prepared for this meeting better than the Federation had prepared for anything in its entire 40,000-year history. Absolutely, Priya said cheerfully. We'll expect a response by next Thursday. Oh, and one more thing. Of course there was one more thing. We've been thinking about expansion, Priya said. There are a lot more humans on Earth who'd be interested in unsurvivable occupations. We'd like to discuss increasing the recruitment numbers. You want to recruit more humans into unsurvivable jobs, Taluvik said flatly. If possible, yes. We've got a waiting list of about 200 million people who've applied since the first wave of hires. 200 million! It's a competitive job market on Earth right now, Priya explained, and honestly, the pay and benefits you're offering are really good by our standards. Plus, working in space is kind of a dream job for a lot of people. Your dream jobs are our nightmares, Taluvik shouted, and then immediately regretted it, because that was definitely going to be quoted in tomorrow's news feed. Different perspectives, I guess, Priya said diplomatically. Anyway, we'll let you review the proposal. Thanks for your time. The humans left the assembly hall in an orderly fashion, chatting pleasantly among themselves about what sounded like dinner plans. Something about trying that new Vrin restaurant on Station Quintara 9, because the food can't possibly be weirder than the job. The moment the doors closed behind them, the assembly hall erupted in chaos. "This is impossible!" shouted Representative Collix. "They can't just negotiate about unsurvivable occupations. The entire concept is unsurvivable." "They can, and they did," Taluvik said tiredly, "and they cited Federation law while doing it. If we refuse their demands, they can file a complaint with the Labor Relations Board. And if the complaint is upheld, which it will be because they've clearly done their legal research, we'll face sanctions." "So what do we do?" asked Chancellor Vorgrim, who'd been silently observing from the back of the hall. "We," Taluvik said, with the air of someone who'd just accepted defeat, "install break rooms in unsurvivable work environments. We develop career advancement tracks for jobs that shouldn't have survivors. We give them their 15% pay raise, and we pray to whatever cosmic entities might be listening that they don't ask for anything else." "They have a list of 14 additional demands," someone pointed out unnecessarily. "I know," Taluvik snapped. "Let's just deal with one civilization-threatening crisis at a time, shall we?" Over the next 6 months, the Federation underwent the most comprehensive workplace reform in its history. Break rooms were installed in hyperspace stations, requiring technology that bent several laws of physics. Career advancement tracks were created for unsurvivable occupations, with titles like Senior Dimensional Rift Monitor and Chief Antimatter Extraction Specialist that shouldn't logically exist. Training programs were developed, complete with mentorship requirements and safety certifications for environments that were, by definition, unsafe, and the humans thrived. Productivity across unsurvivable occupations increased by 68%. Equipment failure rates dropped. Efficiency metrics that had been flatlined for millennia suddenly showed improvement curves. The humans had taken jobs designed to kill anyone who attempted them and turned them into careers. Dr. Felish published a follow-up study titled Persistent Adaptation Patterns in Death World Species, a case study in systematic improbability. It was required reading at every major xenobiology institution in the Federation. The abstract began, "All previous models of species survival probability were wrong." The study's conclusion was even more disturbing. Humans represent a fundamental challenge to our understanding of unsurvivable conditions. They do not simply survive the unsurvivable, they optimize it, recommend immediate revision of all Federation safety standards and mortality predictions. Previous assumptions about environmental lethality appear to have been based on species that possessed functional survival instincts. But the real shock came when the Federation's Economic Analysis Division released their report on the financial impact of human employment. The unsurvivable occupations, which had been effectively unfilled for 42,000 years, had created a massive economic drag on the Federation, Essential services hadn't been performed, critical infrastructure had decayed, supply chains had been disrupted. The Federation had been paying for these positions while receiving zero productivity in return. Now, with humans filling all 143 positions, the economic benefit was staggering. The Federation's GDP had increased by 9% in 6 months. 9%. Some economists initially thought this was a calculation error and spent 3 weeks rechecking the math before accepting that it was real. The humans weren't just surviving unsurvivable jobs, they were generating massive economic value while doing so. Chancellor Vorgrim called another emergency council session to discuss the findings. "We need to acknowledge," he began with the tone of someone making a confession, "that the humans' arrival has been unexpectedly beneficial to the Federation's economy and operational efficiency." The council chamber remained silent. Nobody wanted to be the first to say it out loud. "Furthermore," Vorgrim continued, "preliminary modeling suggests that if we were to expand human employment to other hazardous occupations, not just the unsurvivable ones, we could see additional significant gains in productivity and safety across multiple sectors." Still silence. "The Economic Analysis Division is recommending," Vorgrim took a deep breath, "that we actively recruit additional humans for expanded roles throughout Federation operations." Now the silence broke. "What?" Kolix surged to his feet, which was impressive given his species' gelatinous nature. "You want to bring more of them here, deliberately?" "The data is compelling," Vorgrim said, projecting the economic models. "Humans excel at dangerous, difficult work that other species avoid. They're reliable, they're organized, and they're apparently impossible to kill through normal occupational hazards. From a purely practical standpoint, they're ideal employees." "They're terrifying," Kolix objected. "They treat unsurvivable occupations like normal jobs. They unionize in conditions that should prevent coherent thought. They want break rooms in hyperspace. And they've reduced accident rates in those environments by 73%, Vorgrim countered, because they implemented their buddy system and safety protocols. Unsurvivable occupations are now statistically safer than standard manufacturing positions. That's because the only people working them are humans." "Exactly," Vorgrim said, "which is why we should employ more of them." The argument raged for hours, but ultimately the numbers were impossible to ignore. The Federation had spent millennia trying to manage unsurvivable occupations through bureaucracy and hope. Humans had solved the problem in 6 months through sheer bloody-minded persistence and optimism. The vote to expand human recruitment passed by a narrow margin. Several representatives immediately filed for extended leave afterward. Back on Earth, the news that the Galactic Federation was offering expanded employment opportunities created what historians would later call the Great Application Surge. 19 billion humans applied for positions within the first week. 19 billion. That was approximately 2/3 of Earth's adult population. The Federation's HR systems crashed completely, not from technical errors, but from what one system administrator described as existential dread overload. The computers had simply refused to process that many applications from a single species to dangerous occupations. Tertix, who'd been promoted to Senior Coordinator of Human Resources Integration, a position that hadn't existed 6 months ago, stared at the application numbers with the 1,000-yard stare of someone who'd seen too much. 19 billion, he muttered to himself. "We accidentally sent job postings to one planet and received 19 billion applications." Yalthir appeared at his desk. She'd aged considerably in the past year, despite her species' normally slow aging process. "The Council has approved positions for an additional 5 million humans," she said. "We're calling it the Hazardous Occupation Integration Initiative." 5 million, Tertix repeated, "out of 19 billion applicants." "It's a start," Yalthir said. "We need to pace the integration, make sure the existing systems can handle the expansion before we commit to larger numbers." The existing systems couldn't handle the first wave of humans, Turtix pointed out. They just adapted around our inability to manage them properly. True, Yalthir conceded, but let's at least pretend we're in control of this situation. They both knew they weren't. The moment humans had arrived and refused to die on schedule, control had been an illusion. The second wave of human employees arrived over the next 3 months. They were assigned to positions classified as highly hazardous, but not technically unsurvivable. Jobs like asteroid mining in unstable fields, atmospheric harvesting from gas giants, and deep space salvage operations in regions with unpredictable gravitational anomalies. The pattern repeated itself with depressing predictability. Humans assessed the risks, shrugged, and got to work. Within weeks, they'd improved efficiency, reduced accident rates, and started forming social groups. A salvage team, working near a collapsing binary star system, organized a poker tournament. They called it Extreme Cards, and sold tickets to observers who wanted to watch humans gamble, while reality bent around them. They were turning dangerous work into entertainment. Dr. Vorpiki published a third study, this one titled Occupational Normalization in High-Stress Environments: Why Humans Think Everything is Fine. The paper's thesis was that humans had evolved in such a consistently dangerous environment that their baseline for acceptable risk was completely miscalibrated compared to other spacefaring species. The paper included quotes from human workers that would become legendary in xenopsychology circles. When asked about working in an asteroid field where collision risk was calculated at 18% per shift, a human named Rita Kowalski said, "Sure, it's a bit dodgy, but I used to drive a taxi in Boston. This is much more predictable." A salvage operator working near a black hole's accretion disk, where radiation levels fluctuated wildly and time dilation made shift schedules a nightmare, commented, "The weird time stuff takes getting used to, but at least management doesn't call me on my days off." These statements were analyzed by the Federation's top psychologists. The consensus: humans genuinely perceived these conditions as normal, possibly even preferable to their previous employment. It was, everyone agreed, absolutely horrifying, but it was also undeniably effective. 1 year after the first humans had been hired into unsurvivable occupations, the Federation released a comprehensive impact assessment. The numbers told a story that made traditionalists uncomfortable and economists excited. Human workers had filled 143 previously unfillable positions. They'd expanded into 892 additional hazardous roles. Productivity in dangerous sectors had increased by 79%. Safety incidents had decreased by 62%, despite the fact that humans were working in objectively more dangerous conditions than previous workers. The economic impact was measured in the trillions. Supply chains that had been disrupted for millennia were flowing smoothly. Infrastructure that had been impossible to maintain was now maintained. Resources that had been inaccessible were now being extracted efficiently, and the humans were still not dying. Oh, there were injuries. Humans got hurt, but they recovered and went back to work with a casual attitude that baffled medical professionals across the Federation. One human, after surviving an incident where his spacecraft depressurized in deep space, requiring emergency evacuation to a medical facility, was back at work within 2 weeks. His comment to the worried medical staff, "I've had worse falls off a ladder." He'd compared explosive decompression in deep space to falling off a ladder. The medical staff required counseling. As the 1-year anniversary approached, the Federation found itself in an awkward position. They'd spent millennia building a civilization based on certain assumptions about danger, survival, and risk management. Humans had invalidated most of those assumptions simply by showing up and refusing to die appropriately. Chancellor Vorgrim convened what he promised would be the final emergency council session on the human question. "We need to make a decision," he announced. Do we continue expanding human employment, or do we try to limit their presence in Federation operations? We can't limit them, pointed out Representative Taluvics, who'd become something of an expert on human employment law through painful experience. They have full Federation employment rights. Discrimination based on species origin is illegal. And before anyone suggests it, we can't classify them as too dangerous to employ when they have the best safety record of any workforce in Federation history. So we're committed to this, Collick said flatly. We're permanently integrating a species that treats unsurvivable occupations as resume-building opportunities. It appears so, Vorgrim agreed. The question is, how do we manage this moving forward? Dr. Fellish, who'd been invited to provide scientific context, raised a tentacle. If I may, I've been studying human cultural patterns, and I think there's something the Council should understand about their approach to dangerous work. Please, Vorgrim gestured for him to continue. At this point, any insight would be welcome. Humans, Dr. Fellish began, have a concept they call whistling past the graveyard. It means acting casual about something frightening to manage fear. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think humans genuinely don't find these occupations as frightening as we do. That's worse, Collick muttered. Perhaps, Dr. Fellish continued, but consider what it means for the Federation. We've spent millennia developing elaborate safety protocols and risk mitigation strategies because we approach danger from a position of fear. Humans approach it from a position of problem solving. They don't ask, how do we avoid this danger? They ask, how do we work with this danger efficiently? You're saying they're better at dangerous work because they're too stupid to be afraid? Collick asked. No, Dr. Fellish said firmly. I'm saying they're better at it because they assess risk differently. Where we see unsurvivable conditions, they see solvable problems. And they're usually right. The unsurvivable occupations weren't unsurvivable because of some inherent impossibility. They were unsurvivable because we approached them with the wrong mindset. The council chambers fell silent as the implications sank in. You're saying, Vorgrim said slowly, that we've been limiting ourselves, that there are possibly thousands of other unsurvivable conditions that are actually just difficult. I'm saying that humans have demonstrated that our definitions of survivable and unsurvivable were based on incomplete data, Dr. Fellish said. They've rewritten the limits of what we thought was possible, and if we're smart, we'll learn from that instead of resisting it. Chancellor Vorgrim looked around the council. He saw fear, yes, but also, gradually, acceptance. The Federation had survived 42,000 years by being adaptable. This was just another adaptation. Very well, Vorgrim said. We continue integration of human workers into Federation operations. We expand employment opportunities as economic analysis supports. And we revise our safety standards based on observed human performance rather than our previous assumptions. And if they keep demanding more, Collick asked, better conditions, higher pay, additional benefits? Then we negotiate, Vorgrim said simply. Just like we would with any other workforce, they've earned that right by doing the impossible. The vote to fully integrate humans into Federation employment passed unanimously. Everyone had finally accepted the new reality. The formal announcement was made via standard Federation channels. Humans were officially recognized as a fully employed member species with all associated rights and responsibilities. The unsurvivable occupations list was formally redesignated as specialized extreme environment positions, and humans were acknowledged as the primary workforce for these roles. Earth's response to this announcement was characteristic. Applications immediately surged to 43 billion. Turtix didn't even blink. He'd achieved a zen state of acceptance regarding human behavior. Nothing they did could surprise him anymore. Almost nothing. The surprise came 3 months later when Priya Chandrasekaran requested a meeting with Federation leadership. not as a union representative this time, but as what she called a concerned employee with a proposal. Chancellor Vorgrim agreed to meet with her, curious what new impossibility she was about to suggest. "Thank you for seeing me," Priya began, settling into the chair that had been specially designed for human physiology. The Federation had started manufacturing human-compatible furniture in bulk. The chair industry had never been so profitable. "Of course," Vorgrim said cautiously. "What did you want to discuss?" "I've been thinking about the Federation's approach to dangerous work," Priya said, "and I have a suggestion." Vorgrim braced himself. Human suggestions tended to reorganize reality. "You have a lot of species in the Federation who are brilliant at science, diplomacy, and art," Priya continued, "but you don't have many species who are good at the dirty, dangerous work that keeps civilization running. That's why those jobs went unfilled for so long." "That's an accurate assessment," Vorgrim agreed warily. "So here's my thought," Priya leaned forward. "What if humans specialize? We're good at the dangerous stuff. We don't mind it. We actually kind of enjoy it. So let us handle that sector while other species focus on what they're good at. Division of labor on a galactic scale." Vorgrim considered this. "You're proposing that humans become the Federation's hazardous environment specialists?" "Exactly," Priya nodded. "But more than that, we teach other species our techniques, share our safety protocols, help redesign dangerous systems to be more manageable. We've learned a lot in the past year about what makes these jobs dangerous versus what makes them unnecessarily dangerous. A lot of the unsurvivable occupations were badly designed. We can fix that." "You want to improve the unsurvivable occupations," Vorgrim said slowly. "Make them less unsurvivable." "We want to make them safer," Priya corrected. "There's a difference between necessary risk and stupid risk. Right now, a lot of Federation dangerous work involves stupid risk because nobody ever survived long enough to identify and fix the problems. We can do that." Vorgrim sat back, processing this. It was, he realized, a remarkably reasonable proposal, and coming from a human, that made it deeply suspicious. "What do you want in return?" he asked directly. "Recognition," Priya said simply. "Not just as employees, but as specialists. Establish a hazardous environment division with proper funding, authority, and respect. Let us develop standards and training programs. Give us the resources to do this right." "You want authority over all hazardous occupations in the Federation," Vorgrim said. "We want to make them safe," Priya emphasized again, "or at least safer than they are now. Is that really such a crazy idea?" Vorgrim looked at her for a long moment. A year ago, the answer would have been a definitive yes. Now, after watching humans casually survive the unsurvivable and optimize the impossible, he wasn't sure. "I'll bring it to the Council," he said finally. "I can't promise they'll approve it. That's all I ask." Priya stood to leave. "Just think about it. Humans are good at this. Let us be good at it officially." After she left, Vorgrim sat in his office for a long time, thinking. Priya was right, damn her. Humans were good at dangerous work, better than any species in Federation history. And they were offering to formalize that capability, to build systems that would benefit the entire Federation. It was logical, practical, beneficial. It was also terrifying because it meant acknowledging that humans had found their niche in galactic civilization, and that niche was exactly the place every other species had been trying to avoid for 42,000 years. The Council debated Priya's proposal for 2 weeks. Arguments were made for and against. Traditionalists objected to giving humans authority over an entire occupational sector. Pragmatists pointed out that humans were already de facto running that sector anyway, so formalizing it changed nothing except paperwork. In the end, economics won the debate. Humans had proven they could do the work safely and efficiently. Establishing a proper division with training standards and safety protocols would only improve outcomes. And if it kept humans happy and productive, that was worth the political discomfort. The Hazardous Environment Division was established with Priya Chandrasekaran as its first director. The announcement made headlines across the Federation. Death Worlders to manage extreme occupations, read one particularly dramatic headline. Federation formalizes human expertise in unsurvivable conditions was more accurate but less catchy. The comment sections, newly created by humans who'd insisted the Federation needed better communication platforms, were predictably chaotic. Some species expressed relief that humans were handling the dangerous work. Others worried about what it meant when the newest member species immediately took over the sector that had baffled the Federation for millennia. And humans, they celebrated by doing what they always did. They went back to work and made everything more efficient. Within 6 months of the Hazardous Environment Division's establishment, unsurvivable occupation mortality rates, still technically 100% for non-humans but 0% for humans, were officially reclassified. New safety standards were implemented. Equipment was redesigned. Training programs were developed that actually worked. For the first time in 42,000 years, the Federation's most dangerous jobs had proper safety protocols, career advancement paths, and qualified experts managing them. Dr. Fellish published his final study on the subject, titled simply, "We Were Wrong About Everything." It became the most cited paper in modern xenobiology. The abstract read, "This paper examines the fundamental assumptions underlying Federation risk assessment and occupational safety. Previous models operated on the premise that unsurvivable conditions were objectively unsurvivable. The introduction of humanity to Federation space has demonstrated that survival probability is species-dependent and mindset-dependent. What appears unsurvivable to a cautious species may be merely inconvenient to a recklessly optimistic one. Recommend complete revision of all safety standards, risk assessment protocols, and definitions of unsurvivable. Humans have proven that impossible simply means nobody appropriately crazy has tried yet." The paper won every major scientific award that year. Dr. Fellish spent his acceptance speech at the Galactic Science Council looking like a man who'd seen too much and couldn't unsee it. "We thought we understood danger," he said in his keynote address. "We thought we'd reached the limits of survivable occupations. Then humans showed up, ignored our limits, and made them look ridiculous. We learned that the real limitation wasn't environmental, it was psychological. We were afraid, so we assumed everyone should be afraid. Humans aren't afraid, or at least they're not afraid of the right things. And somehow, that makes all the difference." He paused, looking out at the assembled scientists from 30 different species. "The galaxy is less dangerous than we thought," he said finally. "Not because the dangers have changed, but because we finally found someone crazy enough to punch danger in the face and ask what's next. I don't know if we should be grateful or terrified. Probably both. But I know one thing for certain. Unsurvivable occupations were only unsurvivable because we were hiring the wrong species." The audience sat in stunned silence. Then someone started clapping, slowly at first, then building. Within moments, the entire auditorium was applauding. Not just for Dr. Fellish's research, but for the sheer audacity of what they'd all witnessed over the past 2 years. Humanity had arrived in galactic civilization and immediately broken every rule about survival, danger, and occupational safety. They'd done it without malice or intent. They'd simply shown up, assessed the jobs everyone considered impossible, and said, "Looks fine." 5 years after Turtix's fateful mistake, the unsurvivable occupations list had been completely transformed. What had once been a bureaucratic nightmare of unfillable positions was now a thriving sector of the Federation economy. Humans filled 97% of hazardous environment positions. The remaining 3% consisted of bold individuals from other species who'd been inspired by human example to try dangerous work themselves. Most of them quit after their first shift, gained a healthy respect for human psychology, and returned to safer occupations. But a few stuck with it, proving that while humans were naturally suited for dangerous work, it wasn't exclusively their domain. Earth had become a major recruiting center for hazardous occupation specialists. Training facilities were established in particularly inhospitable locations: deserts, Arctic zones, deep ocean platforms, active volcanic regions. If you could survive the training on Earth, the reasoning went, you could handle anything the galaxy threw at you. The logic was sound. Earth was, after all, the planet that had produced a species that considered unsurvivable occupations to be pretty good career moves. Tertix, now Senior Administrator of the Hazardous Environment Division, occasionally reflected on how a single-clicked button had reshaped galactic civilization. He'd gone from a mid-level bureaucrat having a bad day to the individual who'd accidentally solved the Federation's 42,000-year staffing crisis. He'd been given awards, commendations, recognition from the Council itself. He still had nightmares about that day. "You changed the galaxy," Yalthir told him once, during a rare moment of downtime between the constant stream of human-related administrative challenges. "I made a mistake," Tertix corrected. "A catastrophic, civilization-altering mistake. A mistake that saved the Federation trillions in lost productivity and made unsurvivable occupations survivable," Yalthir pointed out. "Sometimes the best solutions come from accidents. Sometimes accidents just destroy everything," Tertix said darkly. "We got lucky. Lucky that humans are crazy?" Yalthir laughed, which was a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "I suppose that's one way to look at it. How else would you look at it? Lucky that humans are crazy in ways that complement our sanity," Yalthir said thoughtfully. "They do the things we can't. We provide the civilization they need to do them in. It's symbiotic in a terrifying sort of way." Tertix considered this. She might be right. The Federation had provided structure, law, and resources. Humans had provided the willingness to use those resources in ways nobody else dared. Together, they'd created something neither could have achieved alone. "Still," Tertix said, "I'm never clicking a button without double-checking again." "Probably wise," Yalthir agreed. "Though I have to admit, I'm curious what would happen if you made another mistake of similar magnitude." "We'd probably end up recruiting humans for diplomatic positions next," Tertix said sarcastically. They both laughed. Neither of them noticed the job posting that had just been accidentally transmitted to Earth's diplomatic employment network. But that's a different story. For now, the unsurvivable occupations were filled. The jobs that had terrified the galaxy for 42,000 years were being performed by cheerful humans who considered them slightly challenging at worst. Break rooms existed in hyperspace. Career advancement was possible in antimatter mining. The galaxy had learned that unsurvivable was a relative term, and that sometimes the solution to an impossible problem was finding someone too stubborn to accept that it was impossible. Somewhere on Earth, 19 billion people waited for their chance to prove that the galaxy's next impossible job was just another Tuesday. And in the Hazardous Environment Division headquarters, Priya Chandrasekaran looked at the latest reports, smiled, and began drafting her next proposal. After all, if humans could make unsurvivable jobs survivable, what else could they do? Nobody wanted to answer that question, but they were all going to find out anyway.
Before we jump into the chaos, don't forget to hit subscribe so you never miss the next adventure. The lecture hall at the Galactic Defense Academy smelled like fear and disinfectant. Instructor Vraltok had learned that mixing species in enclosed spaces always produced interesting atmospheric results, but today the chemical signatures were unusually pungent. 40 cadets from a dozen different worlds sat in tiered seating, their various appendages fidgeting with datapads, breathing apparatuses, or in the case of the Lithian student, nervously refracting light in prismatic patterns that danced across the walls. Vraltok clicked his mandibles together in the Klaxian equivalent of clearing one's throat. His chitinous exoskeleton gleamed under the harsh overhead lights as he approached the central podium. Behind him, a massive holographic projector hummed with potential energy, waiting to display the carefully prepared materials that had taken his research team an entire seasonal cycle to compile. "Welcome to Advanced Xenobiology, Threat Assessment and Neutralization," he announced, his translator converting the clicks and whistles of his native language into galactic standard. "I am Instructor Vral Tok, and I have devoted 40 cycles to studying the most dangerous species currently operating in Coalition space." A Sauron cadet in the front row, her scales a deep emerald that indicated both youth and nervousness, raised one clawed hand. "Instructor, the course manifest said this was specifically about human combat doctrine. Are we not studying multiple species?" Vraltok's antennae twitched in what his students had learned to recognize as dark amusement. "Cadet Thresh, when I say I have studied the most dangerous species, I am speaking singularly. Today's subject requires our full attention because, frankly, it terrifies me, and I have survived the Crethan border wars." That got their attention. The Crethan wars were legendary in military academies across the galaxy. The fact that this unassuming insectoid instructor had lived through them while so many had not, suddenly elevated him from mere teacher to someone worth listening to. He activated the holographic display with a gesture of one segmented limb. The air above the podium shimmered and coalesced into a three-dimensional representation of a human being, slowly rotating so every angle was visible. The figure was rendered in clinical detail, with various systems highlighted in different colors: cardiovascular in red, nervous system in yellow, skeletal structure in white. "Humans," Vraltok said, letting the word hang in the air like a curse, "recently admitted to the Galactic Coalition after successfully defending their home system against a Zelthian incursion. Current population estimated at 11 billion on their homeworld alone, with colonies spreading through their local cluster at an alarming rate. They call their planet Earth, which translates roughly to dirt in most languages. This should tell you something about their psychology." A Vorian cadet whose name badge read Kelm rippled his tentacles in a gesture of confusion. "Instructor, with respect, I do not understand why humans warrant an entire course. The basic xenobiology texts describe them as relatively fragile bipeds with no natural armor, limited sensory range, and moderate strength at best. My own species could crush their skeletal structure with minimal effort." Vraltok's mandibles clicked rapidly, the Klaxian equivalent of bitter laughter. "Cadet Kelm, you have just demonstrated why this course exists. Do you know how many species have looked at human specifications and reached the same conclusion you just did?" Kelm's skin patterns shifted uncertainly. "No, Instructor." 47. "Do you know how many of those species are still willing to engage humans in direct military conflict?" Silence. 0. Vraltok magnified a section of the hologram, focusing on the human circulatory system. "This course exists because 17 separate tactical simulations, run by our finest military computers, have concluded that humanity should not exist. Their homeworld is classified as a Class 12 death world. Their atmospheric pressure would crush a Lithian. Their microbial life would kill a Vorian in hours. Their dominant predators before achieving sentience included creatures that make our apex hunters look like domestic companions." He gestured at the skeletal structure now displayed in the hologram. "So yes, Cadet Kelm, you could crush their bones. Once, then the other humans would study exactly how you did it and ensure it never happens again. Because humans do not simply fight, they iterate, they improve, they adapt at a rate that should be biologically impossible." A sound interrupted his lecture. It came from the entrance to the lecture hall, where the heavy doors had just slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Every head turned, every sensory organ focused on the figure standing in the doorway. She was human, obviously, unmistakably human. She stood perhaps average height for her species, with the characteristic bilateral symmetry and forward-facing eyes that marked humans as persistence predators. Her skin was a warm brown tone, her hair pulled back in a practical style that suggested military discipline. She wore casual civilian clothing, which somehow made her presence more unsettling rather than less, and she was smiling. Vraltok's antennae flattened against his head in surprise. "Lieutenant, you are early." The human walked down the center aisle with an easy confidence that made several cadets unconsciously lean away. She carried a container of liquid in one hand and what appeared to be a shoulder bag in the other. When she reached the floor level, she set both down on a table that had been placed in the center of the teaching space, directly beneath the still rotating hologram of human anatomy. "Sorry about that, instructor," she said, her voice carrying easily through the acoustically designed space. The quartermaster's office took longer than expected, something about needing authorization to requisition teaching materials. She glanced up at her own anatomical representation spinning slowly above her head. "Nice diagram, by the way, though you've got my liver slightly too far left." Vraltok's translator struggled with what might have been a choking sound. "Lieutenant Sarah Chen. Everyone, this is Lieutenant Chen of the Human Expeditionary Forces. She has volunteered to assist with today's practical demonstration." The lieutenant pulled out a chair and sat down, completely at ease, despite being surrounded by dozens of alien cadets who had just spent the last several minutes learning about how fragile her species supposedly was. She took a sip from her container and then looked around the room with bright, interested eyes. "So," she said conversationally, "I'm guessing you're learning how to kill me." The room went very, very quiet. Cadet Thresher's scales actually paled slightly. A Lithian student in the back row stopped refracting light entirely, becoming nearly transparent with shock. Even Instructor Vraltok seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Lieutenant Chen's smile widened. "It's okay, really. I signed the waiver. Besides, seems fair. You're all scared of us and trying to figure out our weak points. I get it. We're the new species in the neighborhood and we've got a reputation." She took another sip from her container. "Anyone want to share their notes so far? I'm genuinely curious what you've learned." Vraltok recovered first, his antennae rising back to their normal position. "Lieutenant, we have only just begun the curriculum. Perhaps you would prefer to wait in the adjacent chamber until we reach the practical portion. And miss the lecture? No way." She settled more comfortably into her chair. "I want to hear what you think you know about killing humans. Should be educational." She paused, then added with apparent innocence, "for both of us." Something about the way she said that last part made Vraltok's survival instincts activate. He had not survived the Crethon Wars by ignoring his instincts, but the course had been approved at the highest levels of the Academy. The Human Military Liaison Office had agreed to provide a volunteer, and backing down now would undermine everything he had been trying to teach about proper threat assessment. He turned back to his students. "Very well. Lieutenant Chen has graciously agreed to observe. Let us continue." He manipulated the holographic controls, and the anatomical display shifted to highlight specific areas in pulsing red. Human vulnerable points are numerous despite their reputation. The cranial cavity, while protected by bone, can be fractured with sufficient force. The vertebral column, visible here, controls all motor function below the point of damage. Severing it results in immediate paralysis. Lieutenant Chen nodded along as if he were describing proper beverage preparation rather than methods of killing her species. "The throat region contains both the primary airway and major circulatory vessels," Vraltok continued, highlighting the appropriate anatomy. "A strike here results in rapid unconsciousness and death within moments. The thoracic cavity houses vital organs with minimal protection compared to species with proper chitinous or scaled defenses." He looked directly at Cadet Kelm. "You were correct that humans lack natural armor. This makes them vulnerable to piercing, crushing, and cutting attacks across most of their body surface." "Question." Lieutenant Chen raised her hand like a student. Vraltok's antennae twitched. "Yes, Lieutenant? When you say strike here," she pointed at the holographic throat, "what kind of strike are we talking about? Because that makes a huge difference." "I do not understand your question." She stood up and walked closer to the hologram, her movements fluid and controlled in a way that suddenly reminded everyone present that humans were predators. "Well, see, a strike from Cadet Thresh over there with her claws would need different force than a strike from Cadet Kelm with his tentacles, right? And if someone's wearing armor, or moving, or fighting back, that changes the math completely." Vraltok clicked his mandibles thoughtfully. "These are variables we will address in advanced scenarios. For now, we focus on optimal conditions. Optimal for you or optimal for me?" Lieutenant Chen asked, and her smile had taken on a different quality. Not hostile exactly, but definitely not friendly. Before Vraltok could respond, Cadet Thresh spoke up, her translator carrying the tremor in her voice. "Lieutenant, are you not concerned? We are learning your physiological weaknesses." Lieutenant Chen turned to look at the young Sauron directly. "Cadet, I'm a soldier. I've known my physiological weaknesses since basic training. So has every human who's ever joined the military. Knowing where you're vulnerable is literally day one stuff." She walked back to her chair but did not sit. "What I'm curious about is whether what you're learning here is actually useful. Are you suggesting the Academy's curriculum is inadequate?" Vraltok's tone had an edge to it. "Are you suggesting the Academy's curriculum is inadequate?" Vraltok's tone had an edge to it now. "I'm suggesting that knowing where to hit someone and actually being able to hit them are two very different skill sets." Lieutenant Chen gestured at the hologram. "That's a perfect model under perfect conditions. Standing still, not fighting back, probably not even scared. How much of your course covers what happens when the human knows you're trying to kill her?" The pronoun choice was not lost on anyone in the room. This was not theoretical anymore. Vraltok manipulated the controls again. The holographic human was replaced by combat footage. It showed human soldiers in various scenarios: urban warfare, shipboarding actions, defensive positions. The quality was obviously from official coalition military records, declassified for training purposes. "We analyze human tactical doctrine extensively," Vraltok said. "As you can observe, human military formations follow predictable patterns: standard squad composition, clear command hierarchy, reliance on ranged weapons to compensate for physical limitations." He froze a particular frame showing a human unit advancing in formation. "Their coordination is admirable, but it makes them predictable. If one knows the doctrine, one can anticipate the response." Lieutenant Chen watched the footage with an expression that was hard to read. Then she laughed. It was not a cruel laugh, but it was not exactly kind either. "Instructor Vraltok, when was this footage recorded?" He checked his notes. "Approximately 18 months ago, during the joint coalition exercises at the Velar Range." "Right. Training exercises." She nodded slowly. "Public, recorded, observed by representatives from every coalition species." She looked at him directly. "You're studying our training footage and thinking it represents how we actually fight." The room temperature seemed to drop several degrees despite no change in the environmental controls. "You are suggesting humans employ different tactics in actual combat?" Vraltok's antennae were very still now, a sign of intense focus. "I'm suggesting that if I were teaching a course called How to Kill a Klaxion, I probably wouldn't use footage you voluntarily gave me during peacetime exercises." Lieutenant Chen's smile was let back, but there was something predatory about it now. "But hey, I'm just the volunteer. You're the expert with 40 cycles of experience. Please, continue the lecture." For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Vraltok made a decision that he would later reflect upon as either the bravest or most foolish of his career. "Cadet Thresh, please approach the demonstration area." The young Sauron stood slowly, her scales rippling with uncertainty. She descended the tiered seating and approached where Lieutenant Chen stood. "Cadet, I want you to demonstrate the throat strike we discussed," Vraltok instructed. "Lieutenant Chen has agreed to participate in training scenarios. Stop your strike short of actual contact, obviously." Thresh positioned herself in front of the human, who was still smiling in that unnerving way. The Sauron's height advantage was considerable, her claws sharp and visible. She raised one hand, positioned it carefully according to her training, and made a controlled strike toward the human's throat. She stopped, as trained, just short of contact. Lieutenant Chen had not moved, had not flinched, had not even blinked. "Excellent form, Cadet," Vraltok said. "You see, class, the human is vulnerable because I let her do it," Lieutenant Chen interrupted quietly. Everyone stared. She looked at Cadet Thresh, who was still frozen with her claws near the human's neck. "That was perfect technique. Really textbook. If I were standing still, not expecting it, and you were actually trying to kill me, I'd be dead right now." She paused. "Want to know why that will never happen?" Before anyone could respond, Lieutenant Chen moved. It was not fast by comic book standards. It was not enhanced by technology or alien biology. It was simply the movement of someone who had trained for thousands of hours in how bodies work and how to break them. She stepped into Cadet Thresh's reach rather than away from it, inside the arc where the claws could generate force. Her elbow came up and stopped precisely at the point where it would have struck the Sauron's solar plexus if she had followed through. Simultaneously, her leg hooked behind Thresh's ankle, while her body weight shifted. Cadet Thresh found herself falling. She would have hit the floor hard except Lieutenant Chen caught her, controlled her descent, and helped her back up in one smooth motion. The entire sequence had taken perhaps 2 heartbeats. "That's lesson 1, Lieutenant Chen said, her voice still conversational despite having just demonstrated how quickly she could counter a lethal attack. "You're faster than me, Cadet Thresh. You're stronger than me. Your claws are sharper than anything I've got naturally." She smiled, but there was no humor in it now. "But you aimed for my throat, which meant I knew exactly where you were focused. And while you were thinking about my throat, you forgot I have elbows and knees, and about 17 other ways to hurt you before you ever make contact." She looked up at Instructor Vraltok. "Still want to continue the lecture?" His antennae were flat against his head again. "I believe, Lieutenant, that perhaps we should skip ahead to the practical demonstration portion of the course." "Good call." Lieutenant Chen walked back to her chair, picked up her shoulder bag, and pulled out a data pad. "Because I've been sitting here for 40 minutes listening to how you'd kill me, and honestly," she looked around the room at 40 very uncomfortable alien cadets, "I'm a little disappointed in your research." She activated her data pad, and a new hologram appeared, replacing Vraltok's carefully prepared materials. This one showed combat footage as well, but nothing like what the instructor had displayed. These were humans in actual combat situations, moving in ways that followed no textbook doctrine. "Now," Lieutenant Chen said, her smile returning with genuine enthusiasm, "want to learn the real way?" The hologram Lieutenant Chen had activated showed something fundamentally different from Instructor Vraltok's carefully curated training footage. This was raw combat documentation, the kind that made Cadet Thresh's scales pale and caused the Lithian student in the back row to refract light in distressed patterns. "This is from the Zelthian incursion," Lieutenant Chen said, her voice taking on a lecturer's cadence that was somehow more unsettling than Vraltok's academic tone. "To take our medical facilities hostage." The hologram showed a narrow corridor, Zelthian warriors, each easily advanced in textbook formation. Then the humans appeared. About their appearance was textbook. The first human came through a ventilation shaft above the Zelthian formation. The second emerged from what appeared to be a waste disposal chute. A third simply walked around the corner behind them, moving so quietly that the Zelthian rearguard did not notice until a makeshift weapon constructed from medical equipment struck him across the back of his knees. What followed was not the clean, organized combat doctrine that Vraltok had been teaching. It was chaos orchestrated into violence. Humans used the corridor walls for leverage, turning confined space from a disadvantage into a weapon. One soldier used a Zelthian's own shield as a ramp, running up it to strike from an impossible angle. Another had somehow electrified the floor panels, waiting until the heavily armored warriors stepped into the kill zone. "You see that?" Lieutenant Chen paused the hologram on a frame showing a human dangling from an overhead pipe, legs wrapped around a Zelthian's neck. "Your textbooks would call this undisciplined. Chaotic, poor tactical form." She looked directly at Vraltok. "We call it winning." Cadet Kelm raised a tentacle hesitantly. "Lieutenant, this appears to be improvisation. Your species fights without predetermined strategy." "Our strategy is adaptation." Lieutenant Chen resumed the footage. "Every species in this room has evolved specialized combat advantages. Cadet Thresh has claws and armor plating. Kelm has strength that exceeds mine by a significant margin. The Lithians can alter their density and refraction." She gestured at herself. "Humans? We're okay at everything and exceptional at nothing, except one thing." "And what is that?" Instructor Vraltok asked, his mandibles clicking in a pattern that suggested he already suspected the answer and dreaded it. We're exceptional at making it up as we go. Lieutenant Chen smiled that predatory smile again. You studied our doctrine because you thought understanding our patterns would let you counter them. But our real doctrine is having no doctrine. Our real pattern is breaking patterns. She walked to where Cadet Thresh still stood, slightly off balance from her earlier demonstration. Let me ask you something, Cadet. When you practiced that throat strike, how many times did you rehearse it? Thresh's translator carried her nervous tone. Hundreds of repetitions, Lieutenant, until muscle memory was established. Exactly. You trained one technique to perfection. Lieutenant Chen nodded approvingly. Now, let me show you what I trained. She moved through a sequence that made several cadets flinch. Strike positions flowed into grapples that became throws that transitioned into submission holds. Each technique was different. Each one would have been lethal or incapacitating if applied with full force. She moved through perhaps 20 distinct combat applications in the span of a few heartbeats, then stopped, not even breathing hard. I know 17 ways to attack a throat, she said conversationally. And that's just throat techniques. I know 30+ methods for every major vulnerable point on every species in the Coalition database. She looked around the room. Not because I'm special, because that's standard training for human combat personnel. We don't perfect one technique. We collect them all, and use whichever one you don't expect. Vraltok's antennae were vibrating now, a sign of deep agitation in Klaxian psychology. You are saying humans train in excessive redundancy. We train in options, Lieutenant Chen corrected him gently. Because we learned a long time ago that the fight you train for is never the fight you get. So we train for everything. She activated another section of her hologram. This showed human soldiers working alongside Coalition species in joint operations. But the footage had a different quality now that the cadets understood what to look for. The humans were not following the formation. The humans were filling the gaps, adapting to how their alien teammates moved, compensating for weaknesses and amplifying strengths in real time. This is why your simulations say humanity should not exist, Lieutenant Chen said quietly. Because you're trying to model us like you'd model any other species. Predictable behaviors, consistent responses, evolutionary advantages that can be countered with the right tactics. She shook her head. But humans survived our death world not by being the strongest or fastest or most specialized. We survived by being the most stubborn and creative problem solvers evolution ever produced. She looked at Instructor Vraltok directly. So when you teach these cadets how to kill a human, you better teach them that the human will be learning how to kill them back, faster, with better focus, and with absolutely no respect for the rules of engagement you think apply. The silence in the lecture hall was profound. Finally, Cadet Thresh spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Lieutenant, is there any way to reliably defeat a human in combat? Lieutenant Chen considered the question seriously. Yes, she said eventually. Overwhelming force applied before the human knows you're a threat. Immediate lethality with no warning. She paused. Of course, that assumes you're only fighting one human. That human has no backup, and you manage to approach without being detected by someone who evolved to track prey across endless plains for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. Her smile returned, sharp and knowing. Still feeling confident about your throat strike, Cadet? Instructor Vraltok had regained some of his composure, though his antennae remained in a position that suggested deep unease. He manipulated his teaching controls, bringing up a new set of data that floated in holographic columns beside Lieutenant Chen's combat footage. Lieutenant, you have demonstrated individual tactical superiority, he said, his translator carrying a forced academic calm. However, warfare is not decided by individual encounters. It is mathematics. Resource allocation. Sustained engagement over extended periods. He highlighted casualty projections, supply chain analyses, and attrition models. Human physiology requires consistent caloric intake, hydration, and rest cycles. In prolonged conflict, these limitations become tactical weaknesses that no amount of creativity can overcome. Lieutenant Chen looked at the data with an expression that might have been amusement or pity. It was hard to tell which was more insulting. Instructor, how long can a Klaxian maintain combat effectiveness? She asked. Vraltok's mandibles clicked with pride. A Klaxian warrior can fight at peak efficiency for approximately half a planetary rotation before requiring recuperation. This is well documented. And Sauron's? Lieutenant Chen looked at Cadet Thresh. The young cadet's scales shifted color slightly. Perhaps twice that duration, Lieutenant. Our species has exceptional stamina for our mass. Vorians. Lieutenant Chen turned to Kelm. The tentacled cadet rippled in what might have been embarrassment. Less than Klaxians, I am afraid. Our strength comes in bursts. Sustained effort exhausts us rapidly. Lieutenant Chen nodded as if confirming something she already knew. Then she walked to the center of the teaching floor, directly under the holographic projections. Without warning or preamble, she dropped into a push-up position and began performing them with mechanical precision, and kept going, and kept talking while she did it. Humans, she said, her breathing controlled despite the exertion, evolved on a planet where we were not the apex predator. We were not the fastest runner. We were not the strongest fighter. We did not have claws or venom or natural armor. Down, up, down, up. Her rhythm never faltered. What we had was the ability to just keep going when everything else stopped. Cadet Thresh watched with growing fascination and horror. Lieutenant, what are you demonstrating? Persistence hunting, Lieutenant Chen replied, still performing push-ups with unwavering consistency. Before we developed advanced tools, humans hunted by chasing prey until it collapsed from exhaustion. An antelope can outrun a human in a sprint, but over hours, over days, the antelope stops. The human keeps coming. Vraltok's antennae quivered. You are claiming humans can maintain combat operations for extended durations beyond other species. Not claiming. Stating fact. Lieutenant Chen transitioned smoothly from push-ups to a plank position, holding her body rigid. Human soldiers have held defensive positions for days without relief. We have conducted forced marches that would hospitalize most coalition species. We have fought, retreated, rested for a few hours, and come back angrier than before. She held the plank position, muscles trembling slightly but not failing. You plan your battles around peak efficiency windows, we plan ours around spite and stubbornness. She finally stood up, showing no signs of being significantly winded despite the demonstration. Several cadets exchanged glances that suggested they were recalculating their assessment of human endurance. But it is not just physical stamina, Lieutenant Chen continued, pulling up another holographic display from her datapad. This one showed human technological development across various fields. You mentioned resource allocation and logistics. Want to talk about human creativity in warfare? The hologram displayed a progression of human weapons technology, but what made Cadet Kelm's tentacles recoil was the timestamps. The advancement from primitive projectile weapons to directed energy systems had occurred in a time span that other species would consider impossibly rapid. We fought each other for thousands of cycles, Lieutenant Chen said, her tone shifting to something darker. Humans versus humans. We got very, very good at killing ourselves. We developed weapons that could sterilize entire continents, biological agents that could render planets uninhabitable, artificial intelligences designed solely to optimize destruction. She paused, letting that sink in. Then we looked at what we had built and collectively decided to ban most of it. Instructor Vraltok's mandibles stopped clicking entirely. You developed weapons and then restricted your own access to them. Because we scared ourselves, Lieutenant Chen said flatly. We created things we could not control, things that worked too well, things that would not stop killing when we wanted them to stop. She gestured at the holographic weapon designs. Every major human conflict taught us new ways to be more efficient at destruction, and eventually we realized that if we kept going down that path, we would not have enemies left to fight. We would not have a planet left to live on. A Lithian student who had been silent throughout the entire lecture suddenly spoke, her crystalline structure resonating with genuine curiosity. Lieutenant, if humans banned your most effective weapons, does that not create tactical vulnerability? Lieutenant Chen's smile returned, but it carried no warmth. The weapons we banned were the ones we could not control once deployed. Self-replicating nanites, aggressive AI warfare systems, gene-targeted bioweapons. She looked directly at the Lithian, The weapons we kept, those are the ones we could aim precisely. And human soldiers are very, very good at aiming. She pulled up footage of human precision strikes, surgical military operations, targeted elimination of threats with minimal collateral damage. The skill on display was undeniable. But what unsettled the cadets more was the implication. You teach your students that humans are vulnerable because we lack natural weapons, Lieutenant Chen said, addressing Vraltok directly now. But we do not need natural weapons. We build better ones. And we build them faster than you can develop countermeasures. And when you finally counter what we built, we have already moved on to something new. She deactivated her hologram, leaving only Vraltok's original anatomical display of human vulnerability still rotating slowly in the air. So yes, instructor, you can teach these cadets where to strike to kill a human, Lieutenant Chen said quietly. Just make sure you also teach them that humans have spent millennia teaching each other the exact same lessons. And we have had a lot more practice. The lecture hall had transformed from a place of academic confidence into something more akin to a tactical reassessment chamber. Cadet Thresh sat with her claws retracted, her scales displaying the muted colors of deep contemplation. Kelm's tentacles had ceased their nervous rippling and now hung still, processing information that contradicted everything his initial training had taught him. Even the Lithian student had stopped her anxious light refraction, her crystalline structure dim with focused attention. Instructor Vraltok stood at his podium, mandibles moving in subtle patterns that his students had learned to recognize as internal conflict. His antennae swept the room, taking in the visible change in his cadet's demeanor. The cocky certainty that had filled the space at the beginning of the session had evaporated, replaced by something he had actually been trying to cultivate all along, but had approached from entirely the wrong direction, respect born from genuine understanding rather than theoretical fear. Lieutenant Chen remained standing in the center of the teaching floor, her posture relaxed but alert in the way that soldiers never quite lose, even in safe environments. She had not moved to reclaim her chair or her water container. Instead, she waited with the patience of someone who had made her point and was now curious to see how it would be received. The silence stretched until Vraltok finally clicked his mandibles in a pattern that signified acknowledgement of error, a gesture rarely seen from instructors but recognized by every student present. "Lieutenant," he said, his translator carrying unusual weight to his words, "I believe I owe you and your species an apology." Chen tilted her head slightly, inviting him to continue. "This course was designed with what I believe to be thorough research and proper academic rigor," Vraltok continued. "I studied human physiology, analyzed available combat footage, reviewed incident reports from every documented human military engagement since your species joined the coalition." His antennae drooped slightly. "But I now understand that I was studying the wrong subject entirely." "What do you mean?" Cadet Thresh asked, her translator carrying genuine confusion. Vraltok gestured at the holographic human anatomy still rotating above them. "I was teaching you how to kill a human body. What Lieutenant Chen has demonstrated is that the body is merely the delivery system. The actual threat is the mind inhabiting it, and the will driving it forward." Lieutenant Chen nodded slowly. "Instructor Vraltok, may I ask you a question?" "Of course. What was your actual goal with this course?" She looked around at the assembled cadets. "Because if it was genuinely to prepare coalition forces to fight humans, then frankly this curriculum was inadequate. But I don't think that was your real goal." Vraltok's antennae rose slightly in surprise. "You are perceptive, Lieutenant. No, neutralizing human combatants was not my primary objective, despite what the course title suggests." He manipulated his teaching controls, and the holographic displays shifted to show casualty statistics, incident reports, and diplomatic tensions from the period immediately following humanity's admission to the coalition. "My actual goal was to reduce fear through understanding. Other species look at humans and see unpredictable aggression from a Death World species with no respect for established norms. This fear was creating barriers to integration and cooperation. So you thought if you demystified humans, broke us down into anatomical vulnerabilities and predictable tactical patterns, other species would feel less threatened," Lieutenant Chen said, understanding dawning in her expression. "Precisely. Vraltok's mandibles clicked in what might have been embarrassment. I wanted to show that humans, despite your reputation, were ultimately just another species with weaknesses that could be understood and countered. That you were not invincible monsters but fellow beings with limitations. But instead you created a course that would get every graduate killed if they actually tried to use it, Lieutenant Chen said, bluntly. Yes. The admission came with a heaviness that seemed to press down on Vraltok's entire frame. I have been teaching this material for half a cycle now. Hundreds of cadets have passed through this program, and if any of them had encountered actual human combat personnel using the tactics I taught, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Cadet Kelm raised a tentacle hesitantly. Instructor, Lieutenant, I am confused about something. If the goal was to reduce fear of humans, has Lieutenant Chen's demonstration not increased it instead? Lieutenant Chen turned to look at the Vorian cadet directly. Are you more afraid of me now than you were at the start of this session? Kelm's skin patterns shifted through several colors before settling on one that indicated uncertainty. I do not know. I am different afraid. Before, I feared humans as unknown dangerous creatures. Now, I fear you as known dangerous creatures, which somehow feels worse, but also more manageable. That's actually a healthy response, Lieutenant Chen said, surprising several cadets with her answer. Fear of the unknown makes you either paralyzed or reckless. Fear based on accurate assessment makes you cautious and prepared. One gets you killed, the other keeps you alive. A voice spoke up from the back of the lecture hall. It was the Lithian student, her crystalline structure now refracting light in patterns that suggested careful thought. Lieutenant Chen, you have shown us that we cannot defeat humans in individual combat. You have demonstrated that humans can outlast us in prolonged engagements. You have explained that human technological development outpaces our ability to counter it. What, then, is the purpose of this education? Are you simply establishing dominance? Lieutenant Chen walked toward the tiered seating, climbing a few steps so she was closer to eye level with more of the students. That's actually the most important question anyone's asked today. And the answer is this. You're not supposed to fight humans. We're allies now. We're on the same side. The reason I agreed to come here and dismantle Instructor Vraltok's curriculum was not to scare you. It was to make absolutely certain you understand that if you treat humans as enemies, you will lose. But if you treat us as partners, you gain everything I just demonstrated. She gestured back toward Vraltok. The instructor had the right instinct but the wrong approach. You don't reduce fear of humans by pretending we're less dangerous than we are. You reduce it by showing that the dangerous capabilities serve a purpose you want on your side. Vraltok's antennae perked up with interest. Lieutenant, are you suggesting a complete curriculum revision? I'm suggesting you burn this course to the ground and start over with a different title, Lieutenant Chen said firmly. She pulled out her datapad again and projected a new image. This one showed mixed species coalition, units in joint operations. But unlike the earlier footage, these were recent deployments, actual missions, rather than training exercises. Instead of teaching how to kill humans, teach how to fight alongside them. Show where human capabilities complement other species' strengths. Demonstrate how human endurance pairs with Klaxian speed, how human creativity enhances Sauron durability, how human technological adaptation works with Vorian power. The hologram displayed a particular engagement where human forces had coordinated with a Klaxian rapid response unit. The humans had provided sustained suppressive fire and tactical planning, while the Klaxians had executed lightning-fast flanking maneuvers that would have been impossible for humans to perform. The combination had been devastatingly effective. That's what you should be teaching, Lieutenant Chen said. Not human vulnerabilities in isolation, but how to integrate human capabilities into coalition force structures. Because the truth is, humans are terrifying opponents, but we're even better allies. Cadet Thresh stood up from her seat, her scales displaying colors that indicated a decision had been made. Lieutenant Chen, Instructor Vraltok, I have a request. Both turned to look at the young Sauron. I would like to formally request that this course be redesigned as Lieutenant Chen suggests, Thresh said, her translator carrying conviction that had been absent earlier. And I would like to volunteer to be part of the pilot program. I want to learn how to fight with humans, not against them. Kelm rose as well, his tentacles forming a gesture of agreement in Vorian culture. I also volunteer. The lieutenant is correct. Our fear came from incomplete understanding. I wish to complete that understanding properly. One by one, other cadets stood. The Lithian student, a crystalline Drazen who had been silent throughout the entire lecture, a methane-breathing Threll who required a specialized environmental suit but had still attended because the course was mandatory. Within moments, the entire class was standing, each cadet volunteering to be part of something new rather than continue with the dangerously inadequate curriculum that had brought them here. Instructor Vraltog looked at his students, then at Lieutenant Chen, then back at his students. His antennae moved through a complex series of positions that his translator struggled to convey, finally settling on simple words. I am honored by your commitment, and humbled by your wisdom in recognizing what I failed to see myself. He turned to Lieutenant Chen. If I were to propose a complete curriculum redesign, would you be willing to serve as a consultant? Your expertise would be invaluable, and clearly my own understanding is insufficient. Lieutenant Chen considered the request carefully. On certain conditions. First, this can't be a human-only program. You need representatives from every major coalition species involved in the redesign. Human perspective is important, but so is understanding how other species perceive us and what they need from the partnership. Agreed, Vraltok said immediately. Second, the new course cannot be mandatory. Make it voluntary. The cadets who want to learn how to integrate with human forces will get far more out of it than those who are forced to attend. Vraltok's mandibles clicked thoughtfully. That will reduce enrollment numbers significantly. The Academy administration will not appreciate that. The Academy administration can deal with it, Lieutenant Chen said with a slight smile. You're not trying to process every cadet through a fear reduction program anymore. You're creating specialists in coalition joint operations. That should be a choice, not a requirement. What is your final condition? Vraltok asked. Lieutenant Chen walked back down to the teaching floor and retrieved her water container, taking a long drink before answering. The new course needs field training, components, real exercises with mixed species units, not simulations, not theory, actual humans working alongside Klaxians, Saurons, Vorians, everyone. Because you can lecture about cooperation all you want, but people don't really learn to trust each other until something goes wrong and they watch their alien teammate have their back anyway. Cadet Thresh descended from her seat to stand beside Lieutenant Chen. Lieutenant, may I ask a personal question? Go ahead. Why did you volunteer for this? Surely being analyzed as a potential kill target by an entire class of alien cadets was not pleasant. Lieutenant Chen looked at the young Sauron with an expression that mixed amusement and something deeper. Cadet, I spent the entire lecture listening to Instructor Vraltok describe my vulnerabilities while you all took notes on how to exploit them. And yes, it was deeply uncomfortable. But you know what would be worse? Thresh waited. Having you all believe the incomplete picture he was painting. Having you think that the tactical analysis he presented was accurate. Because if that inadequate understanding had remained unchallenged, eventually some of you would end up in the field facing actual human combatants, and you would approach that encounter with false confidence based on bad data. Lieutenant Chen's voice carried the weight of someone who had seen the results of such mistakes. And you would die, quickly, while still being surprised by what went wrong. She looked around the lecture hall at all the assembled cadets. I volunteered because I would rather spend a few uncomfortable hours being studied like a laboratory specimen than receive news later that coalition casualties occurred because someone thought they understood humans based on a simplified anatomy diagram and sanitized training footage. Kelm spoke up, his tentacles forming a gesture of deep respect. Lieutenant, you endured discomfort to protect us, even though we are not your species, even though we were literally studying how to kill you. That's what allies do, Lieutenant Chen said simply. They accept short-term discomfort to ensure long-term survival of the partnership. Besides, it gave me a chance to correct some dangerously wrong assumptions before they got anyone killed. Instructor Vraltok manipulated his teaching controls one final time, saving all the holographic data Lieutenant Chen had provided alongside his original materials. I will submit a formal proposal to the Academy administration tonight. Complete curriculum redesign, human consultation, field training components, voluntary enrollment. Lieutenant, would you be available to meet with the Curriculum Development Committee? Send me the schedule and I'll make it work, Lieutenant Chen confirmed. Though I want to be clear about something. I'm not doing this to make humans look superior or to establish some kind of dominance hierarchy. I'm doing this because the galaxy has actual threats out there, and the coalition is stronger when we work together properly. As if summoned by her words, Vraltok's communication device emitted an urgent alert tone that made every cadet in the room tense. He activated the device, and his antennae flattened immediately in alarm. "What is it?" Lieutenant Chen asked, reading his body language. "Priority alert from Coalition Defense Command. Unidentified vessels detected at the outer rim. Multiple ships, unknown configuration, not responding to standard hails. They are moving into coalition space with apparent hostile intent." The lecture hall went silent again, but this was a different kind of silence. This was the silence of people realizing that theoretical discussions had just become very practical very quickly. Lieutenant Chen's demeanor shifted instantly. The friendly lecturer vanished, replaced by the combat officer she truly was. "What's the nearest coalition response force?" Vraltok checked his device. "Joint task force stationed at Velar. Range, mixed composition, Klaxians, Saurons, Vorians, and a human contingent. How long until they engage? Unknown. Defense Command is still attempting diplomatic contact. But if the unidentified vessels continue their current trajectory, contact is inevitable within hours." Lieutenant Chen looked at Instructor Vraltok, then at the assembled cadets, then back at Vraltok. A decision formed behind her eyes. "Instructor, with your permission, I'd like to address your students one more time." Vraltok gestured for her to proceed. She walked to the center of the teaching floor and looked up at the tiered seating, where 40 alien cadets watched her with newfound understanding and no small amount of apprehension. "Everything we discussed today, all the demonstrations, all the tactical analysis, that was theoretical education," Lieutenant Chen said, her voice carrying a certainty that commanded attention. "Within the next few hours, actual coalition forces are going to face an unknown threat. Those forces include humans working alongside every species represented in this room. They're going to rely on each other, trust each other, cover each other's weaknesses and amplify each other's strengths." She paused, letting her next words carry their full weight. "That joint task force is what proper coalition integration looks like. They train together, they understand each other's capabilities. They know that humans will hold the line while Klaxians flank, that Saurons will anchor defensive positions while Vorians provide overwhelming force at critical moments." Her smile returned, sharp and confident, "And when this unknown threat realizes it's facing a properly coordinated coalition response, it's going to learn the same lesson you all learned today." "What lesson is that?" Cadet Thresh asked quietly. "That understanding your enemy's capabilities is important, but understanding your allies' capabilities is what actually wins wars." The communication device alerted. Again. Vraltok checked it, and his translator conveyed surprise. "Coalition Defense Command is requesting all available tactical consultants to report for briefing on the unidentified vessels. Lieutenant Chen, you are specifically named in the request." Lieutenant Chen nodded, as if she had expected this. She gathered her belongings quickly, the casual demeanor completely replaced by military efficiency. As she headed toward the exit, she paused and turned back one final time. "Instructor Vraltok, I meant what I said about redesigning your curriculum. Send me the proposal details and I'll make sure it gets proper support from Human Command." She looked at the cadets. "And all of you, remember something. The course you enrolled in today was called Neutralizing Human Combatants. By tomorrow, I hope it has a new name. Something like Coalition Joint Operations or Integrated Force Tactics." "Why tomorrow specifically?" Kelm asked. Lieutenant Chen's smile turned fierce. "Because by tomorrow, after that joint task force handles whatever's coming at the outer rim, every species in the coalition is going to understand that humans are not the threat, we're the solution, and you all are going to want to learn how to be part of that." She left the lecture hall with the purposeful stride of someone heading into uncertainty with confidence born from training and experience. Instructor Vraltok watched her go, then turned to his students. His antennae were upright now, no longer drooping with uncertainty. Class dismissed. But before you leave, I want each of you to think about what you witnessed today. You came here to learn how to defeat humans. Instead, you learned why you should never have to. This is a better lesson. Cadet Thresh approached the podium as other students filed out. Instructor, do you think the Joint Task Force will succeed against the unknown threat? Vraltok's mandibles moved in what might have been his species' equivalent of a confident smile. Cadet, I have spent decades studying military operations across hundreds of species and thousands of engagements, and I have learned one absolute truth. What is that, sir? Never bet against humans when they have something to prove. And right now, Lieutenant Chen and every other human in that joint task force have something very important to prove. What's that? That the scariest thing about humans is not how well they fight against you. It's how well they fight for you. Thresh's scales displayed colors of understanding and, perhaps for the first time since humans had joined the coalition, genuine comfort rather than fear. In the hours that followed, as Defense Command coordinated responses and the Joint Task Force moved to intercept the unknown vessels, Instructor Vraltok began drafting his curriculum proposal. The document's title sat at the top of his screen, already approved by Lieutenant Chen via Emergency Communication Protocols, Coalition Integration Tactics, Advanced Training in Multi-Species Combat Operations. Subtitle, Understanding Strength Through Partnership. The old course about killing humans was officially dead. What replaced it was something far more valuable. A program dedicated to showing that the most dangerous thing in the galaxy was not humanity acting alone, but humanity fighting alongside allies who understood their true capabilities. And when word came through several hours later that the Joint Task Force had successfully intercepted the unknown vessels, suffering minimal casualties while demonstrating overwhelming coordinated force that sent the hostile fleet retreating from coalition space, nobody was surprised. Except perhaps the hostile fleet, who had made the fatal mistake of assuming that coalition forces would fight like separate species rather than a unified entity. They had learned, in the most decisive way possible, the lesson that Cadet Thresh and her classmates had learned in a lecture hall, that analyzing individual weaknesses was irrelevant when facing combined strengths. Instructor Vraltok filed his curriculum proposal and attached the after-action report from the Outer Rim engagement as supporting evidence. The proposal was approved before morning. This was just one story. Subscribe now so you don't miss what's coming next.
Before we get started, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video. That way, you'll always stay connected to our stories and never miss the next adventure. The detention bay of the Meridian's gate smelled like recycled air, anxiety, and what Brian could only describe as alien body odor, but in stereo. He sat on a bench that wasn't designed for human proportions, wedged between a methane-breathing blob creature and something that looked like an angry pine cone with too many eyes. Just another Tuesday. Wait, no. Actually, it was the 4th rotation cycle of the station week, which Brian had stopped trying to convert to Earth days about 6 months ago. Above him, the fluorescent panels hummed in a frequency that made his molars ache. Around him, dozens of detainees from across the galaxy waited their turn for processing. Most looked resigned. A few looked terrified. Brian looked bored. He'd been arrested for unauthorized transit through restricted space, which was bureaucratic speak for, you took a shortcut through a zone we told you not to fly through. In Brian's defense, that shortcut had shaved 18 hours off his delivery route, and the client had been very specific about the deadline. Also in Brian's defense, nobody had actually been using that restricted space. It was just empty void with an old warning buoy that probably predated half the species in this detention center. The cargo hauler's life. Not glamorous, occasionally illegal, but it paid the bills. Next detainee. A chittering voice announced through the universal translator embedded in Brian's ear. The device did its best to make the sound comprehensible, but there was no hiding the click-clack-click of mandibles that accompanied every syllable. Brian stood, stretched, his spine popping like bubble wrap, and shuffled toward the processing station. The being behind the counter was an insectoid, roughly 2 meters tall when standing on all 6 legs, with a carapace that shimmered between green and bronze, depending on the light. His compound eyes were the size of baseballs, and his antennae twitched with what Brian had learned to recognize as bureaucratic impatience. "Designation," the insectoid said flatly. 3 of his 4 manipulator arms already dancing across a holographic interface. Brian, human, cargo hauler operating out of the Frontier Freight Collective. Brian rattled off his identification code from memory. He'd been through customs enough times to have it memorized in 3 different galactic languages. The insectoid, his nameplate read Officer Ralmoth in glowing script, didn't look up. "Offense? Your system says unauthorized transit. I say I was making a delivery, and your restricted zone isn't clearly marked on civilian navigation charts. The zone has been restricted for 3,000 cycles. Yeah, well, humans have only been flying out here for 200 years, so maybe update the civilian charts?" One of Ralmoth's antennae bent toward Brian, a gesture that might have been the insectoid equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "You are arguing with the officer processing your detention?" "I'm not arguing. I'm providing context." Brian flashed his most innocent smile. "There's a difference." Ralmoth's mandibles clicked in what the translator interpreted as a sigh. "Extend your primary manipulator." Brian held out his hand. This was standard procedure. A quick genetic scan to verify species, check for outstanding warrants across the galactic database, and assess biological threat levels. Usually took about 15 seconds. Brian had done it so many times he could practically recite the readout. Homo sapiens, no augmentation, Class 3 biohazard rating due to bacterial diversity, cleared for general population zones. Ralmoth produced a scanner that looked like a tuning fork made of crystal and light. He pressed it against Brian's palm, and the device hummed, a rising tone that meant it was analyzing, cataloging, cross-referencing against the galactic registry. Then the hum changed. It dropped an octave, stuttered, then climbed to a pitch that made everyone in the detention bay wince. The crystal scanner flickered through colors that Brian didn't have names for, and Ralmoth's antenna shot straight up. Definitely not a good sign. That's new," Brian said, watching the insectoid's 4 manipulator arms freeze mid-gesture. The holographic display in front of Ralmoth erupted with text. Not the usual neat lines of data, but cascading strings of symbols that scrolled faster than Brian could track. Alarms weren't going off, but the quality of silence that had fallen over the processing station was somehow worse. Ralmoth's compound eyes swiveled to focus entirely on Brian. All of them. The insectoid went completely still, except for the trembling of his antennae. "Officer," Brian tried, "everything okay?" "Step back from the counter," Ralmoth said, and for the first time, his voice had lost its bureaucratic monotone. The translator picked up something that sounded like fear. "Step back immediately." Brian raised both hands and took 3 steps backward. Around him, other detainees were starting to notice that something was wrong. The blob creature oozed a little closer to the wall. The angry pine cone thing bristled its spines. Ralmoth was already hitting a comm button with enough force to crack the interface. "Security to processing station 12. Priority alert. I need the shift commander. Now." "Want to tell me what's going on?" Brian asked, trying to keep his voice light. Inside, his heart was doing a pretty good impression of a drum solo. Scanner malfunction? Ralmoth's antennae bent toward the holographic display, then back to Brian, then to the display again. The scanner it is functioning within normal parameters. Then what's the problem? The readout it is impossible. Before Brian could press further, the detention bay doors hissed open with enough force to make them slam against their stops. 3 security officers came through, 2 bipedal reptilians with plasma rifles, and 1 hulking quadruped whose species Brian didn't recognize, but whose muscles had muscles. They moved with the kind of precision that said elite guard, not station security. Behind them came a being that could only be the shift commander, tall, bipedal, with skin that looked like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed a faint orange. He wore the insignia of the Galactic Council peacekeepers, and his uniform was immaculate. When he walked, everyone in the detention bay suddenly found the floor very interesting to look at. "Officer Ralmoth," the commander said, his voice like gravel being crushed by a glacier. "Explain your priority alert." Ralmoth gestured at Brian with one trembling manipulator. "Commander Nixtal, the genetic scan on this human. It returned an error code I have never encountered in 18 years of processing." Nixtal's glowing eyes fixed on Brian. The human felt like he was being evaluated by a very large, very dangerous predator trying to decide if he was food or threat. "What kind of error?" "The scanner identifies his genetic markers as matching the precursor species database, sir." The detention bay could have been a vacuum for how silent it went. Even the environmental systems seemed to quiet down. Brian looked from Ralmoth to Nixtal to the security officers, all of whom were now staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "I'm sorry," Brian said slowly. "The what now?" Nixtal moved to the processing station in 3 long strides. He studied the holographic display, his glowing eyes scanning the cascading data. One of his hands, 3-fingered, Brian noticed, reached out to manipulate the interface. The text slowed, stabilized, and resolved into something that looked like an official readout. Brian couldn't read the alien script, but he could read body language just fine. And Nixtal's body language was screaming, "Oh, this is very, very bad." "Run it again," Nixtal ordered. "Commander, I already—" "Run it again." Ralmoth's mandibles clicked nervously, but he picked up the scanner once more. "Human, your manipulator." Brian extended his hand again, feeling the eyes of every being in the detention bay boring into him. The scanner pressed against his palm, hummed its rising tone, and then the same discordant note, the same cascade of impossible colors, the same explosion of data across the holographic display. But this time, Brian was close enough to see what was making everyone panic. The translator in his ear caught fragments of the text. "Error. Genetic markers match precursor species database. Classification impossible. Warning. Subject genome contains architectural sequences predating current galactic cycle. Alert. Probability analysis suggests direct lineage or engineered derivative." And there, at the bottom, flashing in what Brian's human brain interpreted as urgent red. "Recommend immediate containment and analysis." "Okay," Brian said, pulling his hand back and looking at the security officers who were now very pointedly aiming their plasma rifles in his general direction. "So, I'm going to guess that's not a standard deportation situation." Nixtal turned to face him fully. "Human, you will be moved to maximum security holding immediately. You will not resist. You will not attempt to communicate with other detainees. Do you understand?" I understand the words you're saying, but I'm not really clear on why. Do you understand? Nixtal's voice dropped to a growl that made Brian's hindbrain scream at him to comply. Crystal clear, Commander. Lead the way. The security officers formed a perimeter around Brian, not close enough to touch, but close enough that running would be very stupid and very short-lived. As they escorted him out of the detention bay, Brian caught sight of the other detainees. The blob creature had oozed as far into the corner as physics would allow. The angry pine cone looked less angry and more terrified. And Ralmoth, poor bureaucratic Ralmoth, was staring at his scanner like it had personally betrayed him. The walk to maximum security was short, but educational. Brian passed holding cells that contained beings he recognized from news feeds, pirates, smugglers, a few individuals who'd probably committed war crimes. The cells were force field doors, transparent, designed to be seen. A deterrent and a statement. They stopped at a cell at the end of the corridor. Unlike the others, this one had a solid door, actual metal, thick enough to stop pretty much anything short of a ship's cannon. Nixtal input a command sequence, and the door slid open with a hiss of equalizing pressure. Inside, Nixtal said. Brian stepped into the cell. It was small, maybe 3 meters by 3 meters, with a bench, a waste facility, and nothing else. No windows, no entertainment, not even bad fluorescent lighting, just a soft glow from panels in the ceiling that provided enough light to see by, and nothing more. The door slid shut behind him with a finality that made Brian's stomach drop. He stood there for a moment, processing. Then he sat down on the bench, which was at least designed for something vaguely humanoid. He looked at his hands, the same hands he'd had this morning when he'd woken up in his ship's bunk, made terrible coffee, and plotted a course that was only slightly illegal. Precursor species, he muttered to himself. What the hell is a precursor species? He'd been flying freight for 6 years. Before that, he'd worked construction on Mars. Before that, he'd been a student who barely graduated with a degree in logistics. At no point in his entirely unremarkable life had anyone mentioned anything about precursors or genetic databases or architectural sequences predating galactic cycles. And yet, here he was, locked in maximum security, because his DNA had apparently just broken the galaxy's most sophisticated genetic scanner. Brian leaned back against the wall, closed his eyes, and did what any reasonable human would do in an absurd situation. He started laughing. It wasn't hysterical laughter. Not yet, anyway. It was the kind of laughter that came from the sheer ridiculousness of existence. He'd been arrested for a traffic violation, essentially, and now he was a maximum security detainee because a computer said his genes were impossible. When the laughter subsided, Brian opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Somewhere up there, beyond the metal and the station and the void of space, was Earth. Home. Where there were probably millions of other humans going about their business, completely unaware that one of their own had just accidentally discovered something that scared the living daylights out of the Galactic Council. Brian smiled. Not because he understood what was happening. He very much did not. But because somewhere in the back of his mind, in that place where human intuition lived, he had the strangest feeling that this wasn't actually a surprise. Not to humanity, anyway. It was just a surprise to everyone else. Well, he said to the empty cell, this is going to be interesting. News traveled fast in the galactic community. But panic? Panic moved at faster-than-light speeds. Within 3 hours of Brian's scan, the incident report had crossed 16 desks, been flagged by automated security protocols, and landed in the inbox of someone important enough to actually do something about it. Within 6 hours, that someone had contacted someone even more important. Within 12 hours, the Galactic Council's High Command had convened an emergency session. Emergency sessions weren't called lightly. The last one had been 8 years ago when a rogue asteroid was discovered on a collision course with a populated world. Before that, it had been a plague outbreak. Before that, a trade war that threatened to go kinetic. This was bigger. The council chamber materialized in holographic splendor across a dozen different star systems simultaneously. 12 representatives, 12 species, all projected into a virtual space that looked like the inside of a crystalline sphere floating in the void. It was designed to be impressive, neutral, and vaguely intimidating. Today, it just felt cramped. Counselor Jixmara floated at the center, or rather, their holographic representation did. In reality, Jixmara existed in a zero-gravity tank on their homeworld, a being that looked like a jellyfish crossed with a constellation. Bioluminescent patterns pulsed across their translucent body, and their voice came through the translators as something between wind chimes and whale song. "This session is convened under emergency protocols," Jixmara announced, their lights pulsing in what Brian would have recognized as barely controlled agitation. "We have received troubling reports from the Meridian's Gate detention facility. Dr. Mothrin, present your findings." A hologram flickered into greater focus, a being that resembled a praying mantis, if praying mantises were 2.5 meters tall and wore lab coats. Dr. Mothrin's compound eyes reflected the data streams she was manipulating with 4 of her 6 limbs. "Counselors," Mothrin began, her voice crisp and clinical. "3 hours ago, a routine genetic scan on a human detainee returned results that should be impossible. The subject's DNA contains genetic sequences that match fragments we've recovered from precursor archaeological sites across the galaxy." One of the other counselors, a crystalline being whose name translated roughly as "the sound of mountains growing," interrupted with a sound like grinding stones. "Contamination, laboratory error. The human must have come into contact with precursor material." "That was my first hypothesis," Mothrin said, her antennae twitching. "We ran the scan 6 more times using different equipment. We analyzed skin cells, hair follicles, and blood samples. Every test returned the same result. The sequences aren't on the surface. They're integrated into the subject's genome at the foundational level." The chamber erupted. Not with sound. The holograms couldn't properly transmit the chaos, but with a flurry of movement and flashing lights that indicated every representative trying to speak at once. Jixmara's bioluminescence flared bright enough to make the hologram flicker. "Order," they commanded, and the chamber reluctantly settled. "Dr. Mothrin, explain to this council, in terms we can all comprehend, what you are suggesting." Mothrin's mandibles clicked in what might have been nervousness. "I am suggesting that this human, and possibly all humans, carry genetic material that dates back to the precursor civilization. The architectural sequences in his DNA are identical to templates we've found in precursor genetic laboratories. Not similar, identical." "That's impossible," another counselor said. "This one a floating orb of contained plasma. The precursors vanished millions of years before humans even evolved. Their civilization ended before Earth's sun ignited." "I am aware of the timeline," Mothrin said dryly, "which makes the data even more disturbing. Either our understanding of precursor history is fundamentally wrong, or someone used precursor genetic technology to engineer humanity long after the precursors supposedly vanished." The chamber went silent. It was the kind of silence that preceded either revelation or violence, and the line between the two was thinner than most civilizations wanted to admit. Jixmara's lights pulsed in a pattern that suggested deep thought. The precursors. We must establish baseline understanding. What do we know with certainty? It was a rhetorical question, but Dr. Mothrin answered anyway, displaying holographic images as she spoke. The precursors were a civilization that existed approximately 8 to 10 million years ago. We've found their ruins on 63 worlds across the galaxy. Their technology was, and remains, beyond our comprehension. Structures that shouldn't stand. Devices we can't reverse engineer. Genetic templates for species that don't exist in any fossil record. The images showed what Brian would have recognized. Massive ruins of buildings that defied physics, machines covered in symbols no one could read, and most disturbing, laboratories filled with crystalline pods that once held something. Every spacefaring species has legends about them, Mothrin continued. The builders, the ancients, the first ones. We've spent millennia trying to understand what they were and where they went. The most accepted theory is that they achieved some form of transcendence and abandoned physical existence. But we've never found a living specimen. We've never found anyone who could claim direct lineage. Until now, Jixmara said quietly. Until now, Mothrin confirmed. Another counselor leaned forward, a reptilian being with scales that shifted through the visible spectrum. How many science teams can we deploy to Earth immediately? I've already dispatched 3, Mothrin said. They'll arrive within the next rotation cycle. We need to examine human genetic diversity, archaeological records, anything that might explain this connection. And the human in custody? Jixmara asked. Still in maximum security. Commander Nixtal has him under constant surveillance. We've assigned interrogator Nactil to question him. That got another round of reactions from the Council. Nactil was a telepath, one of the few species whose mental abilities could pierce through lies, deception, and self-delusion. If anyone could determine whether Brian knew about his genetic heritage, it was Nactil. I want a full report, Jixmara said. Every word, every thought. If this human knows something, I want it extracted. The hologram of Dr. Mothrin flickered in what might have been a nod. The interrogation began an hour ago. I'll forward you the transcript. Brian was having the strangest conversation of his life, and given that he regularly negotiated shipping contracts with beings who communicated through interpretive dance, that was saying something. Interrogator Nactil sat across from him in the cell, or rather, floated. The being had no legs, just a body that tapered into mist below the waist. Their skin was translucent enough to see the network of what might have been nerves or blood vessels glowing beneath. 2 large eyes, entirely black, stared at Brian with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "You're telling me," Nactil said, in a voice that sounded like it was coming from inside Brian's own head, "that you knew nothing about precursor genetic material in your DNA?" "For the 15th time, yes," Brian said, rubbing his temples. The telepathic communication was giving him a headache. "I'm a cargo hauler. I barely passed high school biology. The most complicated thing I know about genetics is that my uncle went bald early, and I'm probably next." Nactil's eyes narrowed, or Brian thought they did. It was hard to tell with solid black orbs. "You're not lying. That's frustrating." "Tell me about it. I'm the one sitting in maximum security." "You don't understand," Nactil said, and for the first time, there was something in their mental voice that sounded like confusion. "Telepaths can sense deception. Self-deception? Intentional lies? even subconscious avoidance, but you genuinely believe everything you're saying. You truly didn't know. Why is that frustrating? Because it means either humans are remarkably ignorant of their own history, or they're very, very good at keeping secrets. Brian leaned back against the wall. Can I ask you something? You're in no position to... What exactly are precursors? Everyone keeps saying the word like it should terrify me, but I've got no context. Noctil was silent for a long moment, their mental presence withdrawing slightly. When they spoke again, it wasn't the crisp interrogator's tone. It was something quieter, almost reverent. The precursors were gods, by any practical definition. They built technologies we still can't understand. They terraformed worlds with tools we can't replicate. They mapped the galaxy and left structures that have lasted millions of years without maintenance. And then they vanished, leaving behind only ruins and questions. Sounds lonely, Brian said. What? Being that advanced and then just disappearing. Makes you wonder what scared them enough to leave. Noctil's eyes widened, definitely widened this time. You think they were running from something? I don't know. I'm just a cargo hauler, remember? Brian smiled. But if I had all that power and I left anyway? Yeah, I'd be running. The interrogator floated backward, their misty lower body swirling in agitation. That's not a theory we've seriously considered. Maybe you should. Noctil stared at him for another long moment, then turned and floated through the cell door, which opened for them and closed immediately after. Brian heard the telepath's mental voice echoing in the corridor, calling for Dr. Mothran. Brian sat alone in his cell, that same smile playing across his face. He wasn't lying. He genuinely hadn't known about the precursor connection. But humans had always been good at pattern recognition, and Brian was starting to recognize a very interesting pattern. The galaxy thought humans were primitive, young, insignificant. But what if that was exactly what humanity wanted them to think? The arrival of Ambassador Torch was announced approximately 30 seconds before he came through the airlock, which was 30 seconds more warning than most people got. Commander Nixtal received the notification on his command terminal and felt something he rarely experienced: genuine apprehension. He'd read Torch's file. Everyone in Galactic Council security had read Torch's file. It was required reading, filed under humans who should not be provoked under any circumstances. Torch had spent 20 years in Earth's military before transitioning to the diplomatic corps, and he'd brought every ounce of his tactical mindset with him. He didn't negotiate. He established facts and let other people adjust to reality. He'd once ended a trade dispute by walking into the negotiation chamber, placing a tactical nuclear device on the table, unarmed but still, and saying, "Let's talk about mutual interests." The dispute had resolved in 40 minutes. Now Torch was here, aboard the Meridian's gate, and Nixtal had a feeling that things were about to get significantly more complicated. The human who walked into the command center looked exactly like his file photo. Late 50s, built like someone who'd spent decades carrying heavy things, with close-cropped gray hair and eyes that missed absolutely nothing. He wore the formal attire of Earth's diplomatic service, a dark suit that somehow looked both professional and vaguely threatening. When he moved, it was with the economical grace of someone who'd been trained to kill efficiently and had never forgotten how. "Commander Nixtal," Torch said, his voice rough like gravel in a mixer. "I'm here for Brian. Ambassador, we need to discuss, not discuss, retrieve. There's a difference." Torch crossed his arms. You've detained a human citizen on genetic profiling. That's a violation of about 16 different treaties. Nixatal's obsidian skin darkened. Your citizen's DNA matched precursor genetic markers. We have protocols. Your protocols don't supersede sovereign rights. Torch stepped closer, and despite being shorter than Nixatal, he somehow gave the impression of looking down at the commander. But I'm not here to argue jurisdiction. I'm here to provide clarity. I've requested an emergency session with the full Galactic Council. They've agreed. Holographic conference chamber, 1 hour. You're going to want to attend. What kind of clarity? Torch smiled. It wasn't a friendly expression. The kind that explains why you should have just let Brian pay his fine and go home. The council chamber rematerialized, all 12 representatives present, with several additions. Commander Nixtal stood at the periphery. Dr. Mothrin hovered near her data displays. Interrogator Nactil floated silently, their black eyes fixed on the human who stood at the center of the crystalline sphere. Ambassador Torch looked utterly unbothered by the fact that he was surrounded by the holographic projections of the galaxy's most powerful beings. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting with the patience of someone who'd once spent 3 days in a sniper's nest in the rain. Counselor Jixmara's bioluminescence pulsed in an agitated pattern. Ambassador Torch, you requested this emergency session. Explain why we should release your citizen when his genetic profile suggests a connection to the precursor species. Because, Torch said, simply, we've known about it for about 150 years, and we didn't think it was relevant until now. The chamber exploded into chaos. Voices overlapped, some translated, some just raw noise, and the holographic projections flickered with the intensity of emotions that transcended species barriers. Jixmara's lights flared so bright, the projection system had to adjust. You knew? Of course we knew, Torch said, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade through silk. What, you thought humans just accidentally stumbled onto the galactic stage? That we went from barely having orbital capability to functioning starships in 50 years through sheer luck? You lied to this council, the crystalline counselor ground out. No, we omitted. There's a difference. Torch pulled out a small data device and tossed it into the air. It activated, projecting images around the chamber. Ruins, laboratories, massive structures buried deep beneath Earth's surface. We started finding this stuff about 200 years ago. Deep excavation projects, archaeological digs that went way past any known human civilization. We found genetic laboratories, stasis chambers, DNA archives. Dr. Mothrin's antennae were vibrating so fast they were nearly invisible. You found intact precursor facilities? On Earth? And you said nothing? We said nothing because we knew exactly how you'd react, Torch said, gesturing at the chaos around him. Some of you would want to dissect us to unlock the secrets. Some would want to worship us as divine descendants. Some would want to exterminate us as an existential threat. None of those options were particularly appealing. So you hid it, Jixmara said, their voice surprisingly calm now, dangerously calm. We integrated quietly. We learned your protocols, your politics, your power structures. We became just another species, primitive, emotionally unstable, biologically fragile, easy to dismiss, easy to underestimate. Torch's smile returned, sharper now. And while you were dismissing us, we were studying every precursor site we could find across the galaxy. The plasma orb counselor flared with heat. That's espionage. That's survival, Torch countered. The precursors didn't just engineer baseline human genetics and leave. They left us something else. Instructions, warnings, evidence that something went very, very wrong with their civilization. The chamber went silent. Even the background hum of holographic projectors seemed to fade. Jixmara drifted closer to Torch's projection. What kind of warnings? The kind that suggest the precursors didn't transcend or vanish peacefully. The kind that suggests they were preparing for something they couldn't stop. The kind that suggests they built humanity and possibly engineered genetic material for other species as a failsafe. Failsafe for what? Nixatal asked from the periphery. Torch turned to face the commander. We don't know. Not completely. The precursor data we've recovered is fragmentary, encrypted in ways we're still trying to crack. But the pieces we have translated point to something coming from outside the galaxy, something the precursors encountered and couldn't defeat with all their technology. Dr. Mothrin manipulated her data streams, pulling up records. There's no evidence in any precursor site we've studied of external threats. No weapons caches, no defensive installations. Because you weren't looking in the right places, Torch interrupted, and you weren't asking the right questions. Why would a civilization with the power to reshape worlds suddenly disappear? Why would they leave behind genetic templates instead of just cloning themselves? Why scatter those templates across dozens of species instead of concentrating them? Redundancy, Nactil said quietly, their mental voice carrying to everyone in the chamber. They were creating backups, multiple lines of inheritance spread across the galaxy, ensuring that even if one species failed, others might succeed. Now you're catching on, Torch said. Humans aren't the precursors. We're what the precursors hoped would survive long enough to face whatever killed them. The reptilian counselor's scales shifted through the spectrum, settling on a color that Torch's translator interpreted as skeptical dread. You said this threat could arrive any time. How long do we have? Best estimate, 500 years. Maybe longer, maybe shorter. Torch shrugged. The precursor warnings aren't exactly precise. Could be we've got centuries to prepare. Could be it shows up tomorrow. Fun times. And you waited until now to tell us? Jixmara's lights were strobing with what could only be anger. You've known for 150 years that an existential threat might be coming, and you said nothing? We said nothing because telling you earlier would have accomplished exactly nothing except make humanity a target, Torch said, his voice hardening. We needed time to position ourselves, to integrate, to learn everything we could about Galactic Council politics and capabilities. We needed to be more than just the precursor descendants. We needed to be essential. Essential, the crystalline counselor repeated. That's right. Because here's the uncomfortable truth you're all dancing around. You need us. Our genetic connection to precursor technology isn't just academic. It's functional. We can interface with their systems in ways you can't. We can translate their data. We can activate their machinery. Brian, the cargo hauler you've got locked up? Put him in front of a precursor control panel, and he'll figure it out faster than your best scientists. You're threatening us, Nixatal said. I'm explaining leverage, Torch corrected. There's a difference. You want access to precursor knowledge? You want a chance at preparing for whatever's coming? You need humanity at the table, not as subjects for study, not as junior members, as full partners. Counselor Jixmara's bioluminescence cycled through patterns that Torch's translator couldn't interpret. Probably several emotions happening simultaneously. Finally, they settled into something that looked almost like resignation. What do you want? Jixmara asked. Full council membership. access to all precursor research currently held by member species, joint task force to study the threat and develop countermeasures, and you release Brian with a formal apology. That's extortion, Dr. Mothrin sputtered. That's negotiation, Torch said. You've got something we want, resources and data. We've got something you need, the genetic key to understanding the civilization that built this galaxy's foundation. We can work together, or we can waste time fighting while something worse than the precursors comes knocking. The silence that followed was heavy with calculation. 12 representatives, 12 different political interests, all weighing the cost of cooperation against the cost of refusal. It was Noctil who broke the silence, their mental voice carrying a weight of certainty. He's telling the truth, all of it. I can sense no deception. Of course I'm telling the truth, Torch said. Lies are what you tell when you're weak. We're not weak. We're just tired of pretending to be. Jixmara drifted to the center of the chamber, their lights pulsing in a pattern that gradually steadied into something resolute. The council will convene in closed session to discuss your terms. You will have our answer within the cycle. Take your time, Torch said. Brian's probably just getting comfortable anyway. In his cell, Brian sneezed. He had no idea why, but somewhere in the back of his human brain, he had the distinct feeling that someone, somewhere, was talking about him. And judging by the increased security presence outside his door, it probably wasn't small talk. The negotiations took 18 hours, which was approximately 17 hours longer than Torch had expected. Apparently, convincing 12 species with deeply entrenched bureaucratic processes to fundamentally restructure galactic power dynamics required more than just cold logic and veiled threats. Who knew? Brian learned he was being released when his cell door opened and Commander Nixtal stood there looking like he'd aged 10 years in 2 days. "You're free to go," Nixtal said, the words clearly causing him physical pain. Just like that? Brian stood up, stretching muscles that had gone stiff from sitting on the galaxy's most uncomfortable bench. Just like that, with the Galactic Council's apologies for the detention. Nixtal looked like he wanted to say more, probably something involving plasma rifles and airlocks, but professionalism won out. Your ship has been refueled and restocked. Your fine for unauthorized transit has been waived, and you're requested in Conference Room 9. Requested by who? Everyone. Conference Room 9 was designed for treaty negotiations between hostile species. It had 3 different atmospheric zones, temperature controls that could accommodate beings that lived in environments ranging from frozen methane to molten sulfur, and enough security screening to make a paranoid dictator feel safe. When Brian walked in, he found a much smaller gathering than he'd expected. Counselor Jixmara floated in their containment field, bioluminescence pulsing in what his translator now labeled as cautious optimism. Dr. Mothrin stood near a holographic display, her antennae twitching in what might have been nervous energy. Interrogator Noctil hovered in a corner, their black eyes watching everything, and Torch sat at the conference table like he owned it, feet up, drinking something from a container that definitely hadn't come from station supplies. "Brian," Torch said, not bothering to stand. "Good, you're here. Sit down. We've got work to do." "Ambassador Torch has been explaining the terms of our new arrangement," Jixmara said, their voice carrying harmonics that suggested they weren't entirely happy about it. "Humanity has been granted full council membership. In exchange, you've agreed to share precursor research and participate in joint defense initiatives. We've also established the Reclamation Initiative," Dr. Mothrin added, pulling up schematics that showed the Meridian's gate being retrofitted with equipment Brian didn't recognize. A task force combining human intuition with our scientific expertise. The goal is to locate, study, and potentially activate precursor installations across the galaxy. Sounds exciting, Brian said, looking at Torch. Why do I get the feeling I'm not just going back to hauling cargo? Because you're perceptive, Torch said, taking another drink. Congratulations, Brian. You've been drafted. You're now a human liaison to the Reclamation Initiative. Your job is to provide the average human perspective and help our new alien friends understand how humans actually think. I'm a cargo hauler. You're a human with precursor DNA who accidentally triggered a galactic crisis, Torch corrected. That makes you qualified. Also, you're getting a promotion and a pay raise, so stop complaining. Brian looked around the room at the assembled beings, some of the most powerful and intelligent entities in the galaxy, all of whom were now apparently his co-workers. This is insane. Welcome to diplomacy, Torch said. It's insane by definition. Counselor Jixmara's lights pulsed in what might have been amusement. Despite the unorthodox circumstances, we are committed to this partnership. The precursor threat is real, and we will need every advantage to face it. Your species' unique connection to their technology may be our only chance. No pressure, Brian muttered. Oh, there's plenty of pressure, Nactil said, their mental voice carrying dark humor. But you'll adapt. Humans always do. That's what concerns me most. Should I be offended? You should be flattered. Adaptability is terrifying in the right context. The meeting continued for another hour, covering logistics, protocols, and the basics of what the Reclamation Initiative would actually do. Brian listened, asked questions when things got too technical, and generally tried to process the fact that his life had just been permanently derailed by a genetic scanner. When the meeting finally ended, and the various representatives filtered out to attend to their other responsibilities, Brian found himself alone with Torch in the conference room. You knew this would happen, Brian said. It wasn't a question. Torch took another drink and set the container down with deliberate care. Not specifically, but we knew eventually someone would get scanned, and the secret would come out. Better it happened to a cargo hauler with a sense of humor than someone who'd panic or try to leverage it for personal gain. You've been planning this for years. We've been planning this for 150 years, Torch corrected, positioning humans across the galaxy, integrating into commerce, exploration, even entertainment, making ourselves indispensable in small ways so that when the big reveal came, the galaxy would already be invested in keeping us around. That's incredibly manipulative. That's survival, Torch said, echoing his words from the council chamber. The precursors left us a warning, Brian. Something's coming. Something that scared a civilization powerful enough to reshape reality. We've been preparing humanity for the moment when we'd have to convince the rest of the galaxy to prepare with us. Brian sat back in his chair, processing. The 500-year timeline. That's optimistic, isn't it? Torch's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes confirmed Brian's suspicion. The warning suggests the threat could arrive any time. Could be 500 years, could be 50, could be 5. We just don't know. So we're racing against a clock we can't see. Now you're catching on. Torch stood up, adjusting his suit jacket. The good news is, we're not alone anymore. The bad news is, we never really were. We just convinced everyone else we were insignificant long enough to get ready. And now? Now we see if the precursors' gamble pays off. They built humanity to survive. They scattered genetic templates across species, hoping that somewhere, somehow, their children would be ready, when the time came. Torch moved toward the door, then paused. The DNA scanner called you a precursor species. You smiled. Want to tell me why? Brian thought about it, about the absurdity of the situation, about the weight of history pressing down on humanity, about the fact that somewhere millions of years ago, beings of incomprehensible power had looked at the genetic blueprint for humans and decided, these ones might make it. Because, Brian said slowly, for my entire life, I've felt like humanity was, I don't know, meant for something bigger than what we were doing. Like we were waiting for a starting gun to fire. And when that scanner broke, when everyone panicked, I realized the gun had finally gone off. Torch smiled. A real smile this time, not the diplomatic weapon he'd been wielding in negotiations. Welcome to the race, Brian. Try to keep up. 3 weeks later, Brian stood in the observation deck of the newly retrofitted Meridian's Gate, watching engineers install precursor-derived scanning equipment that would help them locate ancient installations. Officer Ralmoth worked nearby, his mandibles clicking in concentration as he calibrated sensors. The insectoid noticed Brian watching and approached, antennae twitching nervously. Human Brian. I wanted to apologize again for the detention. Ralmoth, we've been over this. You were doing your job. Still, I processed you like a common criminal when you are. A cargo hauler who got really unlucky, Brian offered. Or really lucky, depending on how you look at it. You are descended from the precursors. Doesn't that feel overwhelming? Brian looked out at the stars, thinking about Torch's words, about the weight of genetic inheritance, about the threat lurking somewhere in the darkness between galaxies. Then he thought about his apartment back on Mars, his terrible coffee maker, the delivery schedule he'd never get back to. You want to know the truth? Brian said. It explains why we're so good at breaking things and figuring out how they work. Why we adapt to environments that should kill us. Why we look at impossible problems and think, yeah, we can probably fix that. He turned to face Ralmoth. It's in our DNA, literally. Ralmoth's compound eyes reflected the starlight. What does it feel like, knowing you were built for something greater? Brian smiled, that same smile that had unsettled everyone from the moment his scan came back impossible. Like I finally understand why I could never just settle for normal. The precursors made us restless, adaptable, and stubborn as hell. They made us to survive what they couldn't. And if the threat arrives tomorrow? Then humanity will do what we always do. Improvise, adapt, and probably make a few jokes, while the galaxy burns down around us. Brian clapped one of Ralmoth's shoulder joints in what he hoped was a reassuring gesture. Don't worry, we've got this. Ralmoth's translator interpreted his mandible clicking as something between a laugh and a prayer. The galaxy will never be the same. No, Brian agreed, turning back to watch the stars. It really won't. Somewhere in the depths of space, ancient installations waited to be discovered. Somewhere beyond the galactic rim, something moved through the darkness, drawn by signals it had been following for millions of years. And somewhere on Earth, billions of humans went about their lives, unaware that they'd been built by gods to fight monsters. The DNA scanner had called him a precursor species. Brian had smiled. And the countdown to everything, whatever everything was, had already begun. The firing range on Galactic Defense Station Orpheus smelled like ionized metal and disappointment. I, Krell Voss of the Tarkonian Imperial Guard, stood with my clawed appendages crossed, watching the latest batch of recruits fumble through basic marksmanship qualifications. 43 cycles of military instruction had taught me one universal truth. Every species thought they were exceptional until the targets started moving. "Next shooter," barked Instructor Gormath, his triple-jointed arms gesturing toward the firing line. That is when she walked up. The human female stood perhaps 5.7 feet tall, maybe 130 pounds if you counted her equipment. Her hair, dark brown and pulled into what humans call a ponytail, swayed as she approached the firing station. What caught my attention, however, was not her small stature. No, no, no. It was the absolutely ridiculous contraption she carried. The weapon looked like someone had attached a communications array to a standard rifle, then added optics that belonged on an observatory telescope, then said, "Why not throw in a few more accessories?" A bipod extended from the front. Strange cylindrical devices protruded from various mounting points. The scope, by the Void Lords, the scope alone probably cost more than my ceremonial armor. Recruit Venn, sitting beside me in the observation booth, let out a whistling laugh through his breathing slits. Look at the human's toy. Did she raid a technical supply depot before coming here? Compensation, muttered Sergeant Thax, a four-armed Regelian known for his bluntness. Weak species always bring the fanciest equipment, as if attachments make up for inferior biology. I said nothing, but I confess my mandibles clicked in amusement. The human, whose name tag read Maya Torres, began setting up her position with meticulous care. She deployed the bipod, adjusted it, readjusted it, then checked it again. She pulled out a small electronic device and aimed it downrange. She consulted a worn notebook covered in handwritten calculations. "This is a timed qualification," Gormath announced, his patience already wearing thin. "You have 4 minutes to engage 12 targets at varying distances. Begin when ready." Maya, to her credit, did not rush. She settled behind her weapon, with the kind of deliberation that would have gotten her killed in actual combat. Her body position looked awkward to my eyes. Humans lack the natural stability of a proper four-legged stance, yet she seemed to melt into the ground, becoming part of the surface beneath her. Venn leaned toward me, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. 20 credits says she hits less than half. 30 says she requests to restart after the first miss, Thax added. I studied the human more carefully. Something about her stillness felt wrong. No, not wrong. Different. Predatory, perhaps? But humans were not predators in the traditional sense. They were omnivores, scavengers, persistence hunters at best. They lacked proper claws, fangs, armored skin, or any decent natural weaponry. "Ready," Maya announced, her voice calm. The first target appeared at 200 meters, a standard pop-up silhouette active for 3 seconds. Easy. The sound that erupted from her rifle was unexpected. Not the sharp crack of a standard kinetic weapon, but a deeper report that seemed to punch the air itself. Before my secondary eyelids could fully blink, the target displayed a perfect center mass hit. Target 2 appeared immediately. 300 meters, angled position. The rifle barked again. Hit. Venn's whistling stopped. Target 3 through 5 appeared simultaneously at varying distances between 150 and 400 meters. Maya's movements became a fluid cycle. Acquire, breathe, press, cycle the bolt, acquire again. Each motion seemed to flow into the next without wasted energy. 3 shots, 3 hits, all center mass. Lucky, Thax muttered, but his secondary arms had stopped their dismissive gesturing. Target 6 appeared at 500 meters, partially obscured behind a barrier. Only a small portion of the silhouette showed. Maya fired. Hit. Target 7, 8, 9. Distances now pushing 600 meters, some targets appearing for only 2 seconds. Crack, crack, crack. Hit, hit, hit. I found myself leaning forward in my seat, my tactical analysis protocols engaging despite myself. The human was not simply shooting, she was reading the environment. Each time before she fired, her breathing would pause, her body would settle, and the weapon would discharge at what seemed like the exact optimal moment. Target 10 flashed onto the range at 700 meters, a distance where atmospheric conditions, projectile drop, and a dozen other factors turned shooting into advanced mathematics. Maya consulted nothing. No computer, no heads-up display, no targeting assistance. She made a minute adjustment to her scope, settled, and fired. The target registered a hit in the primary scoring zone. "Impossible," Venn said flatly. "The wind variance alone at that distance." "She is compensating," I heard myself say. "Look at her barrel position before each shot. She is adjusting for conditions manually." Target 11 appeared at an absurd 800 meters, moving laterally at combat speed. This target was designed to humble overconfident recruits, to teach them the limitations of standard infantry weapons. Most shooters never even got this far in the qualification. Maya tracked the movement. Her rifle followed smoothly, almost lazily. For a moment that stretched far too long, she did not fire. The target continued its lateral movement, eating up her available time. Then, in the half-second before the target would have disappeared, she pressed the trigger. Through my enhanced optical implants, I watched the projectile's trace. The round seemed to lead the target impossibly, arcing through space where nothing existed. Until the target moved into that exact space. The impact registered as a perfect central nervous system hit. Silence filled the observation booth. The kind of silence that accompanies witnessing something that should not be possible. Target 12 appeared. 900 meters, elevated position, wind gusts visible through the atmospheric sensors. Target exposure time, 2.5 seconds. Maya chambered her final round with mechanical precision. Her eye settled behind the scope. Her breathing slowed until I wondered if she had achieved some form of metabolic suspension. The rifle fired. For an agonizing moment, nothing happened. At that distance, the round's flight time was perceptible. A brief eternity where physics and ballistics engaged in their eternal dance. Then the target registered. Not just a hit, a perfect, absolute center mass impact that the computer system flagged as a precision shot. 12 for 12. Perfect score. 0 misses. Maya stood, cleared her weapon with practiced efficiency, and turned toward the booth where Instructor Gormath stood with his jaw hanging open in a very undignified manner. "Qualification complete, sir," she said, her tone suggesting this was the most normal thing in the universe. Gormath stared at his tablet, then at Maya, then back at his tablet. This must be a system error. Nobody shoots perfect on the advanced qualification. Even our top-rated Velcron sharpshooters average 9 out of 12. "Would you like me to run it again, sir?" Maya asked. "I have plenty of ammunition." "That will not be necessary," a new voice interjected. We all turned. Chief Weapons Instructor Dalvin stood in the doorway of the observation booth. A Caesarian war hero with 600 combat missions to his name, Dalvin was not someone who appeared for routine qualifications. His scaled hide bore the scars of 4 different wars, and his optical implant glowed with tactical data streams. He descended to the range floor with measured steps, his attention fixed entirely on Maya and her ridiculous, wonderful rifle. "May I?" he asked, gesturing toward her weapon. Maya hesitated, a flash of something, possessiveness, protectiveness, crossing her features. Then she carefully engaged the safety, removed the magazine, and handed the rifle to Dalvin. He examined it with the kind of reverence usually reserved for historical artifacts. His clawed digits traced over the modifications, the custom components, the worn finish that spoke of countless hours of use. "This is a precision instrument," he said quietly. "Not standard issue, not even close. Where did you acquire this?" "I built it, sir," Maya replied. "Well, assembled it, from various components. The barrel is a Krieger match grade in 6.5 Creedmoor. The action is a custom surgeon build. The stock is Macmillan, bedded and reinforced. The scope is a Schmidt and Bender with custom turrets I had machined for my specific ballistic profile. You built this yourself?" Dalvin interrupted, genuine surprise coloring his tone. "A human civilian had access to these components?" Maya's expression shifted slightly. Not quite a smile, but something close. "Humans have a certain relationship with firearms, sir. Where I come from, precision rifle shooting is a discipline, a sport for some, a lifestyle for others. I have been doing this since I was 12. 12 cycles? Ven interjected from the booth. "Your species allows juveniles access to weapons?" 12 years, Maya corrected. "And yes, supervised at first, obviously. My father was a competitive shooter. He taught me that shooting is not about the weapon. It is about understanding physics, reading the environment, controlling your own biology. The rifle is just the tool that expresses that knowledge." Dalvin handed the weapon back to her with noticeably more respect than he showed most recruits. "How many rounds have you put through this particular rifle?" "Through this build? About 47,000. Through various rifles over my lifetime? Probably north of 300,000 rounds. Maybe more. I stopped counting after the first 100,000. The numbers meant nothing to Ven or Thax, but I knew. I had served with enough military specialists to understand what those numbers represented. That was not casual hobby shooting. That was professional-level dedication. That was someone who had spent years, perhaps decades, perfecting a single skill to an almost obsessive degree. "Your groupings," Dalvin continued, "at 700 meters. What is your average?" "Depends on conditions. On a calm day, half minute of angle. So, about 3.5 inches. On a windy day, maybe 0.75 MOA if I read it right. 5 inches if I am having a bad day." More silence. Thax's secondary arms had begun an involuntary tremor, a Rigelian stress response. Dalvin's optical implant cycled through several colors as he processed this information. Most military sharpshooters in the Galactic Defense Force consider 1 minute of angle at 500 meters to be acceptable combat accuracy. "Different standards," Maya said with a slight shrug. "In precision rifle competition back home, 1 MOA is beginner level. The top shooters are running quarter MOA guns and reading wind down to half-mile-per-hour variations. When your competition is decided by fractions of an inch at 1,000 yards, you either get very good or you go broke buying ammunition while getting humiliated." She said this without arrogance, just stating facts, which somehow made it worse. Or better. I was not entirely sure which. Gormath finally found his voice. You are assigned to standard infantry training. Your file says nothing about specialist qualifications." "Because I do not have any, sir," Maya replied. "Not military ones, anyway. I have a few civilian competition wins, some instructor certifications, but I joined GDF as a basic recruit. Figured I would let my performance speak for itself, rather than making claims I could not back up." Dalvin's mandibles clicked in what I recognized as approval. A wise approach. Too many recruits arrive with inflated credentials and deflated abilities. He paused, his optical implant focusing on Maya with unsettling intensity. Tell me, recruit, have you ever engaged a living target? The question hung in the air like a gravitational anomaly. Maya's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted. A slight stiffening, a barely perceptible tension. No, sir, she said quietly. Paper, steel, and reactive targets only. I have never pointed a weapon at anything I was not willing to destroy, and I have only been willing to destroy inanimate objects. The discipline I learned was about precision and control, not killing. Good, Dalvin said, nodding slowly. Then you understand the weight of what you can do. That is more important than the skill itself. He turned to Gormath. I am appropriating this recruit. She will be reassigned to the Advanced Marksmanship Program, pending full evaluation. Sir, the advanced program is for candidates with specialist training, Gormath protested weakly. She has only been here for 3 weeks. And in 3 weeks, she has demonstrated more fundamental proficiency than most of your graduates achieve in 6 months. Dalvin's tone left no room for argument. I will handle the administrative details. Torres, report to Range 7 tomorrow at 0600. Bring your rifle and enough ammunition for a full diagnostic session. We will see exactly what you are capable of. Yes, sir, Maya replied, her voice steady despite what I suspected was significant internal excitement. As she collected her equipment and headed toward the exit, Ven turned to me with all 3 of his eyes wide. Did that actually just happen? It did, I confirmed, my tactical processors still analyzing what I had witnessed. But she is human, Thax said, as if this explained everything. Humans are. They are not. I mean, their military record is practically non-existent on the galactic stage. They have been part of the GDF for less than a decade. They have no famous warriors, no legendary battles, no reputation beyond being decent support troops. I watched Maya disappear through the range exit, that absurdly equipped rifle slung across her back with casual familiarity. Perhaps, I said slowly, we have not been paying attention to the right things. We measure species by their technology, their physical advantages, their historical military achievements. But what if a species, what if humans, developed their warfare capabilities differently? Not through superior strength or advanced weapons, but through refinement, obsession even, taking simple tools and mastering them to a degree that transcends the tool itself. That is ridiculous, Thax declared. Warfare requires strength, speed, natural advantages. Does it? I interrupted. Surprising. Myself. Or does warfare require the ability to make your enemy cease functioning? Which can be accomplished through strength, yes, or through placing a small projectile in exactly the right location from a distance where the enemy's strength becomes irrelevant. Ven's breathing slits flared in agitation. You are saying one human with a rifle is equivalent to a Rigelian shock trooper? No, I said carefully. I am saying one human with a rifle, with 47,000 rounds of practice behind that specific rifle, with the knowledge and dedication to read atmospheric conditions and calculate ballistic solutions in her head, might be considerably more dangerous than a Rigelian shock trooper, at least at any distance beyond arm's reach. We sat in uncomfortable silence as the next recruit, a Velcron with all the proper military bearing and none of Maya's quiet confidence, stepped up to the line with his standard-issue rifle. He managed 6 hits out of 12, which was considered above average. It looked pathetic now. That night, I accessed the Human Cultural Database, something I confess I had never bothered to do before. If one human civilian could demonstrate such frightening competence with a rifle, what else had we been missing about this species? What I found kept me awake well past my normal rest cycle. Humans, it turned out, had a very special relationship with projectile weapons, a relationship spanning thousands of their years. They had taken the simple concept of throwing objects at enemies and refined it into an art form, a science, a cultural phenomenon. They had competitions for shooting precision that made our military qualifications look like children's games. They had civilians who spent their personal resources to achieve levels of marksmanship that exceeded most military standards. And perhaps most disturbing, they did this for fun. They voluntarily spent thousands of their currency units, countless hours, and enormous mental effort to become better at shooting. Not because they were soldiers, not because they needed to hunt for survival, but because they enjoyed the challenge. They enjoyed the pursuit of perfection. What kind of species does that? What kind of species treats the ability to kill at long distance as a recreational hobby? I thought about Maya's calm demeanor, her methodical approach, her complete lack of arrogance despite possessing skills that would make her a legend in most military units. Then I thought about what Instructor Dalvin had whispered to Gormath as Maya left the range. I had enhanced auditory sensors. I heard it clearly. Only snipers move like that. Only people who have spent years behind a scope understand stillness that way. The humans have been breeding specialists without even trying, just through their cultural obsessions. He was right, and that thought terrified me far more than any conventional military threat ever had. Range 7 existed in a different reality than the standard qualification courses. Located in the eastern quadrant of Station Orpheus, it stretched across 12 kilometers of variable terrain, complete with atmospheric simulators, elevation changes, and environmental hazards that would make most recruits question their career choices. This was where the Galactic Defense Force trained its precision specialists, the shooters who could terminate hostile targets before conventional forces even knew combat had begun. I arrived at 0530, 30 minutes before Maya's scheduled evaluation. Call it professional curiosity. Call it the need to understand what I had witnessed the previous day. Honestly, I could not explain my own motivations, which troubled me more than I cared to admit. Chief Instructor Dalvin stood at the control station, manipulating holographic displays that showed the entire range layout. He noticed my approach but said nothing, simply gesturing toward an observation position. "You are early, Krelvoss," he commented, his optical implant tracking multiple data streams simultaneously. "I wished to observe, sir. If permitted." "Permitted," he confirmed. "In fact, I would value your tactical assessment. You have combat experience in asymmetric warfare scenarios. Tell me what you see." What I saw, moments later, was Maya arriving with her rifle case and a backpack that probably weighed half her body mass. She wore standard utility fatigues, her hair again pulled back in that simple ponytail, her expression focused but not tense. "Recruit Torres, reporting as ordered, sir," she announced, snapping a salute that would have satisfied the most particular drill instructor. Dalvin returned the salute. "At ease. Today we determine if yesterday was exceptional performance or standard capability. You will engage targets at distances from 300 to 1,500 meters under various conditions. You will have limited time to calculate solutions. You will face scenarios designed to break concentration and test decision-making under pressure. Questions?" "No, sir. Ready when you are." Dalvin pulled up the first scenario. Target Alpha, distance 420 meters, wind variable gusting from southwest at 8 to 15 miles per hour. Target exposure, 5 seconds. Engage when ready. Maya dropped into position with that same unsettling fluidity, deploying her bipod and settling behind the scope. She chambered around, her movements economical and precise. For perhaps 3 seconds, she remained absolutely motionless. Then she fired. The target registered a hit in the primary elimination zone. Center mass, slightly left to compensate for wind drift. Time from position to shot, 3.2 seconds, Dalvin noted. Acceptable. Target beta. Distance, 670 meters. Wind, calm. Target is partially obscured behind barrier. Only head and upper torso visible. Assess and engage. Maya adjusted her position fractionally. This time she took 4 seconds before firing. Another perfect hit. Target gamma. Distance, 940 meters. Wind, crosswind from east, 12 miles per hour sustained. Target moving left to right at walking speed. You have 8 seconds. I watched Maya's breathing pattern change. She settled deeper into her position, tracking the target's movement. 6 seconds elapsed. 7. At 7.5 seconds, her rifle barked. The target registered a hit just as it reached the edge of its travel zone. Adequate, Dalvin said, though his tone suggested he meant considerably more than adequate. Now we increase difficulty. Multiple targets will appear simultaneously at various distances. You will prioritize based on threat assessment protocols. Targets designated red are high value, yellow are medium value, blue are low value. Your ammunition is limited. Choose wisely. The range erupted with targets, 12 of them, scattered across 1,000 meters of varied terrain, 3 red, 4 yellow, 5 blue. Maya did not panic, did not rush. Instead, she took 2 seconds to scan the entire field through her scope, then began engaging targets in a sequence that took me a moment to understand. She started with the furthest red target at 1,300 meters. The most difficult shot, the one most shooters would save for last if they attempted it at all. She fired, cycled her bolt, then immediately acquired the second red target at 900 meters. Fired again. The third red target appeared at only 400 meters, almost insultingly close after the previous shots. She put a round through it in less than 2 seconds. Then she methodically worked through the yellow targets, prioritizing by distance and exposure time rather than simple proximity. The blue targets she ignored completely until all higher value threats were eliminated. Total time, 41 seconds. Total rounds expended, 9. Total hits, 9. You left 3 targets active, Dalvin observed. Low-value targets at close range, sir, Maya replied calmly. In a real scenario, conventional infantry could handle those threats. My limited ammunition is better preserved for targets they cannot effectively engage. Resource management seemed more important than achieving a perfect score. Dalvin's mandibles clicked rapidly, a sign of extreme approval in Caesarian body language. Correct assessment. Most recruits empty their weapons trying to hit everything, then find themselves useless when actual high-value targets appear. You think like an asset, not a soldier. Good. He paused, manipulating his controls to configure something new. Now we test your limitations. I am going to make you fail, Torres. I need to know where your breaking point exists. Understood? Yes, sir. I would expect nothing less. What followed was brutal. Dalvin threw scenarios at Maya that would have overwhelmed veteran shooters. Targets at extreme distances with minimal exposure time. Environmental conditions that bordered on impossible. Situations requiring split-second decisions where every choice had consequences. Maya missed her first shot at the 90-minute mark. A target at 1,600 meters in gusting winds with only a 3-second exposure window. Her round passed just left of the silhouette, missing by perhaps 6 inches. She did not curse, did not show frustration. She simply chambered another round and waited for the next target. "Why did you miss?" Dalvin asked immediately. "Misjudged the wind gradient at distance, sir," Maya replied without hesitation. "I compensated for the wind speed at my position, but failed to account for the increased velocity at the target's elevation. Environmental reading error, not mechanical failure." "Correct. Again, same target, same conditions." This time, Maya took an extra second. I saw her eyes flick to a small indicator on her scope, then back to the target. When she fired, the hit registered perfectly. Better. What changed? "I used the mirage patterns visible through the scope to estimate wind speed at the target, rather than relying on conditions at my position. More accurate data input. Better solution." Dalvin's optical implant cycled through several colors. "You can read mirage for wind estimation? That is an advanced technique rarely used outside specialized units." "It is standard in long-range competition, sir. When you are shooting targets the size of dinner plates at a mile, you learn to read every environmental indicator available. Mirage, vegetation movement, dust patterns, even the way your own heat waves interact with the sight picture. Everything tells you something." I found myself leaning forward, fascinated despite my better judgment. This human, this small, seemingly fragile creature, spoke about reading an environment with the same intensity my species used when discussing territorial conquest. Dalvin continued the evaluation for another hour. He introduced moving targets, electronic countermeasures, simulated stress scenarios with sounds of combat, and incoming fire. Maya handled each challenge with the same methodical approach, sometimes succeeding brilliantly, occasionally failing, but always analyzing and adapting. At the 3-hour mark, Dalvin finally called a halt. "Enough. Clear your weapon and approach the observation station." Maya complied, her movements showing the first signs of fatigue. Maintaining absolute stillness and concentration for 3 hours took a physical toll, regardless of species. When she reached the station, Dalvin pulled up a holographic display showing her complete performance metrics. Hit percentage, 87% across all scenarios. Average time to first shot, 3.8 seconds. Longest successful engagement, 1,460 meters. Decision-making score, 92% optimal choices. "These numbers," Dalvin said slowly, "would qualify you for immediate placement in our Tier 2 sniper program. Tier 1 remains reserved for candidates with actual combat experience, but your raw skill is undeniable. However, before I make any recommendations, I need you to answer something honestly. Why are you here?" Maya blinked, clearly not expecting the question. "Sir, you possess skills that took years to develop, skills that have no practical civilian application in human society, unless I am misinformed. You could have remained on Earth, competed in your sport, lived comfortably. Instead, you joined a military organization, left your planet, and volunteered for an infantry position that would never utilize your actual capabilities. Why?" For the first time since I had observed her, Maya's composure cracked slightly. Not much, just a brief hesitation, a flicker of something deeper behind her eyes. "Because precision rifle shooting taught me something, sir," she began carefully. "It taught me that humans are not naturally gifted at very much. We are not the strongest, not the fastest, not the toughest. We do not have built-in weapons or armor or enhanced senses. What we have is the ability to learn, to practice. to take something we are mediocre at and become exceptional through sheer dedication. She gestured to her rifle. This weapon does not make me special. Thousands of humans can shoot as well as I can. Some shoot better. What makes the difference is that we, as a species, we do not accept our limitations as permanent. We see a challenge, and we obsess over it until it stops being a challenge. When I heard that humanity had joined the Galactic Defense Force, that we were the new species trying to prove ourselves worthy of inclusion, I knew I had to be part of that. Because if there is one thing humans understand, it is being the underdog who has to work twice as hard to earn half the respect. Dalvin regarded her silently for a long moment. Then he looked at me. Krelvos, your assessment? I chose my words carefully. In Tarkonian tactical doctrine, we classify threats by their immediate danger versus their sustainable danger. A shock trooper presents immediate danger through overwhelming force, but a sniper presents sustainable danger, the ability to inflict casualties consistently over extended periods while remaining undetected and unengaged. If Torres represents a standard example of human marksmanship potential, then we have categorized humans incorrectly in our threat assessments. Explain, Dalvin commanded. We assumed humans would fill support roles, technical positions, areas where their lack of physical advantages would not matter. But if their cultural development has produced a population with widespread familiarity with precision weapons, if they have literally millions of civilians who practice marksmanship as recreation, then they represent a strategic asset we did not anticipate. Not as frontline troops, but as force multipliers. One human sniper positioned correctly could influence an entire battlefield without ever being detected. Maya looked uncomfortable with the analysis, but she did not contradict it. Dalvin's mandibles clicked again. An astute observation. The Galactic Defense Force has operated for 400 cycles under certain assumptions about how different species contribute to military effectiveness. Humans have been here for less than 10 cycles. We placed them where we thought they would fit, not where they might excel. He turned back to Maya. You are reassigned effective immediately. You will join the Advanced Reconnaissance Training Program. Your skills will be documented, analyzed, and used to develop new training protocols. You may also be asked to instruct other recruits, human and non-human, in precision marksmanship techniques. Questions? Just one, sir. Will I see actual deployment, or am I being turned into a training curiosity? Dalvin's expression shifted into what I recognized as a predatory smile. Oh, you will deploy, Torres. The galaxy is a dangerous place, and specialists with your capabilities do not sit in classrooms for long. But first, we need to understand if you are an anomaly, or if humanity has been hiding an entire military doctrine in plain sight, disguised as sporting competitions and civilian hobbies. I am not an anomaly, sir, Maya said quietly. I am just someone who took a hobby seriously. Back home, there are competition shooters who make me look like a beginner. There are hunters who have been reading wind and estimating range since they were children. There are military veterans who forgot more about fieldcraft than I will ever learn. If you want to see what humans can really do, wait until some of them start arriving with actual combat experience combined with our cultural background in marksmanship. The implications of that statement settled over the observation station like a heavy gravity field. I thought about Earth, a planet of 8 billion humans. If even a tiny fraction of them possessed skills comparable to Maya, if even 0.1% had spent years refining their ability to place projectiles with precision. That was 8 million potential snipers, 8 million individuals who could influence battlefields from distances where conventional forces could not respond. 8 million quiet, patient, dedicated shooters who treated killing at long range as a solvable problem rather than an impressive feat. Dalvin seemed to be having similar thoughts. Dismissed, Torres. Report to Building 7, Room 312 tomorrow at 0800 for in-processing into the advanced program. Bring your gear and prepare for an extended training cycle. You are about to become very busy. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Maya saluted, collected her equipment, and departed with the same unpretentious efficiency she had displayed throughout. After she left, Dalvin turned to me with an expression I had never seen on his scarred features. Uncertainty mixed with something that might have been concern. We mocked her rifle setup, he said quietly. All those attachments, all that customization. We assumed it was compensation for inadequacy, but it was not compensation. It was optimization. She built that weapon to extend her capabilities to their absolute maximum, then trained until she could utilize every fraction of performance it offered. Yes, sir, I agreed. And if human military doctrine follows similar patterns, if they approach warfare with the same obsessive refinement they apply to their hobbies, then we have underestimated them catastrophically, Dalvin finished. Not because they are stronger or faster or more advanced, but because they are willing to dedicate absurd amounts of time and resources to becoming exceptional at very specific tasks. They turn limitations into specializations. He pulled up a star map showing human-controlled space. It was not impressive compared to the major powers, just a few dozen systems, a relatively new addition to galactic civilization. I am going to recommend a comprehensive review of human capabilities, Dalvin continued. Not just military records, but cultural analysis. If their civilians treat complex skills as entertainment, what does that tell us about their potential military applications? If a random recruit with no formal military training can perform at specialist levels, what happens when they start sending us their actual professionals? I had no answer. None of us did. What we had witnessed was not superior technology or genetic advantage. It was something more subtle and perhaps more dangerous, a species that became exceptional through pure, stubborn dedication. They took their weaknesses and worked around them. They found what they could do and pushed it to extremes. 3 days later, I received a message from Dalvin. He had accessed Earth databases and found something he thought I should see. It was footage from a human competition called the Precision Rifle Series Championship. I watched humans engage targets at distances exceeding 2,000 meters. I watched them calculate solutions accounting for wind, temperature, barometric pressure, even the curvature of their planet. I watched them do this not for military purposes, not for survival, but for points and trophies and personal satisfaction. Then Dalvin sent me casualty projections, theoretical scenarios where human snipers were deployed in various combat situations. The numbers were disturbing. A single well-positioned human specialist could potentially inflict casualties far exceeding their individual value as a target. And if they worked in teams, if they coordinated, the galaxy had spent 400 cycles developing military doctrines based on conventional warfare, massed forces, technological superiority, overwhelming firepower applied at close to medium ranges. Humans had spent thousands of years figuring out how to kill things that were far away, often things that were bigger, stronger, and more dangerous than themselves. They had refined it into science. They had made it into art. They had turned it into recreation. And now they were here, joining our military, bringing all that accumulated knowledge and cultural obsession with them. 6 months after Maya's evaluation, I saw her again. She wore the insignia of a certified GDF sniper instructor. She was leading a class of 20 recruits 15 of them non-human, teaching them the fundamentals of long-range marksmanship. I stopped to observe. The recruits looked skeptical at first, just as we all had. This small human was going to teach them advanced combat techniques? Then she took them to the range. She showed them what proper fundamentals looked like. She demonstrated reading environmental conditions. She explained ballistic mathematics in terms anyone could understand. And then, because some lessons require demonstration, she engaged a target at 1,800 meters, in variable wind conditions, with 3 shots. All 3 hits clustered within a circle smaller than my fist. The skepticism evaporated. The recruits leaned forward, suddenly eager to learn from this unassuming human who had just made the impossible look routine. As I walked away, I realized something that would have seemed absurd just months earlier. The galaxy had not been mocking Maya's rifle setup. The galaxy had been staring at the future of asymmetric warfare without recognizing it. They had mocked her, right up until the moment an instructor whispered a truth that should have been obvious. Only snipers move like that. Only humans, it seemed, turned marksmanship into a cultural phenomenon. And now the galaxy would learn what that meant, one precisely placed round at a time.
Danny Wright stared at the official-looking envelope on his grandmother's kitchen table like it might explode. Gold trim, fancy seals, words he couldn't pronounce stamped across the front in 3 different languages, only one of which was English. "That's junk mail, right?" he asked, poking it with a fork. His grandmother, Ruth, barely glanced up from her newspaper. "Came by special courier." Alien special courier had 4 arms and apologized twice for stepping on the porch. Danny's fork paused mid-poke. Earth had only joined the galactic community 5 years ago, right after the big reveal that humans weren't alone in the universe. Most people freaked out. Ruth had just nodded and said she'd suspected as much. Danny was 12 at the time and mostly annoyed that the news interrupted his video game tournament. Why would aliens send me mail? Danny grabbed the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a holographic card that activated the moment he touched it. A 3-dimensional figure appeared above the table, some kind of bird-lizard hybrid wearing way too many medals. "Greetings, representative of Earth," the hologram announced. "You have been selected to participate in the prestigious Apex Hunt, a competition of skill, courage, and honor held every decade. The greatest hunters from across the galaxy will gather to test their abilities against the most dangerous creatures known to exist. Your attendance is mandatory under Galactic Law, Article 7, Section 12. Transportation will arrive in 3 standard days. Glory awaits." The hologram vanished. Danny and Ruth sat in silence for a solid 10 seconds. "What did you do?" Ruth asked. "Nothing. I don't even know what this is." Danny flipped the card over. There was a confirmation number and his name spelled perfectly, middle initial included. "Wait, this has to be a mistake." "I'm 17. I'm nobody." Ruth took the card from him and examined it closely. Her eyes, sharp from decades of living in the Oregon wilderness, narrowed. "This is legitimate. See that seal? That's the Confederation mark. Can't be forged. But I didn't sign up for anything." "Did you fill out any forms recently?" "Online surveys. Contests?" Danny thought back. Last week he'd clicked on something that promised a cash prize for gamers. It had asked for his name and address. "Oh no. Oh yes." Ruth set the card down carefully. "Well, you're going to space. Grandma, I can't go to space. I have school. I have plans to do absolutely nothing this summer." The message said mandatory. That means you don't have a choice. Ruth stood and walked to the cupboard, pulling out her old military trunk. "If you're going to compete with alien hunters, you'll need proper preparation." "I'm not a hunter." Ruth turned and gave him a look that could freeze lava. "Boy, I've been teaching you to track deer since you were 6 years old." "You can find a rabbit in a snowstorm and tell me what it ate for breakfast 3 days ago. You notice things people with fancy degrees miss. Don't sell yourself short." Danny wanted to argue, but she had a point. Growing up on Ruth's homestead meant learning to survive. She was a retired Marine who believed modern kids were too soft. While his classmates played organized sports, Danny learned to purify water, build shelters, and track animals through any terrain. He could start a fire with damp wood and identify edible plants in the dark. He just never thought those skills mattered. They were just things Grandma made him do. Over the next 3 days, news spread fast. Apparently, the Galactic Confederation had sent Earth an official invitation to participate in some big competition, and the government had tried to organize a committee to select the perfect representative. Decorated soldiers, expert survivalists, famous hunters all volunteered. Then someone discovered that the invitation had been processed incorrectly. Due to a clerical error involving a misfiled jury duty summons and an online contest registration, the invitation had been legally accepted by Daniel Wright, age 17, of Portland. Oregon galactic law was apparently very strict about registered participants. Once someone accepted, no substitutions were allowed. The government tried to negotiate. The aliens said no. Rules were rules. Danny watched the news coverage from his grandmother's couch, eating cereal and wondering if this was all a fever dream. "They're saying you'll embarrass Earth," Ruth commented, reading from her tablet. "Politicians are calling it a disaster. The military wants to give you a crash course in combat." "Great. Fantastic. Love that for me. They don't understand." Ruth set down the tablet and looked at Danny seriously. "Those fancy hunters with their fancy equipment are going to overthink everything. They'll rely on technology and weapons, but hunting isn't about having the best gear. It's about understanding behavior, patience, reading signs, becoming part of the environment. You really think I can do this? I think you're the only one who sees the world the way hunters need to see it. Everyone else forgot how." She reached into the trunk and pulled out an old knife in a worn leather sheath. "This was your grandfather's Marine issue. Take it." Danny took the knife carefully. It felt solid and real in a way that made the whole situation suddenly concrete. He was actually going to space. He was actually going to compete against alien hunters. The transport ship arrived exactly when promised. It landed in the field behind Ruth's house, a sleek silver craft that hummed with power. A ramp extended. Ruth handed Danny a backpack she'd prepared, filled with basic supplies and a few tools. "Remember what I taught you," she said. "Watch before you act. Listen before you move. Respect the prey, understand the environment, and don't try to fight nature. Work with it. What if I mess this up? Then you mess it up. But you won't die wondering what would have happened if you tried." She hugged him briefly, then pushed him toward the ship. "Now go show those aliens what a human can do." Danny walked up the ramp, backpack over one shoulder, wearing jeans and his favorite hoodie. Behind him, Earth continued spinning. Ahead of him, the galaxy waited with expectations he didn't ask for and a competition he didn't understand. He figured he might as well see what happened. Frontier Base 7 smelled like metal and something Danny couldn't identify, probably alien sweat. The station floated in neutral space, a massive ring structure where different species could meet without political complications. Danny shuffled through the arrival gate behind a group of tall, blue-skinned traders who kept glancing back at him like he was a lost child. An official greeted him at customs, a being that looked like a walking stick insect wearing a uniform. Its translator device crackled before speaking in English. "Daniel Wright of Earth?" "Yes, that's me." The official's antennae twitched in what might have been confusion. "You are Earth's representative for the Apex hunt?" "Apparently. I see. Follow me, please. The other participants are gathering in the main hall." They walked through corridors filled with aliens of every description. Some had fur, others had scales. A few were just floating energy clouds in containment suits. All of them stared at Danny. He kept his hands in his hoodie pockets and tried to look less like someone who'd rather be home playing video games. The main hall was enormous, with viewing screens covering the walls and a central platform where holographic displays showed various terrifying creatures. Danny counted about 30 beings scattered around the room, all of them looking significantly more prepared than he felt. Near the front stood 2 identical reptilian aliens, easily 8 feet tall with silver scales and armor that probably cost more than Danny's house. They noticed him immediately and started laughing, a hissing sound that made several other species turn to look. "Is that the human?" one of them said loudly. "Earth sent a child?" "Look at his clothing," the other added. "He came to hunt in sleeping garments." Danny wanted to point out that hoodies were not sleepwear, but decided silence was better. He found a seat in the back and pulled out his phone, which surprisingly still had a signal thanks to some galactic network his grandmother had set up before he left. More hunters arrived over the next hour. A group of insect-like soldiers moved in perfect formation, their leader wearing a helmet with multiple eye slots. A massive bear creature with gray fur and ritual scars entered alone, carrying nothing but a wooden staff. An actual robot hunter scanned the room with glowing sensors. A cat-like alien in expensive-looking armor made a grand entrance, accompanied by servants carrying her equipment. Everyone looked professional. Everyone looked dangerous. Everyone looked like they belonged here. Danny did not look like he belonged here. A hologram appeared on the central platform, showing the same bird-lizard official from the invitation. Welcome, honored hunters. The Apex Hunt is the galaxy's most prestigious competition. For those new to this tradition, allow me to explain the rules. Danny actually paid attention now, watching the holographic displays shift to show a wild planet covered in forests, mountains, and oceans. You will be transported to Savage World, a protected wilderness preserve containing 50 different apex predator species from across the galaxy. Your task is simple: track, capture, and return 3 different apex predators within 10 standard days. Killing a creature results in immediate disqualification. Each participant will receive a basic survival pack, an emergency beacon, and a recording drone to verify captures. The display showed various monsters, things with too many teeth, things with armor plates, things that looked like they could eat a tank. The winner receives resource rights for their homeworld, advanced technology access, and eternal glory. May your hunts be successful. The hologram vanished. Immediately, the other hunters began talking amongst themselves, discussing strategies and comparing equipment. The 2 reptilian aliens approached a supply officer, requesting additional plasma nets and energy shields. Danny raised his hand. Everyone stopped and stared at him. Yeah, quick question, Danny said. Do we get to study the animals first? Like their behavior patterns or habitats or whatever? The insect leader's translator responded. All necessary data is available in the station database, though I doubt a human child can comprehend advanced ecology. Cool. Thanks. Danny stood and headed toward the database terminals, ignoring the laughter that followed him. He spent the next 6 hours at a terminal, reading everything available about Savage World's ecosystem. Other hunters came and went, most spending maybe 20 minutes reviewing technical data before leaving to prepare equipment or rest. Danny stayed, taking notes on his phone about weather patterns, terrain types, water sources, and especially how different predator species interacted with each other. An older alien eventually sat down next to him. This one looked humanoid, but with weathered gray skin and scars across his face. He wore simple clothing and carried a beaten backpack. You're the Earth Kid, the alien said in surprisingly good English. Word travels fast. Name's Briggs. I run the equipment depot here. Been watching these hunts for 30 years. He glanced at Danny's screen. You're actually studying the ecosystem. Seemed important. Most hunters focus on individual targets. They look at what they want to catch and ignore everything else. Briggs leaned back. You know what separates good hunters from dead ones? What? Good hunters understand that everything is connected. The prey, the predators, the plants, the weather, all of it. You can't hunt in a vacuum. He stood up, patting Danny's shoulder. Keep doing what you're doing, kid. You might surprise people. After Briggs left, Danny continued reading until his eyes hurt. He learned that shadow panthers hunted near river systems. Titan serpents avoided volcanic regions. Razorback boars migrated based on fruit tree cycles. The information built a picture in his mind. Not of individual monsters, but of a living, breathing world with patterns and logic. By the time officials announced that transport would begin in the morning, Danny had filled 30 pages of notes. Other hunters were showing off their gear, testing weapons, making alliance proposals. Danny went to his assigned quarters, a small room with a basic bed, and reviewed his notes one more time. He thought about what his grandmother had taught him. Don't fight nature, work with it. Understand the patterns, be patient. Tomorrow he'd be dropped alone into an alien wilderness to hunt creatures that could kill him in seconds. Danny set his phone. The transport pod shook as it entered Savage World's atmosphere. Danny gripped his seat and watched through the viewport as alien jungle rushed up to meet him. The pod's computer announced landing coordinates in a language he didn't understand, then switched to English. Participant Daniel Wright, you will be deployed in Sector 7, a temperate forest region. Your survival pack includes water purification tablets, basic medical supplies, emergency beacon, and recording drone. Good luck. The pod hit the ground with a thud that rattled Danny's teeth. The door hissed open, releasing him into humidity that immediately made his hoodie stick to his back. He grabbed his backpack and grandmother's knife, then stepped out into an alien world. Trees surrounded him, but not like Earth trees. These had purple bark and leaves that shifted colors when the wind blew. Strange bird calls echoed from every direction. Something rustled in the undergrowth, and Danny froze instinctively, his training kicking in before his brain caught up. The recording drone bobbed out of the pod after him, a floating sphere about the size of a basketball. It blinked a small light indicating it was active and recording. Somewhere the galaxy was watching. Danny took a breath and forced himself to relax. This was just camping. Weird alien camping, but still just camping. He spent the first hour doing absolutely nothing except sitting against a tree and observing. Other hunters were probably racing off to track their first target. Danny knew better. Rushing into unknown territory was how people got hurt or lost. First, you learn the environment. Then you move. He watched insects crawl across the purple bark, noticed that some trees had claw marks about 7 feet up, heard different layers of sound as day animals settled and evening animals woke, felt the temperature drop 3 degrees as the sun moved behind clouds that looked normal, but apparently weren't, based on their orange color. After that first hour, Danny started moving slowly through the forest, reading signs. Fresh tracks here, probably from something big based on the depth. Broken branches there, at a height that suggested something climbed recently. Scat near a fallen log, which he examined carefully with a stick, noting the contents included bones and fur. The drone followed him silently, recording everything. By evening, Danny had mapped a rough mental picture of the area. There was a stream about half a mile east. A game trail ran north-south through a clearing. A large predator definitely lived somewhere nearby, based on territorial markings. Smaller creatures used the mid-level branches for travel, avoiding the ground. He found a decent spot to make camp, a rocky overhang that provided shelter and a view of the surrounding area. No fire. Fire attracted attention, and Danny wasn't ready for attention yet. He ate an energy bar from his pack and checked his phone. No messages, obviously, no signal. But he'd taken photos of his notes back on the station, so he could review the information about different predators. Shadow panthers. The notes said they were ambush predators that could bend light around themselves, making them nearly invisible. They hunted near water sources at dawn and dusk. Preferred prey was medium-sized herbivores, extremely territorial. Danny thought about the stream he'd found and the game trail. If herbivores came to drink and shadow panthers hunted near water, then the area around that stream was probably active hunting ground. He decided to check it out tomorrow. That night, Danny barely slept. Not because he was scared, but because the forest was incredibly loud. Things howled, screeched, and made sounds like grinding metal. The drone's light stayed dim but visible, a small comfort in the darkness. When purple dawn light filtered through the canopy, Danny was already awake and moving toward the stream. He approached carefully, staying downwind and moving slowly. The stream was beautiful in an alien way, with water that looked slightly too blue and rocks that had crystal formations growing on them. Danny found a spot about 50 yards from the water and settled in to watch. 2 hours later, his patience paid off. A creature that looked like a 6-legged deer came to drink, moving nervously and checking its surroundings constantly. Danny remained perfectly still, barely breathing. Then he saw it. Not the shadow panther itself, but the effect it created. A shimmer in the air near the opposite bank, like heat waves, but wrong. The shimmer moved closer to the deer thing. Danny watched how it moved. Watched how it positioned itself downwind, watched how it waited for the perfect moment when the prey lowered its head to drink. The attack was fast. The deer thing barely managed to leap away, crashing into the forest with the shimmer close behind. Danny heard the chase fade into the distance. He'd learned 3 important things. First, shadow panthers attacked from downwind. Second, they preferred prey that was distracted. Third, they chased for short distances but gave up quickly if the prey escaped the initial ambush. Danny spent the rest of the day tracking the shadow panther's movements. He never saw it directly, but he found its traces. Claw marks on trees where it sharpened its claws, a half-eaten carcass hidden under leaves, a particular tree it seemed to rest in during the hot afternoon, based on crushed moss patterns on a thick branch. By evening, Danny had a plan forming. He couldn't catch the shadow panther by chasing it or fighting it, but he could use what he knew about its behavior. He spent the next morning gathering materials: strong vines from a particular plant species, flexible branches, leaves that smelled strongly, which he crushed and saved. He worked slowly and carefully, building something simple but effective. The trap took all day to prepare. A pit, carefully disguised, placed exactly where the game trail met the stream. Not deep enough to hurt the panther, but deep enough to contain it temporarily. Danny used the crushed leaves to mask his scent and placed bait, a portion of the carcass he'd found, in a position that would require the panther to approach from a specific angle. Then he climbed a tree 70 yards away and waited. Waiting was the hardest part. Hours passed. The sun moved across the sky. Danny's legs cramped. The drone recorded everything with what seemed like judgment. Just before dusk, the shimmer appeared. Danny felt his heart rate increase but forced himself to stay calm and still. The shadow panther approached the bait cautiously, circling it once, twice, checking for danger. Then it stepped exactly where Danny needed it to step. The ground gave way. The panther fell with a startled sound that broke its camouflage, revealing a creature that looked like a big cat made of living darkness with glowing yellow eyes. It thrashed in the pit but couldn't climb the smooth sides. Danny climbed down and approached carefully. Using the vines he'd prepared, he secured the creature without getting close enough for it to reach him. The recording drone News of Danny's first capture spread across the galaxy faster than light-speed communication. In his small room back on Frontier Base 7, Briggs watched the footage and smiled. On Earth, Ruth Wright nodded once and went back to tending her garden. In the Galactic Confederation chambers, officials who had called the human participation an embarrassment suddenly became very quiet. Danny knew none of this. He'd released the Shadow Panther after the capture was verified, watching it sprint away into the forest, probably very confused and angry. Now he needed his second target. And he'd chosen something that made the drone's operator, somewhere in space, flag the recording with a priority alert: the Thornback Apex. A creature the size of a small truck, covered in armored plates and venomous spines. In the competition's 400-year history, only 3 had ever been captured, and all 3 attempts had required teams of hunters with advanced technology. Danny found signs of one living in the volcanic region north of his landing site. It took him a full day of hiking to reach the territory, and another day of careful observation from a safe distance. The Thornback looked exactly like something that should not exist. Its body was low and wide, with legs thick as tree trunks. The armor plates shifted and clicked when it moved. The spines along its back were as long as Danny's arm, and dripped with something that made the ground smoke where it fell. But Danny didn't focus on how dangerous it was. He focused on its behavior. The creature was methodical. Every morning it patrolled a specific route around its territory, marking certain rocks with scent glands. Every afternoon, when the volcanic heat became intense, it traveled to a mud wallow to cool down. It always used the same wallow, always approached from the same direction, always stayed for exactly 2 hours before returning to its den. Danny spent 3 days just watching and taking notes. The drone recorded everything, which confused galactic analysts who expected immediate action. Human observers started calling him patient. Military strategists called him smart. Ruth called it basic common sense. On the 4th day, Danny began his preparation. He needed to move the Thornback from its wallow to a specific location, and he needed to do it without getting close enough for those venomous spines to reach him. Fire was the answer. Not to hurt the creature, but to guide it. Danny studied the wind patterns and spent an entire day gathering specific plants that produced thick smoke when burned. He created a line of small fire pits, carefully positioned to drive smoke in a particular direction without actually spreading the fire. The next afternoon, when the Thornback went to its wallow, Danny lit the fires in sequence. The smoke billowed thick and low, not dangerous but extremely unpleasant. The Thornback, confused and annoyed, left the wallow early and moved away from the smoke. Danny kept the smoke flowing, adjusting the fires to create a path the creature could follow comfortably. He wasn't chasing it. He was suggesting a direction, and the Thornback, wanting to avoid the smoke, naturally followed the path of least resistance. It took 6 hours of careful management, Danny moved quietly through the volcanic rocks, always staying far from the creature, always keeping the smoke between them. The thornback never saw him, never felt threatened, just kept moving away from the irritation. Finally, Danny guided it into a narrow canyon he'd scouted earlier. The canyon had steep walls and a single entrance. Once the thornback moved deep enough into the canyon, Danny triggered his trap. He'd spent 2 days carefully weakening specific rocks along the canyon's upper edge. Now, using a long lever he'd constructed from a fallen tree trunk, he dislodged those rocks. They fell in a calculated collapse not on the creature but behind it, blocking the exit. The thornback spun around, finding itself trapped. It roared, a sound that shook Danny's bones, and charged at the rockfall. But the rocks were too heavy and too many. The creature was contained. Danny approached carefully with strong vines he'd braided together over the past days. Using a long stick, he managed to secure the vines around the thornback's legs without getting close. The creature thrashed and tried to reach him with its venomous spines, but Danny stayed just beyond range, patient and careful. The recording drone verified the capture. 2 down, 1 to go. Back on Frontier Base 7, the viewing hall was packed. What started as entertainment, watching the foolish human fail, had become something else. Hunters from dozens of species watched Danny's methods with growing respect. The 2 reptilian brothers who had mocked him earlier were notably silent. The insect commander, who had successfully captured 2 creatures using military precision, studied Danny's recordings like text. Hunter ran probability calculations and concluded that human intuition operated on variables it couldn't measure. The large bear creature, having captured 1 target through spiritual connection and brute strength, nodded in approval of Danny's approach. The cat-like noble, who had also captured 2 creatures but at great cost to her equipment and pride, refused to watch the recordings. She told everyone who would listen that primitive methods were lucky, not skilled. Nobody was listening to her anymore. On Savage World, Danny sat by a small stream and reviewed his notes about the 3rd target he'd chosen. The impossible one. The creature that would either prove he understood what he was doing or prove he'd been lucky all along. The Void Stalker, a predator that existed partially outside normal space, could phase through solid matter, and had never been captured in the competition's entire history. Danny studied his notes until the light faded. Then he studied them more by the light of the recording drone, which had apparently been upgraded to include a spotlight function after someone in the control center decided to help him. He thought about everything his grandmother taught him. Every hunt came down to understanding behavior and environment. It didn't matter how strange the animal was. It still needed to eat, sleep, and avoid danger. It still had instincts. It still followed patterns. The Void Stalker could phase through matter, but according to his research, there were limits. Extreme temperatures disrupted the phasing ability. The creature avoided certain types of electromagnetic fields. It hunted in specific territory and returned to the same resting spots. Danny could work with that. He spent the next 2 days not hunting, but preparing the environment itself. He mapped the Void Stalker's territory completely, identifying every spot it had been seen or left traces. He studied the terrain, the temperature variations, the underground water sources. Then he began to reshape the creature's hunting ground, not by building traps, but by influencing where its prey would go. He drove smaller animals toward specific areas. He blocked certain paths with his scent. He used calls he'd learned from watching local predators to create sounds that made prey animals nervous in particular locations. The Void Stalker would follow its prey. 2 days of careful work turned the Void Stalker's hunting territory into a maze of invisible influences. Danny had never actually seen the creature clearly. It appeared as a distortion in space, like looking at something through rippling water, visible only when it moved and only if you knew what to look for. But he'd found its patterns. The Void Stalker hunted every evening between dusk and full dark. It preferred prey that traveled alone. It always approached from higher ground. And most importantly, it avoided areas where temperature dropped below a certain point because extreme cold disrupted its ability to phase between dimensions. Danny found a location where underground springs created natural cold spots in the ground. The area was small, maybe 30 feet across and surrounded by warmer territory. Normally, prey animals avoided the cold spot because it was uncomfortable. Danny needed to make it attractive. He spent hours gathering fresh vegetation and piling it in the cold area, creating what looked like abundant food. He used sounds to drive small prey animals away from their usual feeding grounds. Hungry and confused, they would eventually find the new food source. Then came the hard part. Danny needed to create barriers that the Void Stalker couldn't cross, but barriers that didn't look like barriers. He used the underground springs to create channels of extremely cold water that ran in a pattern around the cold spot. The channels were narrow and easy for prey to cross, but for the Void Stalker they would be walls. The creature couldn't phase through extreme temperature differences. It took him another full day to perfect the pattern. The channels formed a maze with only one entrance, and that entrance led directly to the center of the cold spot. Danny made sure the approach path felt natural, following the contours of the land in a way that wouldn't seem artificial. On the evening of the 9th day, with only one day left before the competition ended, Danny positioned himself in a tree 200 yards from his trap and waited. The drone hovered near him, its spotlight off, recording in low-light mode. Across the galaxy, millions watched. Betting pools had formed about whether the human would succeed or fail. The odds had shifted dramatically since the competition began. Dusk arrived with purple and orange clouds. Danny controlled his breathing, staying perfectly still. His legs were cramped from 3 hours of not moving, but he ignored the discomfort. His grandmother had made him practice this. Deer hunting in Oregon required patience that most people couldn't imagine. Small prey animals found the food Danny had placed. A group of 6-legged creatures that looked like rabbits mixed with lizards began eating the fresh vegetation, nervous but hungry. More arrived. Soon there were dozens, all focused on the unexpected feast. Then Danny saw it, or rather saw the distortion. The air rippled near the upper rocks, flowing like water down toward the feeding animals. The Void Stalker was hunting. The creature moved silently, a ghost made of bent space and predator instinct. It circled the cold spot once, and Danny held his breath. If the Void Stalker sensed the trap, it would leave and Danny would fail. But the creature saw prey. Lots of prey, distracted and easy. It approached along the exact path Danny had left open, moving through the maze of cold channels without realizing they were guiding it. The Void Stalker entered the cold spot. Immediately, its form became more visible as the extreme temperature disrupted its phasing ability. It appeared as a creature made of shadow and sharp angles, with too many limbs and eyes that glowed like dying stars. It lunged at the prey animals, catching 2 before the rest scattered. The Void Stalker tried to phase through the ground to chase them, but the cold prevented it. Confused, it tried to leave the cold spot. That's when it discovered the channels. Every direction it turned, extreme cold blocked its path. The channels weren't deep enough to trap a normal creature, but for the Void Stalker they were impassable walls. It was caught in a cage made of temperature. Danny climbed down from his tree and approached slowly. The creature saw him and made a sound that hurt Danny's ears and made reality feel temporarily uncertain. It was clearly intelligent enough to understand it had been outsmarted, and it was not happy. Using the vines he'd prepared, Danny created a harness that could contain the creature without touching it directly. The Void Stalker struggled and tried to phase away, but the cold kept it solid. The process took an hour of careful work, with Danny staying just outside the cold spot and using long poles to position the vines. Finally, the recording drone chimed. The capture was verified. Danny sat down on the warm ground outside the cold spot, exhausted. 3 captures, 3 days ahead of schedule. The impossible hunt completed by a 17-year-old kid from Oregon. The galaxy watched in silence. In the viewing hall at Frontier Base 7, the silence broke into noise. Some species cheered, others argued. The reptilian brothers stared at the screen with what might have been respect. The insect commander approached a communication terminal and sent a message directly to Earth's representatives, requesting information about human training methods. The robot hunter's processors struggled with the data. Logically, the human should not have succeeded. Limited equipment, no advanced technology, minimal physical advantages. Yet the results were undeniable. The variable it couldn't account for was intuition. the ability to understand complex systems through observation and experience rather than pure calculation. The cat-like noble left the viewing hall without a word, her servants hurrying behind her. Only Briggs remained calm, watching the screen with a knowing smile. He'd seen it in Danny's eyes from the beginning. The kid had something most hunters lost when their species became advanced. He still thought like prey and predator simultaneously. He understood that hunting wasn't about dominance. It was about becoming part of the cycle. On Savage World, Danny released the Void Stalker carefully. The creature immediately phased away once it escaped the cold spot, disappearing into whatever dimension it called home. Danny hoped it wasn't too traumatized by the experience. He gathered his backpack and started the long walk back to his pickup coordinates. The competition had one day remaining, but Danny was finished. He'd completed the challenge. Now he just wanted to go home. The recording drone followed him through the alien forest as purple sunset turned to darkness. Somewhere above, stars that weren't his stars shined down on a world that wasn't his world. Danny thought about his grandmother's porch and realized the award ceremony hall glittered with lights from 1,000 worlds. Danny stood on a platform wearing the same jeans and hoodie he'd worn for the entire competition, now stained with mud and torn in several places. Around him, other hunters wore ceremonial armor and formal clothing from their cultures. The bird lizard official who had sent the original invitation stood at a massive podium, speaking through translators to the assembled crowd. Behind him, screens showed highlights from the hunt. Danny's captures played on repeat, analyzed by experts who still couldn't quite believe what they'd seen. In 400 years of competition, the official announced, we have never witnessed such an efficient display of hunting skill. 3 captures in 9 days, including the legendary Void Stalker, with 0 injuries and minimal equipment. The Galactic Confederation is honored to declare Daniel Wright of Earth the winner of this year's apex hunt. Polite applause echoed through the hall. Some species showed enthusiasm, others merely acknowledgement. Danny noticed the 2 reptilian brothers in the audience. They stood and pressed their fists to their chests, a gesture of warrior respect. Danny nodded back awkwardly. The cat-like noble sat with perfect posture, her face showing nothing. She'd completed her 3 captures but barely made the deadline and had damaged expensive equipment in the process. Her pride was clearly wounded more than her body. The insect commander approached the platform when the ceremony allowed for congratulations. Her translator buzzed efficiently. Human Daniel Wright, my hive wishes to study your methods. We have fought wars across galaxies and trained hunters for 10,000 years. Yet you showed us perspectives we had forgotten. Would you consider teaching? I can't. I have school, Danny said, which caused a confused murmur among species that didn't understand the concept of mandatory youth education. The large bear creature named Tusk came forward next, moving with surprising gentleness for something his size. He bowed deeply, a gesture that made several observers gasp because Tusk never bowed to anyone. Small human, you hunt with wisdom. The spirit spoke to me of your victory before it happened. You walk between worlds like the old ones of my people. I give you blessing. Tusk placed a carved wooden charm in Danny's hand and walked away before Danny could respond. Even the robot hunter approached, its optical sensors focusing on Danny with unsettling intensity. I have calculated 73,000 possible approaches to the Void Stalker capture. None matched your method. You operated outside predictable patterns while still maintaining logical consistency. This should not be possible. I request permission to study you. That's kind of creepy. So no, Danny said. The robot tilted its head, processed this, and retreated with what might have been confusion. Through all the attention and celebration, Danny just wanted to leave. The official prize presentation took another hour. Earth was granted resource rights to mineral-rich asteroid fields, access to advanced medical technology, and trade agreements that would boost the planet's economy for generations. Earth's representatives, dressed in formal suits and looking extremely relieved, accepted the awards. They tried to get Danny to pose for photos. He did, but he looked miserable in all of them, which somehow made them more popular across galactic social networks. Finally, the ceremony ended. Danny was escorted to a transport ship heading back to Earth. Briggs met him at the departure gate. You did good, kid, the old hunter said. Better than good. You reminded a lot of species about things they'd forgotten. I just did what my grandma taught me, Danny replied. Exactly. That's the point. Briggs handed him a small package. Your grandmother's knife served you well, but you'll need your own tools now. These are from my personal collection. Earned them over 50 years of hunting. Figure you'll put them to better use than they'd get sitting in my locker. Danny opened the package to find 3 knives of different sizes, each made from materials he didn't recognize but felt perfectly balanced. I can't take these. Too late. Already gave them to you. Can't take back a gift in my culture. Bad luck, Briggs smiled. Besides, something tells me you'll need them eventually. Galaxy's a big place, and now everyone knows your name. That brings opportunities and problems in equal measure. The transport ship's boarding call echoed through the station. Danny shook Briggs's hand and headed for the ramp. The journey back to Earth took 3 days. Danny slept most of it, finally able to relax. When the ship entered Earth's atmosphere and he saw the familiar blue and green of his homeworld, something tight in his chest loosened. Landing brought chaos. Media everywhere. Government officials wanting statements, people cheering. Danny was rushed through it all, giving short answers and trying not to look directly at camera flashes. A military escort drove him to Oregon. They wanted to take him to Portland for more ceremonies. Danny refused and gave them his grandmother's address. The driver, a young Marine who looked impressed and slightly terrified of Danny, didn't argue. Ruth's homestead appeared exactly as Danny had left it. The garden still grew. The porch still creaked. The forest still surrounded everything with comfortable silence. Ruth stood on the porch, arms crossed, watching the military vehicle approach. Danny got out with his backpack and Briggs's knives. The escort waited to make sure he was safe. Ruth waved them away and they left. You look terrible, Ruth said. Alien planets aren't great for hygiene, Danny replied. You hungry? Starving. They went inside. Ruth had made stew, apparently confident Danny would return. They ate in silence for a while, just the sound of spoons on bowls in the forest outside the windows. Government's going to want you to do appearances, Ruth said eventually. Talk shows, interviews, all that. Yeah. You going to do them? Do I have to? No, you're a minor. I can tell them to leave you alone until you're 18. Ruth finished her stew. Might be good for Earth's image, though. Show the galaxy that humans are worth respect. Danny thought about it. Maybe a few. But then I want to come home and finish school. That's reasonable. Ruth collected the bowls. What did you learn out there? Danny considered the question seriously. That most problems are simpler than people make them. That watching is better than acting sometimes. That expensive equipment doesn't replace understanding. He paused. And that the things you taught me actually matter. I always thought they were just survival skills for camping. They are survival skills. Just turns out survival is more universal than we thought. Ruth smiled slightly. Your grandfather would be proud. I'm proud too, though I'll deny saying that if you tell anyone. That evening, Danny sat on the porch and watched the forest. His phone had about 3,000 messages he was ignoring. News sites were calling him humanity's champion. Scientists wanted to study his methods. Schools wanted him to speak at graduations, but right now, in this moment, he was just a kid sitting on his grandmother's porch in rural Oregon, watching deer move through the trees and automatically tracking their movement patterns. He noticed everything. The wind direction. The moisture in the air suggesting rain tomorrow. The way birds reacted to something passing below their perch. The old patterns, the ones humans learned before technology, before civilization. Back when survival meant understanding the world instead of controlling it. Danny realized he'd always see the world this way now. Couldn't turn it off even if he wanted to. His grandmother had trained him too well. He figured that was probably okay. The galaxy was bigger than he'd imagined, stranger than he'd expected, and apparently paying attention now. If humans were going to be part of that galaxy, maybe someone should remember the simple things. Above him, stars appeared as the sun set. Some of those stars had planets where creatures hunted and lived and died in patterns as old as time. Danny had walked among them and learned they weren't so different from Earth's creatures after all. Everything alive followed rules. You just had to learn what those rules were and work with them instead of against them. That was the secret his grandmother knew. That was what he'd shown the galaxy. And that was what he'd carry forward whatever. The Great Council Chamber floated in the darkness of space, a massive station that had witnessed 1,000 years of galactic politics. Inside its gleaming halls, representatives from 47 different species gathered for what many considered a mere formality. Earth was finally being admitted to the Galactic Council, and most of the assembled aliens expected it to be a brief, amusing ceremony. Ambassador Li Chen stood at the center of the circular chamber, her dark suit simple compared to the elaborate robes and armor worn by the alien delegates around her. She was a small woman by human standards, but she carried herself with quiet dignity as holographic displays flickered to life around her, showing Earth's credentials for membership. High Counselor Threen, an ancient insectoid whose species had mastered space travel before humans discovered fire, clicked his mandibles together in what might have been amusement. His compound eyes reflected the light from a dozen different angles as he examined the human data. "Let us review Earth's military capacity," Threen announced, his voice translated into 100 languages simultaneously. "They claim to possess 3,000 capital ships." A ripple of chittering and low-frequency rumbles moved through the chamber. Several delegates made sounds that the translation systems rendered as laughter. Admiral Voss of the Calvex Empire rose from his seat, his forearms spreading wide in a gesture of disbelief. His scaled face twisted into what humans would recognize as a smirk. The Calvex were the Council's dominant military power, and Voss had commanded fleets for 2 centuries. He had seen countless species make exaggerated claims about their capabilities. "Ambassador Chen," Voss said, his voice dripping with condescension, "your species has been in space for barely 300 years. The Calvex Empire has been building warships for 12,000 years, and we possess 800 capital ships. You expect us to believe that primitive Earth has built nearly 4 times our fleet?" Chen remained still, her face unreadable. "The numbers in our report are accurate, Admiral." "Accurate?" Voss laughed, a barking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You also claim your ships can travel faster than light without dark matter cores. You claim weapons that manipulate gravity itself. You claim engine systems that violate known physics." He turned to address the full council. "Honored members, humanity is either deeply confused about their own capabilities, or they are telling stories to make themselves seem more important than they are." A delegate from the Threen Collective, a floating crystalline being, chimed in with a sound like bells. "Perhaps humans have difficulty with mathematics? 300 ships might seem like 3,000 to a young species." More laughter filled the chamber. Chen's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Counselor Threen brought the chamber to order with a sharp clicking sound. "Ambassador Chen, we mean no offense. All young species wish to appear strong when they join the galactic community. It is natural. But we must deal with facts, not fantasies." "The facts are in the report," Chen replied calmly. "Then perhaps you could provide a demonstration?" Voss suggested, his tone making it clear he expected no such thing. "Bring one of these miraculous ships here? Show us these impossible engines?" Chen met his gaze steadily. "Our military assets are currently deployed in defensive positions around Earth territory. We prefer not to move them without strategic necessity." "Of course," Voss said, waving a dismissive hand. "How convenient." The High Counselor pulled up another section of the human report, projecting it large enough for all to see. "Your species also claims to have colonized 2,000 star systems in 3 centuries. Ambassador, the Calvex Empire has colonized 900 systems. Do you see why we find your claims questionable?" "Humans reproduce quickly and adapt to diverse environments," Chen explained. "Our expansion rate may seem unusual." A reptilian delegate from the Sorn hegemony hissed with amusement. "Determination does not build starships, Ambassador." Termination does not build starships, Ambassador. Resources and technology do. And your homeworld is barely developed compared to our standards. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Our standards. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Earth invests heavily in deep space infrastructure. Most of our industrial capacity is not on the homeworld. Invested where? Voss challenged. We have surveyed the systems you claim to occupy. We see colonies, yes, but nothing that would support military production on the scale you describe. No orbital shipyards, no resource extraction networks, no... Perhaps human facilities are simply difficult for your sensors to detect, Chen interrupted quietly. The chamber fell silent for a moment. Then Voss threw back his head and laughed, a genuine sound of delight. Oh, this is wonderful. Not only do you have thousands of impossible ships, but they are also invisible. Do they fire invisible weapons as well? Perhaps they are crewed by invisible soldiers? Even Counselor Threen seemed amused now. Ambassador Chen, we appreciate your species' enthusiasm. Truly. But the Galactic Council operates on verifiable information, not mythology. We understand that Earth has rich cultural traditions of storytelling. Perhaps your military has confused your science fiction entertainment with reality. Chen's hands clenched briefly at her sides, then relaxed. She had been warned this would happen. The intelligence reports on the Council had predicted exactly this reaction. Humanity's capabilities were so far outside galactic norms that the truth sounded like fantasy. I assure you, Counselor, we know the difference between fiction and reality, she said. Then you will not object to our verification protocols? Threen asked. We will send survey teams to your territory. They will assess your actual military capacity and adjust your membership status accordingly. You are welcome to send observers, Chen agreed. Though I suspect your reports will match ours. Voss snorted. I suspect your reports will need significant downward revision. But do not worry, Ambassador. The Council does not punish optimism. We will grant you membership based on what you actually possess, not what you wish you possessed. The voting proceeded quickly. Humanity was granted junior membership status in the Galactic Council, with all the limitations that implied. They would have access to peripheral trade routes but not core systems. They could send representatives to council sessions but would have no vote on major decisions for at least a century, and for their own protection, the Council would assign a Calvex fleet to patrol human space. 12 destroyers should be sufficient, Voss announced magnanimously. They will guard your territory from pirates and ensure you are not overwhelmed by threats you cannot handle alone. Chen bowed slightly. The Council's generosity is noted. As the session ended and delegates filed out, many discussing the amusing human claims, Chen remained in the chamber for a moment. She looked up at the stars visible through the transparent dome overhead. Somewhere out there, beyond the Council's perception, thousands of human warships maintained their silent vigil. Weapons that could crack planets waited in cold storage. Fleets that could cross the galaxy in hours stood ready. Earth had not lied in its report, but Earth had also learned long ago that sometimes the greatest advantage was being underestimated. Chen touched her communication device. Report to Earth Command. They don't believe us. Proceed with protocol silence. Maintain all defensive positions. Do not reveal capabilities unless absolutely necessary. The reply came instantly. Understood, Ambassador. Humanity will wait. Chen allowed herself a small, grim smile. The galaxy had laughed at Earth's military might. She wondered how long it would take before they stopped laughing. She wondered if they would still be alive when they finally understood the truth. The galaxy was about to learn a hard lesson about humanity. They did not exaggerate their strength. If anything, they understated it. 3 months passed since humanity joined the Galactic Council. In that time, Ambassador Chen had attended countless meetings, negotiated trade agreements, and endured patronizing advice from species that considered humans little more than clever children. The 12 Calvex destroyers patrolled human space faithfully, their crews reporting back that Earth's military was exactly as underwhelming as Admiral Voss had predicted. Everything changed on a Tuesday. The first alarms screamed through. Calvex border stations at 0400 Standard Galactic Time. Commander Thex, a veteran officer monitoring the deep space sensors, stared at his display in confusion. The readings made no sense. Thousands of signatures appearing from nowhere, moving impossibly fast. Sensor malfunction, he muttered, running diagnostics. But the diagnostics came back clean. The signatures were real. Then the first border station went silent. Then the second. Then an entire star system's communications cut out simultaneously. Within an hour, the Calvex Empire's military command center was in chaos. Reports flooded in from multiple sectors. Unknown hostile forces were pouring through the galactic barrier, a region of unstable space that marked the edge of explored territory. Nothing was supposed to be able to cross that barrier in large numbers. Admiral Voss stood in the command center, his forearms working different control panels as he tried to make sense of the invasion. His scales had gone pale, a sign of stress in his species. "What are we facing?" he demanded. "Analysis identifies them as devourers, sir," his intelligence officer reported, her voice shaking. "Machine intelligences? We have records of minor encounters over the centuries, but nothing like this. The computer estimates 50,000 hostile ships, possibly more." 50,000. The number hung in the air like a death sentence. The entire Calvex military had 800 capital ships. Even if they called in every